Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. Good to see you all. Glad you're here. Last Dance, RW, Topple, Stevo. Pardon me. Cool. Yeah, we're rolling. Sorry I'm a bit late. I was just been a busy day getting prepped up for the storm. Got a lot of things just to get ready. So when it is needed, I have it at hand and I don't have to futz around looking for things, and finished off with a nice dinner. So yeah, all caught up, all is well. Scheduled to get 12 to 18 inches or so over here. Could be a bit more. I think that might be a little conservative. I'm thinking more of the 18 than the 12. Looking at the span of time that the snow is going to fall, combined with the cold temperatures, which means light snow, which means it stacks up fast, gains inches quickly, easily an inch to 2 inches an hour. If we span 12 hours of heavy snow, that's 18, 20, somewhere in that zone. The good thing is that, yes, it's supposed to be somewhat light. My snowblower will eat it up. No issues there. And yeah. So yeah, the interesting things happened today. I have not seen one bit of video of anything from today because, frankly, when I wasn't working, I just wanted to relax and not deal with anything. So I can check them out here on the pub. It looks like RW's got that covered. Anything and everything we'll review here tonight. Yeah, so I really can't even comment about anything, unfortunately, because I had my own shit to do today. I got the microphone kind of sideways now, trying to get a little closer to the screen. Hopefully that still works. Sounds okay? Good. I mean, what's the difference, right? If the microphone's vertical or horizontal. As long as the business end is pointed at the pie hole, I should be fine. Dawn, how are you? Good to see you, darling. And Welshman, good to see you, Welsh man. Yeah, welcome everyone. Cool. Glad you guys are here. So, I think I covered everything. You ready? Did you get a new bottle? Ooh, we got to show that one. Let's see it. Oh, yeah. You've had that before.
Have I? I wasn't sure.
I've recognized that bottle for sure.
I thought I might have, but I wasn't sure.
That's Scotch.
It's Irish whiskey, I believe.
Irish, yeah, cool. Have you cracked it, or are you finishing off the old one?
No, I'm still finishing off the old one. Got a little bit left here.
Macallan, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good deal. Good grabbing it too, because I have you started getting any weather yet?
No, although I should go put the light on to see when it starts.
Mm-hmm. What's your forecast?
It's supposed to be 6 to 10 inches of accumulation total.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it's supposed to be ice.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. And it's supposed to start sometime after 10 tonight. So while I'm on the pub.
Sure.
A couple hours from now.
Yep. Do you expect you'll have to go out for anything tomorrow?
No, I was planning to be stuck indoors the whole time.
Good. Yeah, that's the way to do it. The ice is the problem. I don't know. Do you have a snowblower? You wouldn't really need one down there.
I don't have a snowblower. I'll hire some young kid to go out there and hurt his back instead of me.
Sure. Okay, cool. Pekka, what's up, buddy? Hi, Riddle. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah. So anyways, do you get much snow down there? Is that a thing?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Rarely. And even more rare is that it sticks around for a week.
Okay.
And that's going to be the problem here that I'm going to hate.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Arctic cold air that's going to stick around afterward for a week and a half or 2 weeks. It means that snow is not going anywhere until a while.
Yeah, it's nice to look at, but it is annoying, and got to be careful with the ice. I don't know if you bought ice melts, calcium chloride, salt, anything.
Yeah, I got some. I got a little bit left of some ice melting stuff. I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
And then I bought 50 pounds of rock salt. So
That'll work.
it should be fine.
Yeah, just don't fall. Yeah, of course, that's the
Right.
rule for everyone, especially once you start getting up there in age. Falling on ice can really fuck you up.
Yeah, I don't. I'd probably be okay at this age, but 10 years from now, yeah, not a good plan.
Killed the Atkins guy, the Atkins diet guy.
Oh yeah.
Fell on ice, cracked his head open, dead. So
Oh, well, my head's not gonna. I hope I don't hit my head. I'm more worried about breaking a bone somewhere like my arms.
arm,
Put my
leg,
arms out.
hip. Yeah, I got you. Let's get this guy on here. What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, I'm pretty amped up, and I have kind of a case ready to go. I'll do the pleasantries, I guess. Hi, everybody.
Pleasantries.
My brain's like locked in. That's all.
You've been on this for a while here.
I've been trying to get to the bottom of it because I'm not content with the bullshit that I've been handed, and so I want to present my case, and I want to hear people's opinions and views and thoughts on what they're seeing and what they think they've been given as well.
Well, I will form mine here tonight, so I don't have anything for you to start. Maybe Last Dance does.
If we're talking just about the ice shooting today, I've looked at about 4 different videos. And
Before you give, can I ask a favor of running videos 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll give the federal narrative, and then we'll give our thoughts.
That's probably a good idea.
We can do that. There he is. I see you now, buddy. I'm letting you on. Second your camera goes off. Looks like you got a haircut too. Looking sharp.
I would just ask everybody on the panel to wait for these videos and the official narrative to be read before they dig into it, because this is going to be controversial.
So go in the order that they're on the PC.
Yes, please. It goes by most beneficial vantage point for each video. They get worse as you go to 3.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the Jack Posobiec. I'm not sure if that's how you say his name, but
Jack, piece of shit. That's how I see his name.
RW is the whole 2 minutes 45 seconds.
If you want to, you can skip through, but the first one does show the preliminary to the event. It's not just into the event.
All right, we can. I mean, 3 minutes is nothing compared to the 3 to 4 hours, and last week 5 hours that we're on here. So, okay, we're gonna. I believe this is somebody else's video, obviously, that he's sharing. So, I'm 99.
I'll give credit. So yeah, the first one is Jack Posobiec. Last Dance has his own pronunciation, but they're on X. I'm not sure if I doubt it's his video. He's just what I took it from for reference.
Sure. And
the individual shot is the man in the brown jacket to your left. You'll see come back on screen in a second.
yeah, I saw him right with the camera.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, don't forget to zoom in for a better view if you want to.
We got 4 different videos.
Not you. Yeah, that's personally like.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
On the road again, isn't it? There you go.
That's Mace.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
All right, pay attention to the right of the screen. He's done. So I didn't really watch it past that point to take up more
Where'd that
information.
first shot come from? Any idea?
If you look at the guy that's got right there in the middle of the screen that's touching the woman, he turns around right here He assesses the situation, and he'll pull his gun here in a second. I believe he's the first to fire. There's his gun. Then then you'll have to see the other videos from another angle to see more information.
I've seen this exact footage really slow down on the quartering, and what they're saying is about a second before he's shot, he's disarmed, and you can see the gun in that footage. It's really slow. It is. He's done it on. If you want to go to the quartering on Twitter, you'll find it.
Let's watch the videos.
Yeah,
We'll get through
Okay.
these.
So are we all in agreement that he's armed at this time?
at that point in time, I'm not in agreement.
I don't know if he's armed at any point in time.
Well. They found a weapon, and from what
So
I've
they-
seen,
uh,
okay.
I'm not saying he's not armed. I'm just saying that I don't have anything that is truly definitive in any of the videos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm under the belief, like, when you get pulled over by the police and you're armed and you're legally carrying, you're obliged to tell the police that you are armed, aren't you? And it would make sense that if you
Well, those are two different things. It would
Right.
definitely make sense. I'm not sure you're obliged, but if you want to
Okay.
keep your life, it would be smart.
Yeah.
All right, video 2.
These cameramen forgot Zoom, didn't they? These cameramen. Fucking hell.
Pause the video. If you go back about a few seconds from there, you're going to see something right there on the ground. Hit the ground, right there below the brown pants, behind
Yeah.
the black. That something gets thrown out on the ground there. I don't know what that is. I just want
I
to bring
saw
it
that.
up.
It was not a gun, though.
I don't. Where are you looking at? There's like 6 pairs of brown
All right,
pants.
So-
if
I
you
know.
see where that lady's butt is right now in the black jacket,
Well,
Mhm.
Steve, your cursor will show up on the screen, so maybe you could point to where you think it is.
You're all jumped
That's-
down
that's
to
fair.
25 times speed here.
Okay.
if it
This
pops out
down here.
I see a foot moving.
Watch, wait. You'll see it skipping.
there, hits the
Something
ground.
Okay.
right there.
Yeah, I see that. That looks pretty small.
Yeah, that
Yeah, it
came
looks
out
too
of one of
small.
these guys' pockets or belt, I
All right.
think.
Shots are about to be fired here. The guy that you see in the middle there is looking. He assesses. He pulls his gun. There's the gun pull.
Now pause it right there.
Is this the gun pull?
No,
No.
the guy right in the center of your screen with the gray jacket.
Him.
He's holding a gun, supposedly, and I'm not. Supposedly, he just took that gun off of the guy that was killed.
That is
Okay.
already
Yeah,
been
that's
on
what.
video.
That's what. What last dance just said is exactly how I've been informed that guy with the grey jacket on has that gun in his right hand.
And he's
and
heading
he gets
he's
shot.
heading away.
Yeah, but he gets shot about half a second after that gun is on camera, I believe.
Right.
We don't know if he's got 2 guns.
There it is.
Definitely
It
a
is-
gun.
You can see the red dot on top of
Are you,
it.
are you sure? Are you sure that's a gun? I'm not 100%.
Look at the red
Right
dot.
here.
Yeah. Now there's 2 things to keep in mind here.
Oh yeah.
The guy in the gray
I see that.
jacket seems to have a gun that may be the guy who was shot, the guy who was killed. And I don't
Just
think
after-
any of the other agents know that he has the gun.
Yeah, but what you do hear, you hear gun, gun, gun. So now all the agents are all fucking freaking out.
Exactly.
So if you said he could have 2 guns, yeah, that looks like a gun.
There's the shot right there. And then
Yeah.
Boy,
a few more.
Sound is terrible when it's in quarter speed.
I know.
all the
Like a
dogs are
guard
howling
dog.
around your neighborhood.
Yeah, it looks like a gun now. I've seen that. I zoomed in myself a bit more.
Okay.
And the third one shows the cop that originally shoots him, and then once the suspect is down on the ground, the second cop dumps into his body, which I have a
Well, yeah.
definition for that.
Mag dump like that? Is that what you mean?
You'll see it.
Yeah, let's watch it.
Well, that's what happens,
us
isn't
to
it?
be able to get through what we're seeing in this video before I read the national narrative, because that pissed me off.
Ugh. I have to do this in an extremely specific order. Got to pick it first on the share screen, then maximize it on the tab.
I've always wondered why, like, some officers haven't shot people in the legs and stuff, but when they actually say the reasons why, especially if they're on their feet, I get it now as I've got a bit older. But this guy's on his back at the time or whatever. But like you said, you can't see all his hands at any one point.
Right.
It's really stressful. Really fucking stressful.
Is this video 3 or 2?
This is video
I think
3.
All right, I messed up. Hold on a second.
Is this the same one?
There's the one where the
Yeah.
guy's behind the glass. This is not the correct video. Dang it.
Yeah, I think it's lawful. I think it's lawful and awful at the same time. You know.
It may be that may be the ultimate thing that we may conclude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. 2 and 3 are the same. RW. You don't want me to wait for you or play?
Yeah, just give me 2 seconds. I just
But if you can get, if I don't know what, Steve, if you want to get the mayor's speech, I think his name's Mary, his surname, I'm not 100%. He gave a speech just now after this killing, and he said 6 ICE agents tackled, and then, like, I don't know if he said executed, but what he failed to say in the speech is the guy was armed. Oh, fucking hell. I mean, that completely changes the narrative. At least, well, why was he shot? Well, he was fucking armed. Well, okay, now we can have a discussion. Okay, if you don't mention he was armed, half the fucking libtards around the country are just going, well, they executed him.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that narrative. And although I understand why people are saying that, it's very inflammatory and inaccurate.
I mean, he's the mayor, for fuck's sake. I swear to you now, right? He's literally getting blood on his hands. He's literally involved in it because he's encouraging his own people from his own state to rebel.
Sorry, Steve. Link in the back chat now.
And these white liberal women. I mean, it was another white liberal woman that got him into trouble. I believe he was trying to protect this white liberal fucking woman again, and she got in the frame.
It's a bit of a goat rodeo. It's hard to figure out what's happening and why, even before the shooting.
I tell you something though, if they banned white liberal women from attending these protests, they would disappear.
Good one, cup of tea.
They would disappear. Yeah, I mean, not very diverse, are they? It's not very diverse, the protests.
Yeah, that's interesting, but probably not particularly the most important thing about this.
People, you know.
That's all I see generally. White liberal women screaming and blowing whistles at.
Hold on, buddy. 1 second, buddy.
All right.
You're going to see that the first shooter here on the right,
a grey guy.
black hat
There's a
on.
grey guy. Trying to grab it. There you go.
They're just hiding the guy on the left. They dumped their foot in a dead body on the left.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So if it just in my view of this video, the original officer shoots him that we saw in the other angles, and then him and another officer dump into that body after.
Tell me which guy is the initial shooter.
All right, keep going.
People, you know.
I have a guess, but there's nothing conclusive that I can see.
The pause it in a little bit. Keep going, just a little bit. Pause it. See the guy in the backpack on the right, just behind the vehicle. He's
here.
Right there. I believe from the other angles, he's the initial shooter, and then to the left of him is the second officer that dumps in the body once the body is down.
Green sweatshirt over here.
You'll have to see later in the video. I'm not sure which one they're.
Now the guy in the gray is the one in the middle. Takes a gun and leaves the pile. I don't know if he tells anybody that he's got the guy's weapon. He just like grabs it and heads off to his car to stash it.
Right, big guy too. He stands
I mean,
out.
and he is shot literally within half a second, so maybe a second of the of him getting that gun. As soon as he gets the gun, he's getting that gun out of the way, isn't he? There, he's off. Oh, it's dead.
Yeah.
First bullet. So you can understand why they shot him.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all.
Well, he
Do
could
you
have
see the guys on the left of the screen dumping? Mag dumps on the left. Do you see that, Steve?
I don't.
All right.
I was looking on the right. I'm going to go back to slow speed here. Go back, say, to here.
Which guard are you talking about, maybe?
Somewhere over
He's
here.
just a weapon,
The other one on the left of the screen, not the guy beating him in the head currently, but the guy that's got
Grabbing a
gun
weapon.
right there. Here's initial shots. Now there's that guy pulls the gun right there. Then they
Okay.
right here.
I see it.
Keep watching. Right here.
Boom, boom. I see his gun going off.
They're
right
mag
here.
dumping in his body. He's fucking dead, bro. All right, so that's my presentation for what happened based on video footage. Now I'd just like to read to you the official narrative that was released by the the Department of Homeland Security.
John Grammaticus. It's the box wine and the menopause.
So in link 4 that I shared, you can share this if you want, but I'm just going to share Homeland Security. So at 9:05 a.m., as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, seen here. The officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Fuck you, Fed.
Well, they're just lying. I mean, that's what they're doing. It's pathetic, and
That pisses me off, dude.
well, I mean, this kind of shit happens. I hate to say it, but it's been happening all the time with the Trump administration, and it also happened in the Biden administration. Remember when the just as one example, and not to excuse this, when the Department of Defense drone that family of 10, the Department of Defense knew almost immediately that they
and
didn't
they
get
lied
any.
immediately.
And they just went out and said, "Oh, these were confirmed terrorists. We had, it was perfect intelligence."
Have they ever admitted it? Last time?
Yes,
It went on for ages, didn't it?
They admitted it. They sort of hedged their bets the next day, and then at some point, much later, they admitted it. They had completed their investigation, and they.
There was overwhelming evidence, but I'm sure there was even on the day that it was conflicting reporting going on, and
We have the same thing here. There's no, look at how the message has been worded in such a way as to be maximally misleading without actually lying. He confronted. What does it say? He approached or confronted with a 9mm weapon, but that makes it sound like he was wielding it.
That's correct.
Instead of that he was just carrying, which is perfectly, it's America. You're allowed to carry, concealed carry. He might have a permit for all I know. I don't know.
Well, he did. Yeah, he did. He gave a permit. But like I said, why didn't they just turn around and say, two in disorder? The protester was being arrested. During his arrest, he resisted. A gun was found on him, and he was neutralized. Now, if it had said that, then at least they've been straight about it. That's
at least it would be true.
Happened.
Yeah, I agree.
Why didn't they just say, we shot the fuck out of this guy? That's it.
I hate to say this.
They can't say
I mean,
that.
whether you fire 2 shots or 10 shots, I don't think the way the police are trained, either in the UK or anywhere, police, you neutralize them. If you put 1 into them, you put 10 into them.
Here's my statement. I believe this was an unjustified shooting, And for anybody out there that's going to go up against the police or anything, that's your choice. But in your mind, at least understand that that officer might suck at his job and you might die in the process of whatever you think you're doing, whether you're armed or not.
I think you hit on something there, RW. I think these police officers are poor police officers. I don't think they're very good at their job.
I'm not willing to conclude that 100%, but from what I've seen, not just here, but in previous encounters, that's what I'm likely to conclude is they're just no good at this, which is another reason why I want the local police who I want them to do this.
Local police aren't any better.
Well, they're not going to be any worse, but you might be right.
Well, then if they're not any better, then you can't just blame ICE for being so rampant and violent, then, right? Because it's just due to a lack of training. Is that the narrative?
What I hate to see is this mentality that happens to police everywhere, where one officer fires, and just like when one dog barks, when one officer fires, all the other officers start firing without being sure of why they're firing. It hits their panic button.
What does it?
They hear gunfire and they think it's on.
What does it guarantee when they mag dump into that body? What does it guarantee the police officers?
It's the adrenaline running through them too.
It's guarantees.
What does it guarantee when they mag dump in that body?
That opponent dies.
Threat is dead.
That person's not going to be testifying in court. That's for damn sure.
No.
It's not. It's not.
It's
not premeditated like that. It's kind of adrenaline and panic and fear and.
Okay, remember last week, chaps, there was this thing about the 6 kids and the one had to have CPR, and Smoke Steve's wife just told me to fuck off in the chat as well.
That was a while ago.
I did a little bit of research myself on it, and it turns out that the parents went to a riot, left their kids in a car, and we know this because they were caught on a live stream, obviously the optimum word being live stream, which is obviously timed 45 minutes before the problem arose with this newborn or this baby they left in the car.
What does this have to do with this?
So this is what actually happened. They took their 6 kids to a fucking riot, and one of them was affected by the tear gas because they were stuck in a fucking car. So that's the end result of that story. And now we got another story with that woman who said she was assaulted with 2 plasters over her right eye. Now that one's hilarious because she's the new Somali Smollett.
All right,
she's literally her story is just so fucking nonsense. Everyone knows it's nonsense.
I have a question.
Have you seen it?
No. I have a question about the situation at hand. When exactly did this happen?
Today.
Okay.
9:05.
Is it known for sure that was his weapon?
There's no official information released, and when they ask questions, they don't allow the questions.
Is what known for sure?
Governor Waltz said he was armed in the speech that he gave.
Okay.
Just a little while ago.
So I will say this: they showed a picture of a weapon.
Oh, it must be his last dance.
A Sig Sauer, but that doesn't mean I have no reason to believe that that's necessarily the weapon that he had on him. It's just like this picture of a Sig.
Okay, do you agree he had a weapon?
Yeah,
you've seen the videos.
No,
you say he's got a. Last dance. You've seen the videos. Do you think he's got a weapon?
We never see a weapon on him. All we see.
No. Yeah, I know. But
we see a police officer reach down towards him because the video is not clear enough, and he comes up with a weapon. I'm willing to conclude that the police officer got it from the suspect, but I can't be sure because it's not a good enough video.
No, I know that. I know. I'm not asking. I'm just asking you what you've seen. So I'm under the conclusion he did have a gun. They disarmed him and he got shot shortly after. I don't think there's any conspiracy that they planted anything on him or they've. No. You know, that's really going down a rabbit hole.
No, and I'd say what we saw in the video combined with the governor saying that he was armed, legally armed, is enough to conclude that he had a weapon. For the governor's narrative, what you would think is if he would prefer that the guy wasn't armed, because then he could do more finger pointing, and but the fact that the guy was armed,
Okay.
adds
know
some
at least that much.
justification
I don't-
to it.
You
at some
give the
point.
governor more credit
Somewhat.
than I
Even though
do. Governor wasn't there. He made sure that none of his police officers were there. He's just using the same social media
Right.
sources as everybody else to reach a reasonable conclusion, but I don't think he has any inside information that he
So
shared.
RW, you're upset about the offloading the mag into him, wasn't you? I mean, is that where we're at on that? Where your
I'll answer
position?
that in a second. Riddle was trying to jump in for a minute.
Yeah, it's just okay. So we do have that conclusion, or not conclusion, but like that known assessment that it's pretty well known that he was armed. Now, that's not to say that what just happened, that shooting, looked like it was completely unjustified. I mean, not completely. I shouldn't say completely, but it looked bad. That did not look good.
Yep.
And it looks like they're fucking lying about it. Now, whether he was armed or not, it looks like they disarmed him, and then he was shot, and then they mag dumped on him. If this is true, right? Like, but what it looks like is that that's what happened.
To
Now,
answer your question, sorry.
I'm sorry. Now, go ahead.
To answer your question, Welshman, it's not that I'm just disappointed in the mag dump to a downed victim. I'm disappointed the whole way through. Pepper spraying his ass. Well, the whole process was fucked up to me. Beating his ass while he was on the ground with a gun to his fucking head. I'm very disappointed in the whole process, and then the skipping of due process. I'm also disappointed in that.
Yeah, I don't know.
There was a
How
gun
do
to
you
be
know
set on the
he's
ground?
getting beaten?
If you go back to the videos that we did share, the one video where it's the last one we showed from inside the glass, there's an officer that has a gun in his hand that's punching him in the fucking head with the butt of his pistol.
Yeah, I
You can see
agree,
it
but
clearly.
we don't know how he's resisting, if at all. That's the problem with these videos. Is it just looks like some sort of a giant wrestling match where you can barely see the guy in the middle
It's
who's
a giant
who's
wrestling
getting it.
match against one dude.
So RW, just say a body cam comes out and they're struggling for a gun inside there, and that scrum in that melee. Inside there's a gun, and they're struggling for it. Would you then say, well, it's justified now? That's why he was pistol
If
whipping it.
video comes out that clearly shows me there was a direct threat and they acted in a
He's
justified
got
manner,
a gun though. You really should have just
Doesn't
said,
matter if he has
as soon
a
as they
gun.
grabbed him. Even if you're lawfully carrying, if you've got a gun, it would be a rather good idea to say, "Look, I've got a gun. Fucking chill out and put your hands up in the sky."
Well,
I don't know if that will help.
Legally, he
initial-
doesn't have to.
Well, the initial
Wow.
confrontation, it looked like he did shove or thrust a border agent aside. That's why they're trying to arrest him, because he assaulted a police officer.
okay.
And that's when the pepper spray was done.
That was
after
the
he went
initial
back,
contact.
they pepper sprayed him while he was working with a woman that fell down. Right? Some say wrestling her. I think they're slightly retarded.
Oh, really? That's what they're.
I mean, to me, they had the legal justification to arrest him.
I'm not going to argue with that. I think the way in which they went at that was so bad that this man is dead.
Now let me throw one unlikely, but at this point possible scenario. I haven't heard it mentioned. Maybe he had a second weapon on him.
Possible.
I don't know.
I
I hate to even suggest it,
because
because then ICE will say, "Yeah, that's what happened." We
Well,
all
no,
saw a
you
sword."
they're already saying that last dance. They're literally already saying that, even in Twitter. I've looked at the threads, and it's like you could have had a second gun. We don't know.
Who is they? Oh, just people speculating.
So
It's
no
people,
one.
but it's already out there. It's already out there.
A lot like we are. I mean, we're all speculating because nothing is conclusive
Yeah.
yet. From what it looked like, though, it looked bad.
Someone posted a video or a still picture, a still from a video that looks like the guy had something in his right hand. Now, I don't know if the video, it didn't look like a gun to me. I couldn't tell what it was. It wasn't a high enough quality picture. And for all I know, it was a doctored photo. So, I don't know what you can conclude by that, but there's just other possibilities that are still in play as far as I'm concerned.
And I'm not going to argue against that. All I'm saying is the information that I have makes this look terrible for the police. If they're going to release their body cams and their information
What body
shows
cams?
that would be even worse.
Yeah.
If they don't have anything to show us, that makes it worse.
Yeah, we've already been through that. Dan.
So I do have another question though. Like, do you think that does the local government not letting the local police aid in this
Look like
bear any responsibility in this at all?
Well, they're not
the
there.
mayor does, it's the mayor.
The mayor. I'm upset and angry that
This kind of stuff is going to happen. It's bound to happen.
I mean, local law enforcement is better. Top says they're not going to be any better. I think they would be better, just in terms of having more intelligence about the type of threats they're going to face.
Well,
they're
can you back your
supposed
mic off your earbuds, buddy?
Most of these ICE guys are ex-military too. It's not the same training.
They're supposed to be better, local law enforcement. And as wife pointed out earlier, the ICE agents aren't police officers, so they're not going to be good at police officer things like arresting people without killing them.
That's why they should have help from the mayor.
I'm not saying here.
5 guys to detain one person in the first place, though.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why I'm so angry with local and state leaders in Minnesota.
See, now I just want to point out to NM Kin that I don't want them to work with them. I just want them to police the citizens that might be interfering with them and breaking the law. They don't even have to do one fucking thing. Yeah. If an illegal goes running by the local cops, they can sit there and chew gum. I don't care. They don't have to arrest them. Fine, not their job. But if a local citizen picks up a rock and throws it at ICE, they should be there to arrest him for assault, or whatever.
Now, for instance, this guy that got killed in the beginning of the video, he's standing in the middle of the street. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he thinks he's blocking ICE vehicles.
That's what they're doing. They're just obstructing.
Well, or he's directing traffic, but he doesn't have any business. He doesn't have any business being there.
Yeah, no, he's a good Samaritan.
He was fulfilling his fantasy of directing traffic for 5 minutes.
Do you know this, NM Kin? RW?
I do not know them, but it's possible that they found us through the X post. I'm not sure.
Can I make a comment about the working with the local law enforcement, working with ICE?
Working with, or sure.
Yeah, like directly working with them. I think, in my opinion, I think it would. The police probably, I don't know for sure, but they probably want to work with them because it actually makes their job easier as well to expedite these prisoners, right, or like these people being detained to get out of their own local areas, right?
Yeah. I mean, the police chief was behind the mayor, and the police chief was sighing when the mayor was talking. The police chief, I would have thought, looked pissed off with the mayor because he just talked shit all the time. And the police chief on the left of him, and I've seen it on more than one statement, the police chief sighing at it when he makes stupid. The mayor's crazy.
Well, I don't know.
The mayor's nuts. I don't like it.
That sounds insane. Yeah, I just think that there's a lack of responsibility when it comes to like the local politicians, the local mayors, the ones that actually put out the policies for these guys to enforce, to be enforced, I guess.
I'm not sure what the individual that comes out and speaks with the police chief. He's a guy with black hair. He's younger than Tim Walz. He's the governor or mayor.
Mayor Jacob Fry.
Mayor. His rhetoric that he puts out is basically saying to the people, "What are you going to do that you can tell your grandkids to do something to fight back?"
Yeah,
against
he's
that's fucking not good, bro.
He's a Minneapolis insurrectionist.
He is.
What's his name? Fryer. Is his name Fryer? You said.
Yes.
Fry.
Yeah, his speeches are crazy.
Yeah, he's
local law enforcement do not wear face masks. Yeah, nobody said that they did. Oh, English bottle cap in the comments. Yeah. Nobody said that they did.
Yeah, and I think that's I understand why ICE wants to wear face masks, but I think it's just not it's not the way to go for this if you're interacting with crowds.
The thing is, they're not getting
I
these
completely
problems.
disagree. I completely disagree with that.
Yeah.
Well, they're not getting these problems in the red states, are they? Like I said a while back, why didn't they just allow not just so much the illegals, the wrong ones will just go to the blue states naturally because they feel safe there. So why don't they just allow the blue states just to fucking destroy themselves and stay the fuck out of them?
What?
I mean, am I speaking out of fucking tune here? I mean, at this stage, it would make sense to stay out of the blue states, make the red states safe for a start.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? Oh, with all due respect, didn't hear you.
Sorry, we're in the chat, digging into the chat too. Also,
Yeah, I was distracted by the chat.
Now let's go back to the face mask. So
COVID.
I'm on board. I think they should be allowed to wear face masks. I don't care.
Yeah, I agree as well, and I can understand why, because it's
what's going on as is the doxing of their families and all that. That's fucking bullshit.
It's intimidation to not enforce the law, basically. Now, I'm not saying like every ICE agent, like what happened just now, what it seems like is, I don't support that shit. But let's be real here. Not everybody's like that. And you take the one case out of fucking want to crack down on numbers here. It'd be like well, I don't know. With the January 6th, right? The one everybody assumes that we're all just like the Viking dude.
Eastwind.
Whatever the hell that guy is, he's crazy.
That's Jacob Chansley.
Yeah,
you know that name well.
Jacob Chansley, yeah, because he's insane. But everybody assumes that he's just like that one dude. Right?
I'm not trying to get off course, but the left has their own right now. The guy that's going into the churches, he kind of reminds me of the other guy, just not in.
Kind of, right? A little bit like he's a lunatic, bearded lunatic.
Did you see Fanone, the J6 officer who got in the face of the guy at Jack Smith's hearing, I think it was?
Yeah, who was the guy? Now, I know who Fanone is, but who was the other guy?
He's a prominent right-wing activist who is pro J6. I believe he's defended some J6 guys. I believe he's an attorney.
But the Fanone was saying he threatened to, I don't know, harm his kids or rape his kids?
I did a few deep dives on that using, of course, AI, both Grok and another one. And both of them said there is no credible source in existence that says he ever said that. And in a interview following the confrontation, he said, I might sue him for defamation. And it is possible, calling somebody the R word, especially when there's a, underage person involved, could be.
And a television camera recording the accusation.
On C-SPAN.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it went out.
So what's the name of the guy that he's got I've seen him walk out of the hearing, and he had a confrontation with a couple of journalists on the way out. What's his name?
That's Fanone, the guy who he's the Capitol police officer who got tased in the neck a few times with his own taser, and they pushed the fence up against him. It's all on video, and the guy was trying to grab his gun, saying, "Let's kill him with his own gun." I mean, that dude definitely went through hell. He got.
I seen a female reporter interview on the way out, and she said, what about the allegations you switched your own body cam off? And he said, I didn't. She said, I've seen your footage. You switch it off. He looks at her. He goes, you know what that is? You're a right-wing conspiracy theorist. She goes, I seen you switch your own body cam off. He just walked off.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen the footage of him getting, when he gets tased and he's screaming. It's pretty rough.
Well, he doesn't deny it after she says that I've seen your own body cam being switched off by yourself.
Well, why are they both at the Jack Smith hearing?
Well, he's there in support of Jack Smith. I don't know why because he thinks that these people are criminals and they essentially were assaulting the hell out of him or trying to commit grievous bodily harm to him and other officers.
Okay.
So he's got a dog in the fight.
Yeah, sort of, but this is about Jack Smith, not about the people that harmed him.
Well, he thinks that Trump is guilty of or liable for some of the things that happened, for his, I guess, inaction or
for pardoning the people that harmed him. But that's
that too, yeah.
But then that's still it's very indirectly related to the Jack Smith thing at best.
Yeah. Okay.
Just wanted headlines, isn't it? That's how it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't speak to his reasoning behind it. I know he's an activist, I guess now. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you're talking about what English Bottle Cap says here. Daniel Hodges turned off his body cam.
Prevent graphic footage from being made public.
I don't know. I don't know anything about the turning off of any body cam.
That's the whole point of a body cam.
Yeah, but why are we going into this now, Cap?
I don't know. We were talking. Base was talking about
yesterday.
Yeah, it's just a non sequitur. You know, we do that all the time here. It just happens.
What?
Okay, I was actually. I'm sorry, I was distracted by the whole church. Because I did want to bring up the church thing at some point. Thought it was kind of weird. But that's
little weird.
All right, so that was a little kind of a weird. You know, I mean, you talk about one way to really get somebody to hate you and not get followers is disrupting a church service and berating
It's
people.
incredibly rude, but
yeah,
but that's about it.
Not a felony.
Okay, if anybody can, it should be. It should be.
It's a federal crime.
How could it be a federal crime?
It's
because
the FACE Act.
Don't you have exactly? Don't you have the freedom of religious service? So,
and you saying that means that a group can't spontaneously enter a church and
yes, by law.
That's exactly what it says.
Disrupt it. Yes, they can't storm the church and disrupt it. That's the.
I don't really want to defend the disruptors because that's just assholes. But I'm not sure it's like
you're not allowed to. Well, someone look it up. What's the FACE Act? Worship, places of worship.
Yeah,
it was all based. Go ahead, Base.
Yeah, well, during the Biden administration, they put this FACE Act. I think they used it against abortion people, and they stuck two 78-year-old women or something, or 76 and 78-year-old women in prison for 2 years, right? And part of that FACE Act is about religious services not to be protected. About dominations. I can't say it's too late. Yeah, so I mean, they seem to be guilty of it. They stormed the fucking church. They disrupted it. That crackhead ex-veteran guy that was just fucking. He was just abusing everyone in the church. Women, men, children.
Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act also explicitly protects places of religious worship. Skip down. It says it makes it a federal crime to use force, threats of force, or physical obstruction to intentionally injure, intimidate, or interfere with someone because they are A, exercising their religious freedom at a place of religious worship, or B, seeking to exercise their religious freedom there. That's
intimidate. Yeah, that's the word there. Intimidate.
Yeah, it's sort of it's a dual purpose thing. Yeah. It protects the rights of individuals exercising their First Amendment rights at places of worship, which I would think that would already be protected. But
and the old Don Lemon, he seems to be in prior knowledge of what they're going to do.
He was just a journalist. He was a journalist. Which journalist there? He didn't.
Is that the reason why they dropped it? Because he has the journalism excuse?
They haven't dropped it yet.
Oh,
yeah, they dropped it against him, but they didn't. But they continue with the charge against the actual orchestrators or whoever they were. I forget their names, but
but they haven't dropped it. They just haven't brought them in for questioning. They haven't dropped it.
Well, according to a federal judge, they let it go.
Yeah,
for him.
Against him personally, have they? I'm good about that.
For just him. I haven't followed it too closely, but it sounded like they let it go for just Don Lemon, but they're still prosecuting or charging, I should say, the other
ones involved.
Yeah.
He's been puckering up the ass for the last 3-4 days. Old Don Lemon, fucking thinking of this.
I think the Nicki Minaj thing with him is pretty hilarious.
The Nicki Minaj thing. I'm curious about this. What happened there?
Well, she called him out and called him a sea sucker. And everyone's calling her homophobic now.
Really?
She's homophobic.
Damn.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I knew I always liked her.
I always liked Nikki. I had nothing wrong with Nikki.
Nah, you know what? She was all right. She's always okay in my book.
I had a
beach.
A young lady ran a red light some time back, and I had a green light, so I pulled in front of her, and she was pissed. And she was driving like $100,000 Mercedes, like the 2-door with the thing that it sounds like a V8, really badass car, very expensive. And she pulled up next to me. I didn't think she was going to do this, so I'm drinking water, and she yells out, "You fucking cocksucker!" And I was like, "You fucking bitch!" I couldn't talk because I was mid-sip, but she fucking floored it and was out of there.
I would have licked my lips.
It was pretty damn funny, dude, because I was trying to get something out. I couldn't get the words out. She was gone.
She came out and made a big thing about Don Lemon, and she said the sea sucker thing, and now the media is calling her homophobic because she said that.
He's gay, so
she don't give a fuck. I mean, she is what she is. I do like the way she's having a go with that cunt.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I like that she used that term. We got to break this PC bullshit. And I thought it was hilarious when the woman called me that, and I was like inside laughing like cocksucker. Who says that anymore? But it's great. Fucking who cares? You know?
That's like an English or British sort of like when we call them flids and stuff like that. Cocksucker.
Well, do you guys think they should be prosecuted?
The church people?
Yeah.
I do. A statement released by Alex's family a few minutes ago. I think
if any church people go in, see, it's a fine line though, because churches are open to the public. But if they're in there,
but we've seen RW just read it out then, technically the legislation in shorthand, yeah? Well, what it breaks down to. Don Lemon is interviewing her half hour before, and they're saying they're going to go in there and they're going to disrupt this place. They didn't say what they were going to do. They're going to disrupt it, and they're going to come unannounced. They're going to go in, and we're going to storm in, and we're going to disrupt it, right? No.
Well, it also said that he knew it was a church.
Yeah. So then now the face fits. It all fits with what they were saying on the legislation. Yeah. It's broken down. So technically, they should be fucking charged. It's about time. The Biden administration, they nicked everyone. Charged? They nicked solicitors. They nicked fucking every cunt. So it's about fucking time they should start nicking people.
Topple, what was your...
So you think Donnie Boy should be charged too?
I don't, myself.
Me too.
I
don't like the guy, but
I mean, he was outside beforehand, getting prior knowledge of it. But to be honest with you, journalists getting inside shit like that is
their job.
Yeah, their job. I mean, I do think that he was a little bit giddy about the whole thing, a little bit too giddy. He wasn't.
Oh yeah.
But again, that's not for him being a journalist. I think that cuts him loose on the charges thing.
He didn't go in and yell or anything. He actually started interviewing people as a journalist.
But as a left-wing hack journalist, you've seen every question was the way he phrased every question.
I know. I don't like him, but did he disrupt? Did he disrupt? Did he organize?
I think it would have been great to see him get arrested, then get sort of questioned, and then have a plea bargain down. So we get a plea bargain down for saying, because the thing is, you've got to go. The only way to find out whether he had prior knowledge is if you went through his phone. Of course, it's journalist privilege and all that sort of shit. It's a whole bag of worms. But the reality is that would be the only way to know he had prior knowledge. But it'd be just good to get him arrested.
He's a journalist.
So they get a plea bargain and he gets away with it in the end, basically. But the other people, they should all get done for it.
Yeah,
someone reached out to him and let him know what was going on. It's not he didn't do anything illegal by not reporting it.
Okay, so let me just give you what happened to me 3 years ago, right? In that fucking hotel was abandoned overnight. It all kicked off. The locals kicked out the fucking ex-army security. They left, and the hotel was empty. I went to the hotel, and I went inside the hotel. And because I went inside the hotel, that got me arrested. A friend of mine didn't go in on the inside of the hotel. He went on the outside of the hotel. And guess what happened to him? He wasn't arrested. He was in the grounds, but he wasn't inside the property, right? Now, that would be the same for Don Lemon. And I've said this on this live stream before. I've learned from that mistake. And like, if it ever kicks off again and, there's any like restricted sort of areas, I would never, ever step into that area now, knowing that makes you liable for arrest. So if Don Lemon had stayed on the outside of the church and filmed from the outside, the curtilage of the church, then guess what? He would have done the correct thing. And in my case, I wasn't so lucky. I actually got done for going into the property. So
they probably made some kind of a rule. We're not going to arrest anyone outside of the church. We'll arrest anyone in the church who was in the church. Welshie or whatever it was, hotel. You said.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I was in a hotel. I mean, but they say that they say the church is public. Well, of course, the fucking hotel's public as well. But they still tried doing me for attempt burglary, criminal damage, and all sorts of stuff. So
were you asked to leave?
Well, I'm just saying. No, they abandoned the premises. The security abandoned the premises. There was no one there when I turned up. Well, it was just locals damaging the property. When I walked in, there was like a waterfall of water coming through wall ceilings. Because obviously, everyone, honestly, that's the footage. The footage that the police. I released the footage on Telegram, and someone else released the footage on YouTube. And as soon as they released footage on YouTube, they got arrested 24 hours later. But what the footage shows is there was all water going through all the ceilings because obviously the locals said we can't have this. It went on for like 100 days and all that, and a lot of people were arrested. So they basically just did a write-off and just flooded the place. The hotel was all damaged again.
Did you see Don's comment for the grapevine from between Don Lemon and the judge?
No.
That let him off. So basically, Don Lemon is he was charged by Douglas Miko. Douglas Miko is married to Caitlin Miko. Caitlin Miko works for the Attorney General of Minnesota, Keith Ellison, as the Assistant AG, Attorney General. I don't know how good the correlation is on that, but if we got to know the connections between all these fuckers, like I'm sure we wouldn't sleep very good at night.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No, but I do believe they should charge these people because it sets a good precedent that in the future, you don't have this happening all over the place. People thinking they could do this.
I'm at least glad that the shootings have stopped at the churches and all that. That were, when that trend was going with writing things on the casings. I'm glad that shit took a break.
All right, we got a new video.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. We might have been wrong about the either there is a second gun or something's wrong here.
They only reported 1 gun, 2 magazines.
Something wrong here.
Well,
Something
let's see
wrong.
what happens. Let's see.
I
What
don't
we're-
know.
Like I said,
It
we're going to have to wait a
to be
couple
more than
days
5
anyway.
pixels for me to trust this video.
It is still shitty, bro, but I don't think it's an angle that you had, so it's new.
I'm just giving you
It's
shit.
slow motion and it's labeled. With the labels do detract from it, but they do help a little too.
There's
Okay.
Grey Guy. There's Grey Guy in the center.
Gray guy in the center.
Gun grabber. You see his black glove, yeah?
Okay, this is the
Center.
guy's waist and hip here. Apparently, the gun is here. It's a hip right hip carry, which is unusual for
Okay.
concealed.
Yeah.
That is a good photo, though. I mean, that is the best video yet.
Okay, watch
That
here.
particular.
Yeah.
Why'd you think
The ice
So that
agent.
agent sees that shit. Sorry, the one that's right above him, looking straight down, that's pulling his gun. He sees that shit.
I
think so,
believe.
yeah.
Whose
What
arm
does he
is this? Whose arm is this?
That's the
Is
great
that the
jacket
ice
guy.
agent?
That's
Right
that-
here?
that's that guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can we just
Right.
play it and then put it slow and just keep on doing it so we can.
Okay, right now that's saying firearm and holster.
Is that factual?
Okay. Well, that's what he's going for. It's what it looked like. So it
Out
looks
of
like.
holster.
I don't know.
Firearm in Alex Peretti's hand.
Whoa. Okay.
It's
Left
in his
hand
hand.
phone, right hand gun. Right hand gun.
I
Right
don't
hand.
see a gun. So that
I
That
don't
could be
see a gun.
magazine.
I see something, but I don't
Be
know
a
if it's a gun.
magazine. Magazine.
You're right. Curiously, it shuts off right there.
Yeah.
That's convenient.
Conveniently, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't help anyone that's going to go up against me tonight. Sorry.
I mean, there was something there.
Oh,
I think we
Oh, I
can
want to
agree.
see I want to see the mag dump. That's unfortunate.
Can that be played at normal speed?
No, that's the video
No,
they
that's-
play.
You can
Right,
speed
yeah.
it up. Though.
Okay,
You can
we'll
do that.
play it and speed it up. Yeah, play it and speed it up. Yeah, do it in reverse forward.
It'll say
That's what they've done,
all
isn't
is
it?
walrus.
Just because if it just goes over the loop and you can just keep on seeing it, someone can pick it up better, can't you?
But you can't make out if it was actually a gun. You can't make. Who says that is his holster there?
I have two things. One, I believe it was a magazine, and two, motherfucker was dead already.
Well,
If you look at it, he's falling to the ground. He's done.
So what?
Well,
So what?
you gotta eliminate the threat.
It's
Yeah,
eliminated.
you've got to eliminate the threat. I mean, they
You
said
with
gun.
that in hindsight, though.
Yes, I have hindsight. I agree.
Yes.
The guy that
So-
mag dumped afterward, I don't know if he needed hindsight.
Well, no.
I'm not being funny. We are all the Monday morning football analysts, aren't we? We're all the Monday morning or Monday lunch hour football analysts or soccer analysts
Monday
or
afternoon,
American
yeah.
soccer.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, this all happened so quick. I mean, I think I've counted in under a second.
Nobody.
between
First
the
off,
gun-
nobody cares about soccer.
What? Why are we talking about soccer?
Well, yeah,
I'm
it's
kidding.
called football.
Oh,
It's a joke.
It's called football.
It's fine. Yeah, it's
How
American
can you-
football.
how
It's the
can you-
only
how
football
can
in
you-
existence.
The thing is, what's funny is how could you call it football, right, or American football, when that's all you do is fucking handball it, right?
First
when-
off, here's your
where
cultural. Here's how your
football is
cultural
traditionally
irrelevance.
football is illegal for most of the players to touch with their hands.
Illegal.
So yeah, because obviously football is you kick the ball or you head it, right?
Yeah.
No, with you, it's
keep
we
the
don't.
term
You don't. You just
First
kick
of
it over the
all,
crossbar. That's all
I
you.
mean,
That's all
when
you
you
kick.
start, hold on, American football, when you start the game off by kicking the ball. There you
Wow.
go. It's
There you
football.
Yeah,
QED.
great.
Game over.
We call it football.
But we didn't key the term soccer. That was
It's
actually.
it's more
you
like
guys.
it's more like rugby.
Yeah, I
we
read
haven't
that.
keyed it. This is an American
Days
thing.
ago.
It's
Yeah.
actually
Oh,
the
to
Brits-
yeah.
The
I
Brits
learned that a
invented the
while
word
ago.
soccer.
Yeah, it was you guys that keyed the term soccer. Actually.
Yeah.
Well, I can't. Where'd you get that from, then?
Oh, there we go. From you guys.
Where'd you get that from?
Shit.
What?
You just
Because
said.
that's all I ever heard. Soccer is from the Yanks. I never heard soccer in the UK. It's just-
Excuse me.
doesn't
Did you
exist.
say? Did you just
Look
refer
it
to us
up.
as Yanks?
I
How
know.
dare you, sir?
If someone
You know
turns
anything about
around
me,
and said to me in the UK, I didn't put my garbage out on Monday. I say, what the
You
fuck are you talking about?
uncultured
Garbage. It's rubbish. It's rubbish in the UK. It's not
Jewish
garbage.
man, you say that stuff, Riddle.
Sig
It's like
P320.
soccer. It's like soccer.
Sig P320
Sock
AXG combat with a 20 round mag, and a Romeo optic. A very nice, although some people might be afraid it's going to blow their dick off in any second.
I was going to make a joke, but it might be too soon.
Yeah.
Papa, you don't know anything about guns, though.
No, I
he
see
does.
stuff on the phone and
Oh,
the
okay.
interwaves.
He
All right,
may
your-
not
your
like
opinion's
guns, but
valid. I
he
get
does
it.
have them.
Never
But
said
no,
never said that.
didn't say that.
Not
Oh.
once in all the years I've known him has he ever said that.
You know what? I am spreading misinformation. I should be banned.
Soccer was originally a common term for football in the UK. What? In the UK.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Cap coming in clutch here. Wow. You're going to fight your own kind now?
So what did you search? What was the search engine for that? American takes.
Just look up the word soccer.
I don't like the way you said American, okay?
American soccer.
Why did
It
that
doesn't make any
pink
sense. It's more like rugby than it is fucking football.
It is more like rugby, but at the same time,
Oh, rugby's pretty
rugby actually is pretty cool. But
Yeah.
I'd still rather watch football. It's just
And to be honest with you, the good thing about rugby and American football is that when they compare the tackles, there's no argument. Who's the hardest players out there?
But you're wearing pads in football.
Well, you lot wear a lot of pads.
That's
yeah,
what I
it's
mean.
not-
They wear pads. Right?
Yeah, he
Stop
literally-
my nipple from showing.
he literally just did.
But in rugby, they hit that hard without the pads.
No, they
Who's
don't. Oh, sometimes.
No.
I've seen video.
I've seen
there is
it.
rule. There is
Mostly
rules. They
wrestling.
can't they can't do neck. They can't do neck things like you can do in America. I see.
If they let's
You
be
know
real
what I mean?
here. If they hit as hard as they did with the pads on, they'd be dead, dude. Let's be real
Yeah.
here.
Well, I mean, there's many YouTube clips out there comparing American football
Yeah,
tackles
and
and
I'm
rugby
sure
tackles.
they're not biased at all.
Yeah, don't give me
Wow.
many. Give me one so I can judge it.
They're both badass. I don't think it's worth
No, they
arguing, frankly. Who's Eric
fun.
Doherty?
Okay, let's change it.
Doherty?
Well, anyways, he's quoting Christy Nome says he showed up with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammo.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't
Right.
matter.
What good's
So
a weapon
she-
without ammo?
She supports the 2A, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
So she's-
it's yeah. Wait, hold on. Wait,
That's what she
She
is.
says
Wait,
to
so
a reporter, you just claimed he posed the reporter said to her, you just claimed he posed a threat to law enforcement. And Nome says, that is no claim, it is facts. He showed up with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammo.
It doesn't matter.
She also
No.
labeled him a
He's
domestic
legally
terrorist.
allowed to do that.
yeah, that's not enough. Gnome said that, right? That's not enough.
She
course
also
not.
labeled him a domestic terrorist. Someone else in the press asked, and she said yes.
Obstruction is not a
definition.
domestic
That is
terrorist.
the definition.
To justify the murder. Gotcha. Well, sounds a lot like everybody uses the same playbook, huh?
Yep.
And everybody is
Yay.
like, wow, no, it's on the facts on this one.
What
But
facts?
he did show up with that. She is right. That is a fact, but it is not a threat if it stayed in his holster.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He
That's
would
true.
be legally carrying.
Yeah, he's allowed to have that.
Yeah, there's no
Well,
rule that says
yeah.
you can't bring a gun to a
Depends
protest.
on what the state law
Well,
is.
Like last time,
Then again-
what's the point in having a gun without ammo?
You would be really pushing it though, because okay, so say what? Didn't somebody mention before that you're allowed to conceal carry in Minnesota? I believe Cap said
With
that,
a
right?
permit, with a
Yes.
permit.
Okay, yes. Okay, so if you have a permit, you're allowed to do that, but you're also, protesting against ICE, and you have that. it's really gonna, whether you're wrong or right. You're open to do that. You're open. You're susceptible to having a lethal encounter. Let's just be real here. Now,
Well, this is what I said. This is what I said. When he had the interaction, he had to come clean straight away. Otherwise, it's like a fucking roulette game, and I don't fancy his odds.
It's not right. Don't get me wrong. It's not right what happened. Like, at least from what I know from right now, it looks bad. But
do you agree it comes down to being really dull though? Because that woman that was shot, she was fucking retarded. Whichever way you look at it, if she'd have fucking got out of her car, she'd be alive now. And if he'd have turned around, right, and put his hands up immediately and not resisting, in just being awkward and resisting in general, then guess what? He'd be here now.
it is just a bit odd that for no reason he would just shoot him. For no reason.
Well,
it is
that's
also
not. Who says it's no reason?
Well, I didn't say that it was. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, it would be weird if that was the case.
Yes, no, I agree with that.
Well, how you guys feel if someone reaches? Do you think an officer can shoot you if you're reaching for something, even though you can't see what they're reaching for?
No, I do think you have to have some other context to believe that there's a deadly weapon there.
Without him making threats to you either.
I have a counter question.
Okay.
If
someone else said he has a gun, maybe a third party said he's armed.
Someone was yelling gun, gun, gun. And that's when they all freaked out and all backed up. So
there's a funny thing with that gun, gun, gun thing. Unfortunately, if a cop yells that, there's no reason that all the other cops have to verify. The gun, gun, gun is to notify everybody he has a gun, and it's time to start shooting.
Yeah, it's an imminent threat.
How about I have his gun, gun, gun? No?
Just kidding.
Here's my counter question, just quickly. Did the officer that took that first shot have a clean shot, or did he risk his other officers' lives with that shot?
I don't know. I don't know what.
Well,
he
was. The angle was pretty downward.
We'll never know. We'll never know, but he hit the target.
I'm just saying that.
Well, the way you're asking that question,
I don't think that it was a very open shot. I think he took a very risky shot.
We don't know though, do we? We can't.
No, but I'm allowed to have my
basically. Opinion. No, I know, but like you said, when you say you think, I'm thinking, well, we can't give an educated guess. Because all we know is that he didn't.
Yeah, but
he didn't miss.
He's my guess retarded.
He's right. Like, he has a good concern about that. He's not wrong. Like, to question that.
And that will come down to training.
Yeah. But once again, this gun business. Like you said, as soon as they do that, I think most coppers then they just back up a foot, get their guns out, and point it. You know what I mean?
Point it, but not shoot.
Well, but we all know what comes after they. You get like.
That's not always true.
4 coppers pointing guns at someone.
It all comes down to as to why that particular cop chose to shoot him. What did he see? Where's that body cam footage? We'll see soon, I suppose.
We'll put it that way. If he didn't see his hand at any point at that time after the gun.
Either way, all these guys have body cams, right? It'll come out eventually, very soon.
They don't all have body cams. ICE don't all have body cams. A lot of them use mobile.
Oh, it seemed like they had a lot of them, but I mean, one of them's got to, right?
Yeah, yes. Some of them do, some of them don't. So that one with that goodie woman.
Usually,
the one that was his, he films with his mobile. He did that POV was his mobile.
The ICE agents. Hold on. Cap says the ICE agents don't wear body cams. So where did we get that footage where the guy got clipped by the car?
That was his phone.
Well, I just told you. I literally just told you. It was his phone.
I thought that was his body cam. My bad.
No,
That's my bad. I'm sorry.
No, I literally took that to you 20 seconds before.
Yeah, but
if
they're detaining somebody, they're going to video record it for liability reasons too. So someone might have been videotaping in that area, unless it just happened too fast.
Wait, so how many? So only some ICE agents wear body cams then?
Well, yeah, I mean, last week, as I was told,
or none of them.
Are you going to listen to me this time? Because you didn't listen to me the last time I told you this.
Well, because you talk so much, it's hard to listen to you all the time.
Well, no. Well, so the problem you've got is when I actually explained to you that they use mobiles because they used it last week in that Goody attack, then you literally come out the next sentence, interrupt me, and actually ask that same question. Then you just want to listen a bit more often.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. So last week, that guy was filming his mobile. From what I was told last week is that not all ICE officers have body cams. Now, it might be right that none of them do, but clearly not all of them do, because I've seen many of them using their mobiles. I know it's sort of thing I'm live streaming, it's sort of thing I look at.
Okay.
Oh, that was his personal phone.
But I think it goes straight to an app, and I think that, you know, they
All right,
do
so
surveillance on all these people.
you know it's funny because my question was more directed towards Bottle Cap and not you. But if you're speaking for Bottle Cap, that's fine.
Just real quick, everybody, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has an ICE directive. That's Directive 19010.3 for those that are nerds and want to go back later. The policy says they do not mandate body cameras, so Bottle Cap is accurate on that statement.
Yeah, they're mandated. Okay, so none of them wear it then?
It's not mandated. They have the right.
It's not mandated, so
they don't have to.
I mean, some might, some might not.
I got you.
But I think the reason why they like using the mobiles is because they can go straight onto like one of their websites or one of their software things where they can start doing intelligence on people.
If I was an ICE,
that would make sense.
It's not submissive to court. They don't have the automatic right to that video in court.
Yeah.
So they can use it though. They might not, but they can use it not in court, but they can use it to help their investigations. You know what I mean?
I don't understand why they're not mandated to have body cameras like the rest of the law enforcement.
Yep, I agree.
The thing is, I watch videos on YouTube all the time, and the police don't have body cams, and the auditor will say, "Why haven't you got body cams?" And they said, "We can't afford it." And it's the most retarded thing to say here. So there's many
for federal,
sources.
it's retarded to say, but for locals, there does come down to a money issue. So, but
I'm sorry. Body cams per se aren't that expensive. I don't really see the big cost.
We're talking about the U.S. government, and a pen costs them $800.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we got the same problem in the UK. I know we got the same in the UK Army. They were paying like £8 for a bolt, an M8 bolt. I mean, I know all about that.
But no, yeah. If anything, there should be a mandate for them to, especially with everything going on. But they should definitely have to wear body cams. It's more to save their asses too. So
yeah. They say as soon as they go body cams on.
I don't know what this.
There's less crime. There's less complaints against the police, and vice versa. As soon as you go body cam, it clears a lot of it up.
I want to fire back against Lee here too when I get a chance.
Yeah.
Where's Lee?
You know what? Yeah, I was going to say like with the whole body cam thing with ICE and local police here, but yeah, it just seems like because Cap has mentioned like what is it? The body cam is not expected to be used by all local police officers. Well, don't you think they should be working with ICE so they can maybe not helping them directly?
Well,
but
Cap
they should be.
Cap didn't say anything about that.
I'm sorry, what?
Cap's point is independent of that.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. It should be because that's not what I'm saying.
So Lee said, geez, guys, he accepts the arrest, doesn't fight back, informs them that he has a weapon in his left or right pocket or whatever, then he lives. Come on. My response to that my response to that is for any individual, I'm not saying what he did was right or wrong.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is any individual in the future that has a problem with an officer, say that officer actually is performing an unlawful act and they push back against it, that's basically telling them that if they push back against it, they're going to be executed.
Well, there's the other way. There's the other way of looking at it. If you resist an unlawful arrest, right, which I think you can do in America in some cases.
No,
not
so far.
Okay, in the UK, you clearly can't as well. You just take the arrest and you go for the sue later. That's how you do it. You don't fight back That makes no sense to me, and it's very easy to do. I've been in very volatile situations where I've had coppers basically punch me in the head multiple times.
To your
And
own
you can't
comment,
do
you're
anything.
saying you're stating that the cops had a moment of adrenaline, right? Well, what if this individual that was being attacked by the cops had a moment of adrenaline where he was fighting for his life?
Well, this is what I said and Lee just said. We're talking about dull people here, because if he had just fucking put his hands up in the sky, showed his weapon when he pulled his shirt up and said, arms, just fucking leave it out. I'm walking off the road or whatever. He'd be still here now.
Maybe.
The sad thing about it all, he goes to a riot, he goes to a fucking protest, armed, okay, he's allowed to, right?
But
and then he resists multiple times. It wasn't just one time he was on the road. He was challenged about 3 times before they grabbed him.
Actually, I'm not sure what the law in Minnesota is about. Some states ban, like New York, I think, bans carrying a weapon to protests.
Yeah, it
I'm not sure what the law is in Minnesota.
I think it's okay because I haven't heard of that, but I'm in agreement. In some states you can't. Like I've heard of that too.
All right, can I at least
they haven't
say
brought it up in this
maybe even just to base point even a little bit is that if you are physically resisting arrest like that, you are probably going to be subjected to
15 bullets.
An ass, yeah.
Wow.
You might be, depending on the situation. Unfortunately, I don't agree with it, but yeah, you would be subjected. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying
would
it's
just
right.
hope that in those scenarios where you're going to get 15 bullets, it's like a 1% chance or less. Because if you're not actively trying to pull,
you would think
them, and they're going to use unreasonable force.
In a perfect world, yes. If everything was lollipops and unicorns, that would be great. But in reality, if you're showing up to a highly political event with a weapon, not that you're going to do anything with it, right? That's your right to carry it. But you start resisting arrest physically and you have it upon you, people will absolutely, that you do kind of leave yourself open to that possibility that you might get shot. It's unfortunate.
Can I play devil's advocate real quick?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You never do.
I don't like it. I'm on your side, RW. I just think that in reality, that would happen.
We also got to look at the situation. The ICE officer pushed him. The lady goes back, and then automatically he starts getting pepper sprayed to the face. So what happens?
I didn't see
pepper sprayed.
I saw him get pepper sprayed to the back of his head. Now he must have turned his face once he felt it.
That goes in your eyes. You don't know what's going on. You're disoriented. You get pushed to the ground. So
it adds to the adage: don't go to a fucking protest riot.
Whoa!
With
You're
a
allowed to
fucking
go to
gun.
protest in America, okay? You're allowed to.
Yeah, but I've been to riots. I film riots, and I've been to many. Guess what I do? I don't take my ID with me on a protest riot. I never take my ID with me ever, because guess what? They can pull you over and they can search you. And they get your ID that way, right? I don't bring any. I don't bring any identifiers. I don't have my watch with me. I don't have loads of. I don't have like a credit card with me. That's for sure. So it's just cash. And the reason why I do that is for those reasons. And if I was in America now and I could legally carry, I wouldn't take a fucking gun to a protest.
That's
it's just fucking retarded. But this is it. I can be quite crazy, but I can be quite, think about things as well. And I think that these two people that were killed in the last 2 weeks, two people, if they'd done different actions, they'd be here now. But they're dull and stupid, and they chose the wrong actions, and that's why they're not here now.
So I didn't really understand your devil's advocate. Can you explain what you were saying?
The resistant of arrest. Was he really resisting arrest? Because by the time he got pushed, he got pepper sprayed. He could have been disoriented.
Just get off the road.
All of a
Don't
sudden, he
stand
has
on the
all
road
these
like a
hands
cunt.
on him on the ground. He doesn't know what's going on. He can hear, but he can't probably see. His first reaction is probably get to his face.
Are you saying you think there's a chance he didn't know he was being?
No. He knew, but at the same time, in that situation, pain's going through your eyes.
Okay.
So
So he might have been clawing and reaching without really thinking about what he was doing.
but that doesn't go to your waist. But we don't know what was on his waist. None
Think-
of the video shows anything.
Just sorry, real quickly. Someone just reached for his gun and took it. He would have felt that. He could have been reaching back for what just happened as well.
Exactly.
He could have also reached back and grabbed his secondary magazine, and that's the thing that he could have had in his hand.
Why would he grab a secondary magazine?
He's
He
fucked
didn't
up.
know.
He's grabbing whatever he can.
Well, that's
Okay, well,
a mistake. That's not going to.
That's
a mistake
grounds
that
for
cost him his
termination.
life.
In some
Exactly.
aspects, that's grounds for termination. I'm sorry. It's unfortunate. It sucks. I know.
It's
I'm
not
not,
ground for termination.
but it is.
It depends on the
disagree.
context.
Yeah, in this context is the context.
And I have to
It's
say,
legal
RW, that
required to buy.
there is legal case law of people being allowed to use deadly force against police officers, but it is very, very hard to win that.
I'm not
Yeah, I
saying
thought-
he
I
had legal
thought-
grounds to threaten an officer's life, but what I am saying is they killed this guy very quickly based on the judgment calls that they made. They don't. The police officer that took that first shot saw his weapon taken. So if he was reaching back for that same weapon that wasn't there,
I don't know that you
that's,
can conclude
I'm
that.
making the assumption based on him looking straight down at it
Well,
being
that's-
taken away.
that's an assumption, that is.
Yeah, damn right, it's an assumption. This
It's
is my
assumption.
opinion.
You're allowed. It's opinion.
I
Yeah,
know,
he's
but he
right.
said it is
You
fact.
can have an opinion. It's okay.
Yeah.
He said it is fact, though.
I don't.
I think
That's
Welshman,
unlikely.
what you're
I
missing.
absolutely get.
What you're
I'm
missing
sorry.
with the concealed carry is that a lot of concealed carry guys conceal carry every single place that they can legally carry, because that's just a rule that a lot of people play by. You'd rather be caught with it than caught without, and that one time you ain't got it and the shit goes down. So yeah, I mean, it's risky bringing it to a protest, but
Okay. Okay,
it's,
let me give
it's,
it to you.
it's also risky bringing it to certain places where it might be
Let
needed.
me
You
give it to you
know-
like this, Dennis.
you know what you're doing.
It gets frisky at a protest, right? And people are now getting unlawfully arrested. Just this is UK. They're getting unlawfully, as I can see it. Well, I've got a joint in my pocket. Do I step out to the line and say, oh, and get myself? No, I've got a joint in my pocket. I step back. The guy's got a gun in his pocket. Just get off the fucking road.
Did he?
Get off the road.
He was his action. Okay, we could look at that obstruction. Okay, it could be obstruction. He was in the video. What I saw, he was just flagging somebody. He gets yelled at. He gets pushed, shoved. Maybe he thought he was just gonna get pushed and shoved away. I don't know.
I hear where you're coming from.
At what point?
I don't
I hear
look
what
at
you're
it
saying.
as a. From what we see, it's not right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're like, oh, he shouldn't have done that, whatever. But was his
You see
action
that?
really that bad?
It's interesting, Topple. When we look at these, when the courts look at these, they look at it from the point of view of a reasonable officer. But you're saying let's look at it from the point of view of a reasonable protester
Yes.
who's, 1 second he's just everything's cool. He's in the middle of the road.
He's wrong, but is he?
Yeah, he's in the wrong. But it's it's some sense he doesn't realize he's 10 seconds from potentially lethal encounter, because that's not on his mind.
Is
And
the
suddenly
standard innocent until
a
proven
few
guilty?
cops come out and someone gets pushed, and then there's pepper spray, and then he's dead. And
I guess
he didn't draw on anybody as far as
you
he's
could say the
concerned.
same thing for the ICE officer. Oh, he's
No,
innocent until
that's-
proven guilty, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm
correct.
just saying
No. This is RW said, not you.
That's- I think both should be innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
Well, there you
bring
go.
Let's bring in the new
Lawful.
guy. Get his
Lawful
opinion.
and awful. That's it.
New guy.
Don't bring it
What-
up. Guns
What
full
say
round.
you?
Where's the new guy?
You
that's you.
down there.
Well, I was just off of what Last Dance was saying just there. Like in the one video, the second video that we all saw, where the chick's filming and she's pretty close. That guy, when that video first starts out, he's like right next to her with his camera out, and he's like, so it's kind of like when you see that video, you're almost seeing it through his eyes at the beginning, and then all of a
Right.
sudden, it's 10 seconds later and that dude's dead. You know, I mean,
Right.
he's just in the same spot that the chick taking the thing is, and you don't think of her as being dangerous or putting herself in a bad situation. And she was just as close to death as he was, to be honest. It's kind of weird.
Well, did she have a gun?
Well, I mean, I don't know. She could have. She had the right to.
Was she carrying the extra magazine?
If she did, she'd mostly be laid on a slab now rather than him.
Well, you know, I mean, this isn't directly relevant, but I'm curious. I don't really know why this thing escalated to that point. He was
Yeah,
out in the
what's
road.
going on? What's with the whistles? Is that the people? Like, are they trying
They're
to
warning- they're
tell
warning-
everybody over
Yeah.
here, over here?
Yeah.
Those
ISIS
are the
right.
protesters.
Yes, that's the MO.
ICE is here, alerts everybody around.
I'm sorry, Lassie. I mean,
Yeah. And then blow whistles in their ear at the same time. Yeah,
Yeah,
it is a warning for the community. So that they'll drive down the street, keeping their horn and whistling.
Although this isn't really that important, it does. You know, I'm trying to wonder how ICE, you know, how do they handle the, you know, a problem like people standing in the street? Do they just all run out like guerrillas and mob the people? It just looks.
Well, the other thing they do is they
kind of-
walk around with their cell phone to document it, I guess.
Yeah, it looked kind of
Two total
clumsy
sides
and
spectrum.
not particularly impressive the way
Spider-Man.
they mobbed. I don't know whether was it just two protesters that all, you know, 7 ICE agents were trying to attack.
Well, we know 5 can't detain one person, so
They can if they put 15 bullets in them.
And did they just throw that chick to the ground? Did I see that right?
My interpretation is she was knocked down in ice and slipping. That was my interpretation of her.
Oh, I thought they shoved her to the ground.
So she had problems with more than one kind of ice.
Yeah.
And then the guy that got killed was holding on to her for dear life. I don't know if he was just confused, trying to.
Yeah, did he drag her back onto the road? Because I couldn't work that out. Well,
Yeah,
it's like
if they were both flagged with mace and they were slipping on the ice, they could have been trying to help each other get up and everything. That I think
Maybe.
that besides the point issue.
Yeah, it just I want to kind of understand every movement at this point.
Right.
Well,
Is it-
there's also a playbook, and I don't know if this. I'm just saying this is what I heard. I'm not saying this is this instant. When someone's being detained, there's a playbook supposedly that they know that anybody that's around jump and grab the person. The more bodies on it, ICE are more likely to walk away. But like I agree with RW, it was probably more like they were both screwed up, didn't know what was going on. More likely that happened.
Okay. I'm just looking for more videos. I feel like during the pub here, more information is going to come out tonight. So
There's no video. It's gonna be like tomorrow or 2 days if there's actually close-up video. And if it's not favoring the ICE agent, we probably won't see it till the court date.
Right.
Well, no, even with the good
Well-
shooting, they brought out videos of people interpreting the film and slowing it down and everything. That one that he just grabbed earlier, that was actually more decent than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people, even in this scenario, and instead of the good shooting, I think there's a lot of people that lean to the right that are not happy.
well, yourself.
I think it's going to be lawful and it's awful. That's sadly, the end result of this. You know, it's going to be just a Rittenhouse. Nothing's going to happen.
Oh no! Don't compare those two. They're not the same.
Yeah, I think there are multiple
Okay, it's a small
there are
house.
multiple
It's a small
issues
house.
to get past here for ICE.
I don't think this is going to disappear as quickly as you guys think it's going to
No.
disappear.
This one's
I agree with you, RW. I think this may
No, this is going to be way
this
worse.
may be
Than,
the thing that causes ICE to pull back, or Trump to pull ICE back.
Trump's already said some dumb shit on this, so I can't count on him for this one.
Trump
But I
said
think
dumb
that
shit?
the people are going to have a loud voice on this one.
God.
I think he'll throw more. He'll throw more. He'll throw more.
Yeah.
more agents at it.
I agree with AFED on that.
And then
one.
then he'll be like, see these thugs, and he just won't see He won't see the other side whatsoever.
No side will back down because we all know that one side always sees the other side, right? They always do that. They're always fair, right? So here's what's going to happen. Nobody's going to back down. You're right. They're going to have an all-out war over there, basically.
Yep.
I mean, sometimes people have calmer heads, or situations would always escalate.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think.
Example?
Well, sure. I think in certain situations, I'm sure history wouldn't lie about this. That that in a situation, maybe they would like somebody else would maybe at least put a pause to things for a day or two.
We need a Fetterman.
You know what?
Power outage in Greenland going on an hour.
Oh no, we're going to attack.
That must be us. We're attacking Greenland right now.
Greenland or Greensboro? American flags everywhere. Fucking American I'm sure it's just unusual timing, but Friday night is a good time for an invasion. Saturday night, that.
Hey, there's power outages all across the southern United States. Is that Greenland attacking us?
No, but we're quickly reaching Iranian status.
Are we really?
Well, the communications with electronics down. That's all. I'm just making a snide comment.
Oh man,
interesting cup of tea. Some people do actually think that he has a hand in this, as well as the mayor.
In his verbal motivations. Otherwise, I think he's absolutely useless.
Rhetoric,
yeah. Can someone play his speech? I think it's only about a minute and a half. I mean, he's supposed to represent the city. He's supposed to represent the city. Honest to God, he's literally inciting people to commit crimes against federal employees. Technically, and he's saying it with a like you'd be seen as like heroes to do so.
RW, you on it?
I think he's actually talking about Jacob Fry's speech.
Well, I think Fry's speech was more damning, but I can look up Walls, yeah.
Whichever.
Yeah, Fry was. Yeah.
Well, if Waltz has admitted his arms, Fry didn't say anything about the arms. He just said he got taken out.
Governor of Minnesota, for anybody in the chat wondering, it's Tim Walz.
Yes, English.
He was going to be our vice president. Well, you didn't know that?
Yeah, that's a big deal too, right? He was going to be our possibly vice president right next to Kamala Harris.
Well, he's up to his neck in it with the fraud, isn't he? Let's be honest about it. I think he basically resigns because he knows that shit's going to hit the fan there. And let's be honest about it. Of all accounts, it was known for over 8 years. Yet there was no any major steps to deal with this at all. I mean, we're talking billions.
He has no criminal culpability.
Well, say for example, if he's been formally told this by email that they think there's widespread fraud going on with the day clinics, and then he just turns his back to it, surely he's.
It's gonna be okay, Topple. Don't worry. It's gonna be all right.
Last dance, would you say a CEO has any culpability in a major theft going on in a particular department of his company that he might not have any direct oversight on, but yet it's still happening under his...
And he knew about it,
Culpability. There's criminal, legal, civil, and then just the board of directors holding him accountable.
Right. I mean, you could say it's bad governorship that he's
absolutely.
If he's missing something, and we're not talking a couple $100,000 here. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars over time. I mean, staggering.
There's a lot of people to blame for that, including possibly Tim Walz. But just the structure and nature of Medicare and Medicaid and etc. They just kind of encourage fraud. That's why it's so easy, because they're not well administered.
Yeah, so the real question I was saying in chat is that the real question is like, why is the state allowing this to be a thing? Like, it should be cracked down on. Why is it not investigated?
First of all, you don't know what they're allowing. I'm not sure everything. I don't. There's a lot of reasons to believe that.
Well, okay, fraud
yeah, exactly.
is being allowed. So why is it being allowed? Why is it not being?
I would say there's no evidence it's being allowed per se.
Okay,
as in someone knows.
Okay, so
to ignore it.
See, then why is it not being investigated? Has it not been investigated for years? I would call that being allowed to happen.
What was the name of that 24-year-old YouTuber that?
Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley, the one I always promote in here.
The Trump administration, when that video came out, they said they're already pursuing many cases in Minnesota, including some of the places that he visited.
Yeah, it's crazy that a YouTuber has to expose things. It's insane.
There's no evidence. I've yet to see any evidence that he actually exposed anything.
Oh, I could show you evidence. Absolutely. What do you mean? His YouTube videos are literal evidence of him exposing a fraudulent Somali daycare center.
That wasn't already being investigated for fraud?
Oh, was it?
No. Right. They had arrested 89 people, and I believe 88 of them were of Somali descent, and there was one that wasn't. So yeah, there was a current thing going on, but he did expose many more daycare centers. In fact, the Quality Leering Center, right? We know about the Leering Center. The Leering Center said that he turned up at the wrong time of day, and when they were on holiday. That was not the case at all. He filmed them on the 16th, I think it was. That's what he says. But on top of that, then when he went back to revisit, the council had said that the Quality Leering Center had closed. Yeah, the Quality Leering Center on that particular day, because Nick Shirley was filming outside, started bringing kids in.
Yeah, that's true, and they lied about it. They lied about it multiple times. They changed their stories, and then it closed afterwards. Yes.
Who lied?
I mean,
they.
This particular center, the Leering Center. This is where they get the meme from, right?
I know the center, but
that's what I'm saying.
Exactly
when I say they, the Somalian fraud group. You want to hear they? That's what it is. The Somalian
but
fraud
you
group.
You don't know whether they were being investigated at the time or before or not.
Well, the person who owns the Quality Leering Center has been very close to Tampon Tim and our friend from Somalia, because the congresswoman, because there's photos of the owner of the Leering Center and the two of them together, more than once.
Okay, so Dance's hold on, I gotta respond to Dance here because he's saying we don't know that they were being investigated before that. So your gripe is that that I said that Nick Shirley exposed it and that I used the term expose?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, guess what? Shedding light upon the situation. Is that better for you?
No, I want to know what new information that wasn't known by authorities already did Nick Shirley.
Authorities? Oh, did we get all the information from authorities?
Did Nick Shirley expose? Did he? I mean, if they're already investigating, if they're already investigating them, what did Nick Shirley do?
Okay, there's over 800 daycares in the state, I believe. Okay, of Leering centers, etc., for children, for autistics and Leering centers in general. So if they've arrested 89 people, right, that would be you could say that could mostly be 70 premises. So yeah. It seems to be much more rife than that. 10% is clearly not enough for fraud. They're into the fucking 70% of the establishments are fraud. It's pretty obvious.
All right, Dance. So you do admit that there's massive fraud happening, right?
Well, I'm willing to admit that there's substantial fraud. I'm not.
Substantial is okay. No, okay. Oh, okay. Substantial and massive. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure. It sounds massive to me.
Okay. I mean, you if you want to use that word, I'm not going to say don't use it.
Oh wow! All right.
I'll pick my words and you pick yours.
Well, it's funny that you didn't argue with that particular one. Okay, so you agree that there is massive fraud happening in Minnesota that are particularly Somalian.
I think he says substantial.
I agree.
Oh,
that
he said substantial. I'm saying massive.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Well, how do you define massive? Is it a relative term or an absolute term?
Substantial.
I define massive. I just define.
How do you define substantial?
When they have substantial numbers. I'm just kidding. A lot of numbers. A lot. The majority.
I'll agree with a lot.
we got it.
A lot.
Way too much. Like way too
Okay,
much.
I'll agree with way too much.
Okay, chaps. I've seen footage from Idaho as well showing the same problems with these. They're not called learning centers. They're called learning centers in Idaho, and in California, I've seen YouTubers exposing. They think that this is right throughout the whole country.
Idaho is a.
I think
and there seems to be a common denominator. It seems to be full of, should we say, people that have recently arrived in your country.
Adventurers.
Adventurers.
Steve is going to speak.
What do you mean it was a good chess? RW.
So, in other words, Tim Walz, his speech that he gave today, he did good politicking. He didn't say grandiose things. He was on par with his base. So it doesn't reach his base's comment. So the words that came out of the mayor is very different. So I think I'm trying to narrow that down.
That's what Based was actually alluding to, the mayor's comments.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the mayor. It is.
I'm time stamping at the moment. Just give me like 5 more minutes.
Even though Tampon Tim said some crazy stuff last week, yeah, it's the mayor. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, if they'd have said that in the UK, if someone like Tommy would have said something like that in the UK, he'd be arrested.
Wow.
I mean, and the mayor just carries on with his job. I'll have a look now. I'm not saying that's good either way, but I mean, he's got a responsibility to look after his constituents. And the best thing he could say there is not to inflame the situation worse.
It's a strange dynamic. It's like they're putting up this fight to policing their own people from breaking the law. So what the feds are going to end up doing to protect their own federal agents is bringing in the military, which is going to be way worse than if they just had the police do their fucking job.
Yeah.
And I don't want the military there, but they'll be worse at this. Instead of 9mm shooting that guy, who knows what it could be? Fucking Saw. Going off straight there. Can you imagine? Rate of fire.
I've seen ICE protests in Florida, and they all stay on the pavement. Because if they come off the pavement and step on the road, they're going to get arrested, and they know that, so they stay on the pavement.
Now, just for the record, I meant a SAW as in squad automatic weapon, which is the
I know
I know.
Okay, I got
you. Yeah, that's dark. That's a crazy gun too.
It's a great gun.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you meant.
M249, I believe.
That's Saw.
I knew a guy who worked with. He was in the military in a sniper team, and he worked with snipers, and he was the SAW man. And they did stuff in Afghanistan, and the snipers would do their stuff, and then the SAW would finish off the rest. And that thing is just a beast, man. Crazy. Crazy shit.
So what does the SAW do after the sniper does his job?
Yeah, they did. There was a lot of pot over there.
Yeah, but I'm still confused what the SAW does after the sniper does. I don't know what's the SAW.
It's a machine gun, basically.
It's a machine gun. It's a badass machine gun.
It kills them.
It mows them down.
So it's a bit like that A10 one, is it? That air gun one, but on the ground, and it just.
No, it's not a huge.
It's portable.
Yeah, it's a shoulder fired.
Yeah.
Weapon. It's
Right. And it just blitzes like a square footage, like a large space.
yeah, sort of. I
Yeah.
mean, if you can picture what the old M60 looked like, this is just a modern version of that. It's less
Right.
clunky, it's more streamlined, a little faster rate of fire.
What's that gun ship? The one that's got just one gun in the center.
That's the A10 Warthog. That is a
Yeah,
bad.
is it 800 rounds or a minute?
Wait,
It's-
that's a
it's-
vehicle. What the fuck?
It's fat. That's a plane, and it's
Fine, yeah.
the gun is
Yeah.
like 20 feet long. The barrels are 16 feet long. It's insane. It goes from the front of the plane like halfway down to the back of the plane. It's
Yeah.
all, and it shoots.
It's on the center, isn't it?
Yeah,
the plane is built around the gun, is the way it works
Yeah.
out.
the rounds
that's
will
exactly-
go through. They'll go through a tank, like through the top, out the bottom, and then explode in the ground.
I think the way Last Dance just described it is exactly how I was told about it as well, which is basically they build the plane around the gun. I think that's exactly the statement I heard previous.
Yeah, and when you hear it on video, it kind of sounds like
Wow.
it's the fart of death. It's like
So,
Yeah, it's definitely.
exactly. But like, of course, with video, you can't get a gauge of what the volume is like. I'm sure
Right.
it shakes your molars. You know, you feel it in your chest. I'm sure. So yeah, it's a great one. And I think they're retiring that plane, which is bullshit.
really
Mhm.
hard to believe.
Because even if it's got I would have thought a good kill rate. It just causes carnage because it could just spray like a large span of area.
What's
And
the
just get
what's the
enemy-
plane?
Warthog.
Yeah, the Warthog.
What
Yeah.
do you think their plan is? To replace it with drones or just helicopters do a better job?
Yeah, I think a couple like helicopters or things that are much further away can kill tanks like 100 miles or whatever. You know, with the use of drones, up close surveillance and long distance stuff. I think they just want to get guys away from proximity of anything that can get them killed. And that plane is in the fight.
Right.
I mean, there's some famous pictures of them coming back in Iraq and Afghanistan, like half shot up, big holes in them, and they can still fly. Yes, it's cool. They're badass and tough, but in a military standpoint, they don't want their guys to be that close if they don't have to be, you know?
Right.
Keep them further away.
You know the Venezuela thing. I wanted to look into it and I haven't. So I'm getting reports coming in and that they used some sort of
Awesome. They're going to
sonic
keep it.
sound weapon against the Venezuelans. So when they came in with the helicopters, of all accounts, the Venezuelan army were all throwing up blood at the time. I don't know if you've heard anything about this. Have you heard anything about this?
It came
I've
from
heard that.
some of the witnesses who actually survived, unlike the guys who were brought back to Cuba in boxes that were about like this big, which I still don't understand how that worked. But the Cuban guards, did anyone catch that?
No.
I heard that the Cubans admitted 32 of their soldiers were killed.
And when they brought them back, they were in these tiny little boxes. It
That
was
I don't-
very
I didn't read
strange.
Get the footage up, someone. Let's have a look.
Can,
Very-
can
So what is it? A sonic weapon? Is that what it's called, or what?
I don't know. They're not really officially saying what exactly it was.
Yeah,
Trump-
I got a link for you.
It basically, I think it rendered them hopeless, though, didn't it? It rendered them like helpless. Sorry. I mean, that might have been a reason why there was no deaths or hardly any problems.
the old brown note.
Yeah. Mythbusters tested that.
Have you seen the footage from Serbia where they used it on a protest? You seen that footage last year? They
No.
used like one of those wave sound things in a protest in Serbia. It's been admitted and everything. There was the footage, so they've taken the footage has been analysed, and it's the same There's this product. And basically the whole street just disappeared. They all ran away. So they put this beam down the middle of the avenue and the whole street, seriously, it was an invisible wave. Everyone just run. They went like left and right and backwards. You couldn't stand in the zone. So yeah, if you put it in Serbia and some sort of sonic riot control thing, that's what so the technology's there, obviously. I'm just saying that would be a visible, you can actually see it.
Here's the boxes.
Well, Trump called it the discombobulator.
So they must have been blown up. There wasn't much left of the Cuban soldiers.
Yeah. How do you know they didn't send child soldiers?
That was just the ball.
I mean, it's just awkward the way they have to come out.
Wait, guys, is that the Cubans said they brought them back? Is that?
Yes,
it's the Cubans.
I think that's. I don't think that's the size of what they brought back. I just think they've just done that. Just got 24 boxes or whatever. That's what I think that is.
It's comical. Fuck whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe any of that. I think there's nothing in any of those boxes.
They're just representative, is what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Well, then there's nothing, like, I don't know what it is. It's got to be, you're right. I mean, what's in their hand, a foot? I mean, so what are they saying? Like the guys were completely liquefied and there's nothing left? I mean,
I think it's more of a symbolic thing than an actual remains.
Because unless they just had their heads, which would hardly fit in there, how would they say that's your person's foot or arm?
I know it doesn't make any sense, and it's not honorable. It's not stately, like it's damn near disrespectful of their own soldiers. But I mean, if that's the best they can do, I guess you work with what you got, But
maybe they were freeze dried before they were transported.
I don't know. It's bizarre,
I do have some news out of India that you guys might find interesting because we're talking about death here.
Sewage has been discovered.
There is a rogue elephant that it's still at large that's killed 22 in Jharkhand, India.
Terrorist.
So it's not like they don't have their own problems. I just want to bring them on board.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
Well,
what do you think your door is going to do against an elephant?
Yeah, but there is guns. There is guns in India, and they're going to track it down. It ain't going to survive long, is it?
Well, 22 people thought that, and
just sick the Dallas Safari Club on them and tell them they can pay $50,000 and kill an elephant, and you'll get a bunch of guys go over with 700 knives, shoot the thing. I mean,
perhaps a saw.
I mean, did he kill 22 in one stampede, or did he kill 22 over 5 days?
He could have just turned the wrong corner in one of the main streets and taken out that many by accident.
What was the book? Something Darkness, about the Lions of Tsavo that killed like 400 people back in the day.
Damn.
Great book.
Were they feds?
No, that one they would hire a professional hunter to go and kill the man-eaters, and the professional hunter ended up writing a book about it. It was
the one that survived good.
Good read, classic,
Might as well be an author. I'm the only one left.
You would think if they could do that 75 years ago, why can't they just hire some really good professional hunters to go kill this thing?
Was that in India, Steve, back then, when you were saying?
That was in Africa.
Africa, right? Yeah, so lion man-eaters, not tiger.
Yeah, yes.
You guys remember
the act, right?
Have they been bred out? Have they been bred out in Africa?
Have what?
Have they been killed out like of Africa, like the man-eaters as such? Still get them, don't they? Lions, man-eaters.
Yeah, lions still kill people. There's a great video available online of that tourist who gets out of his car in a safari and gets fucking eaten by a lion and his family.
It's just grabbed, isn't it? Just comes out, start taking a photo of about 6 foot.
Hell?
Yeah. Kids screaming and shit in the car. It's so bad.
And
wow.
Yeah, the staff were there within like 30 seconds as well, weren't they?
Almost as bad as
the staff slowly pulled their car over his body, but by then they'd finished him off.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly. So, yeah.
Just like ice. Damn.
The lions will eat and kill whatever is alive and near them when they're hungry. So I don't think they don't go, oh, human, not going to kill it, you know. So it's up to the humans to keep themselves alive, not the lions.
Interesting. So where do you get this in? Like, where can I see it? Basically, is what I'm asking.
I could show it here, but it's a little too graphic for the crowd, I think.
All right.
But RW, what is the story with this elephant, this rogue?
The rogue. I can read you the blurb. You ready?
Blurb me.
Yeah.
All right. Put your blurb glasses on, boys. Since January 1st in West Singbom's Chaibasa area, the single-tusked in Must has killed at least 22 people, including a family of 4 and an infant, while covering 30 kilometers nightly and dodging capture attempts with drones and tranquilizers. Jharkhand declared an elephant emergency, urging villagers to avoid forests amid failed efforts by over 100 forest personnel. The tragedy highlights India's rising human-elephant conflicts, with habitat loss driving elephants into villages and causing over 2,800 deaths nationwide in 5 years. I'm with the elephants.
Okay.
They didn't go into village. The village went into them.
I'm with the humans, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, because what's the real? We don't know the real situation.
That's
okay. We don't know. I need video evidence. Does the elephant have a body cam? Like, we need to know what's really going on, dude.
Maybe the carrying.
What's this whistle? I can hear whistling.
Who's Darth Vader in here?
Most of the elephant body cam is AI.
There's loads of background going on. Can we sort this background out?
I don't.
The animals are rising up. Now they serve for
even if it's positive because they literally don't have their own house anymore, so they're going into the cities. I mean,
one 12-year-old killed.
Who's got background noise on? Can we get the background noise sorted out? Who's got noise on in the background?
If it's you,
I don't.
We've got some explaining to do.
Lee, does the guy got bitten in half?
I don't know.
Do both halves form a new
Well,
person?
can you hear background noise?
I do.
Not
Yeah.
anymore.
No,
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't hear it now.
Yeah, I'll mute too. Hold on.
I'll tell you, it's
Whoever
crazy.
it was, they know it was whoever it was.
Somebody chewed a hole in my gas cap on my snowblower. Must have been a squirrel. So yeah, these animals can't control these things. I'm not kidding. I have some marine epoxy. Great stuff. It's right here. Buy this if you ever need to repair something permanently. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Like 5 years ago, I remodeled my kitchen and we had to do dishes in the bathroom sink for a day. I dropped a butter knife and put a tiny hole in my bathroom sink. I patched it with marine epoxy and it's still fine. So I just fixed the gas cap to my snowblower with that crap. What are these animals doing? What's a squirrel trying to chew through the gas cap for? What's he trying to get? Gas?
I think they like chewing on the plastics. Have you ever seen?
Yeah, they
those decks, those plastic decks.
They chew on the wheels to my smoker.
Huh?
They chew on wires in my van.
Damn.
That cost a lot of money when they caught on fire.
Oh, wow.
Right after COVID.
You're right.
Yeah,
they're
peppermint
putting their
oil.
little paws up. The gas cap is right at head height, and they're just going at it. Probably to shear their teeth down. They're the type of animal where their front teeth probably grow constantly, like woodchucks and shit.
Your gas cap is open to the elements, so you can't really keep peppermint oil on it. But for anybody that's having that issue in your car, if you spray 100% peppermint oil all over those wires, it deters them until that wears off.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big worst things.
Some other animal.
I have a
Deer
question
don't chew on it as fast.
for like people's braking. Okay, like how long have you guys had your current vehicles for? Like how many years?
A decade.
Is that a dog?
10.
About 10. Like 10's the average, right? Because I've had mine for like about 10 as well.
5.
But
4,
okay.
5.
Have you guys ever had like I don't know, just like problems with like the brakes? Not just particularly the brakes, but like something to do with the brakes. anything at all, like anything at all that affects the brakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had
Yeah.
our brakes done at, I want to say, 50,000, 40,000 miles, something like
Yeah,
that.
that's normal.
Yeah, the brake,
Yeah, I mean,
the brake calipers sticks on and stuff, so you got sticky brakes. All right.
No,
It could
no,
be-
no.
It could be.
I
It could be air and,
I mean, like critical failure while you're mid driving, kind of issues.
Oh no.
Okay.
Sounds like
Throttle body.
sabotage, sabotage, dude.
I have throttle
Yeah.
body stuff
Sabotage,
open,
or just poor design. I don't know.
Someone's trying to kill you. That's why.
Well, newer. So one of the things that's happening right now with my dad's RV is that there's a computer that reads a wheel as it spins, and because it's not functioning correctly, it'll throw the transmission around.
Yes.
So it's possible that
Wow.
with newer models, the computers can actually mess up.
It's meant for the slip where I had the same thing in my Ford one time. That's why I don't buy Ford.
I mean, it's a Sprinter drivetrain, so they're supposed to be rated. My point is, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to want a lot less computers and a lot more analog in the future because it's like nothing's wrong with my car, but now it is because the computer screwed it up.
Yeah, Riddle. What did you find? What did you take it to a mechanic? And
Yeah, immediately I had to. And you know what's
what
funny?
was
It
it?
happened. It happened again. It was like the master cylinder for my brakes just failed.
just the you
It just stopped. It just stopped.
How many miles your car done?
Yeah, like like the brakes worked, but not like you know how like a brake is just
Yeah, but
supposed to be
they're
sensitive.
serviceable items.
No, hold on.
Master cylinders go, right? They go after 50,000 miles.
No.
70,000 miles, 100,000 miles, they'll go.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, relax.
Not 50.
Yeah.
maybe 150.
Okay, they're serviceable items, right? So basically, right, your brake caliper will break down after maybe 100, 150,000 miles. But what's your car done? I asked the question. How many miles your car done?
Wait, how the fuck do you know? You don't even live in a country that has cars. Shit. Let's be real here. I mean, how the fuck do you know?
How not to answer a question?
How not to answer the question? Did I ask you a question?
Yeah, because your car, I asked you a question, because your car's done 150,000 miles, and this is done 150,000 miles, things fail occasionally.
Well, does it not depend on the model as well?
Yeah,
I mean,
models.
how
No,
many, like,
it
come on,
matters-
like, depends on the
it
type of car.
It matters
Did I
how
say
old
car?
your
Did I
car
say
is and
car
how
or
many
truck?
miles your
Like, you
car's
didn't ask
done.
anything.
And
You just said shit.
if your car's in the 100,000 miles plus range, things will
All right.
drop
Yeah.
out
Okay.
occasionally.
All right. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, it doesn't just fail while you're just driving.
Yeah, it
That's
can
supposed
though.
to be that way.
It can though.
It can, but you're supposed to be warned by the mechanic, right? Because I take it in, right? But like, it's
How
just
do I know? How do I know if my brakes are sticking when the caliper starts breaking down? Do you know why I know my brakes are sticking? Because I can smell my fucking brakes, and I touch the rim, and it's boiling hot. It fails whilst I'm fucking driving.
At the same time as so, no matter what the vehicle is, at 150,000 miles on it, it's going to have stress fracture
Shit
in the
happens.
metal and
Shit
stuff.
happens.
And so, as you're going down the road, since that metal's fatigued over that much time, it can just shear or snap when it torques or whatever, especially with major temperature differences. So it's not like it's unheard of.
I mean, I bought a car. There was a write-off, right? I paid £500 for this car 3 years ago, and you know what was wrong with it? I had loads of faults with it. It kept on breaking down and breaking down. I found out in the end it was the ECU. And I changed the ECU, and I've never had a problem since. But
Okay.
around the park on electric.
Steve, what you got?
More video.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
elephants? Of elephants?
Get me going, baby.
Yeah,
I'm
let's hear the
looking, I'm
video.
looking.
Let's see the
Green jacket, green shirt.
Oh.
Pistol comes out. Gray guy has gun. Green shirt, first shot.
What we doing?
Green shirt, second shot. In the back,
I
too.
feel like I'm in a radio now.
In the back.
You know we're not watching this. You know we're not watching this.
Do you ever get flagged with adult content on your YouTube?
It doesn't. It don't matter. It don't matter.
I'm just curious if he does.
Yes. More so last year, but not like in the last 20 plus pubs we've done.
Steve, you know we can't watch what you're watching. You know that, do you, mate?
What?
We're not watching what you're watching.
I know. I'm getting a nice.
Oh, that's fucking selfish of you, though.
I'm getting a nice snootful on my own. On my lonesome.
Little tease.
All right, where is it?
Is it a clear video at least?
It's better. I can't believe it's a TikTok video and it's playing on my laptop. I don't even have TikTok.
But I can't drink a beer on TikTok. That'll get me in trouble.
I don't know. You don't drink beer, so why do you care?
Either way, on the old car with electrics front now, electric problems in new cars now are causing huge issues. I see on YouTube now you get non-runners. Okay,
here we go. Can I zoom in a little bit without scrolling?
Yeah.
Nice. Now you're getting technical.
Okay. Watch the guy in the green jacket here. This is the man who fires the first shot.
Oh, he is?
But there's controversy here.
There you go. You've seen the gun.
Right hand.
Seen the gun.
On sight.
Everyone backs away. Fire.
Wait. There's the shot. Second, third, in his back.
Now, all right. So my original question of was it a safe shot? He looks like he literally puts his gun in his back to fire.
I don't know. This is the thing. The first shot, we don't know. Now, Donut Operator has a theory about this.
Oh, it's Donut Operator too.
Okay. First shot, we don't know where the first shot came from. Okay, second shot into his back. Boom. Third shot into his back. Okay.
Clearly shot him.
They clearly needed to mag dump though because he was not, down at that point.
Magged up doesn't bother me.
Go back to that video and let's see the hands. See if we can see the hands of the guy that got killed. See if he's got anything in his hands.
You want it? We can do that.
That's the only thing that's driving me nuts is they haven't reported that he had his hand on his gun. No one has said that.
Yeah, at least
I
be fair
really
about
don't
it,
think
right?
This is probably the best video.
You can't see his hands if we're watching down here for hands.
Okay.
Boy, it's dark. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's too pixelated.
Okay, down here. Anything? Anything? No.
Okay,
This is where he
now
first gets hands.
he's got nothing in his left hand. Nothing in his left hand.
His right hand might have had something.
He was already shot twice before he pulled whatever it was behind his back on the right side, which I still believe was a magazine.
Now, someone claimed that he fired the first shot. Who am I getting echo from? Myself, maybe?
Maybe it's my other TV with it playing. Is it like a few seconds later?
Yeah,
No, we're not getting there.
Okay, here we go. Let me just make sure this is clean.
If in doubt, come in and out. Last dance.
Okay,
Out and in.
that's fine. No DMs visible. Here is Donut Operator's initial theory in question. The shot we couldn't see when the green jacket guy's gun was being blocked by the body.
Stop.
No.
Stop.
No.
Now, could it have been an accidental discharge in the hand of gray jacket guy?
Could it have been? Yes, it could have been. I highly doubt that gun was the cause of the first shot. I believe the officer tapped him right in the back.
Fair.
Well, I don't know what the first shot came from, and that's.
I'm only showing you that as
going to
just
be
one-
answered.
What it did look like was that he did after the first shot tap him in the back. That did look clear.
For a second shot, in my opinion. If we go to the videos we watched a while ago that shows behind the glass the guy that sees the gray shirt guy take the gun away, we would see that gun fire.
I think he was going with a sig joke. Really, I do.
You think it was
Donut
sarcasm?
Operator. Well, no. But the last sentence, I read that, and I was like,
It still doesn't have a good argument for ending this man's life, because if that gun accidentally goes off behind them with another officer, first of all, they have hindsight that it's behind them. Or not hindsight, but they have awareness that it's behind them. And this individual,
that's not really close.
Just give me a second. If they can't see this man physically threatening them with this gun that just went off, and they choose to kill him, I struggle with. I will continue to struggle with how this went down until I see body camera that proves differently. This is an ugly shoot.
As of right now, yes. Probably going to stay that way.
It's impossible to say that, Bottle Cap.
I mean, in both cases, the person that was shot was using a weapon, using a weapon or having a weapon on them. They didn't have the weapon, or if he stayed on the pavement, especially in this case, if he'd have stayed on the pavement, none of this would have happened.
All right, we're going to do a real quick, this is not a non sequitur, but this is very close to the gun that guy was carrying.
No input.
Notice he has a screw here, which is pushing the trigger back slightly, but not that much.
Finger. I'm just going to tap the slide and we're going to see if it goes off. Now, again, this is simulating what the FBI found as a shelf on either the sear or the striker hook, and it getting caught up on that, or maybe you're putting input on the trigger and you've only gone less than a millimeter through the firing sequence, through the actual movement of working. But the other safeties might. Holy!
Okay, he just did it.
Oh.
How did he not lose his finger on
this
that?
safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been. So let's see.
Everything but the bullet.
It's a
square.
Why would it make that noise if there wasn't a charge?
Might not. This safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been. So let's see.
It's not a 9mm bullet.
Would that have sent the slide back though?
No, it doesn't have the back.
Did you see that? Holy crap!
As soon as he pushed the button on the side, it loosened it up, and that somehow loosened the trigger.
Right there.
No, he rocked.
Again, this is simulating
from side
what
to
the
side.
FBI found as a shelf
just rocked it back
on
and
either
forth.
the sear
allowed
or the striker hook, and it getting caught up on that, or maybe you're putting input on the trigger, and you've only gone less than a millimeter through the firing sequence, through the actual movement of the sear down is less than 1 millimeter. And we're going to see if it'll set the cartridge off. I don't know. We'll try it a couple times. It might not. This safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been. So let's see.
Is this still sold on the market?
Yes. Yes.
That's
wow.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insanely
Let's get some lemon
dangerous.
squeezes out there, boys. Come on.
Oh, Sig's taking a big hit right now.
They
Well,
sell
this is-
another one. They have one recent one.
This is
It's
assuming this is true.
P220.
No, this is true. It's very true.
Big change.
It actually killed an airman.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
He put it on a table and shot him.
The jury's still out on that one, but I've seen the not negligent, the bizarro discharge when it's in the cop's holster and they have a prisoner in a jail and they're like 3 or 4 cops are kind of roughhousing with them a little, but they have control lock. And all of a sudden you hear bang and the cops are like, what the fuck was that? And they look down and it's like, whoa.
Bottle Cap, the reason for that video is to give evidence towards the assumption that the firearm taking off of the victim misfired somewhere along the disarming of that individual.
And just for clarification, English, that pistol is called a Sig Sauer P320. The man that was just killed in Minneapolis was carrying a Sig Sauer P320. So we're just given an example of that exact pistol. I wouldn't have played that if there was no relevance at all.
So it's clearly a faulty model then, if that's true. Like I said before, and Topple said it was.
I would agree with you with that.
Have they released the photo of the gun?
They have given us a photo of a gun.
Just a photo.
I'm going to wait on that.
Hasn't they got something else on top of that then? On the one they released?
I have not seen one since that. No, not personally.
I don't know if they've released the photo of the gun. I think they did, didn't they, in that statement?
They should at least have put a second magazine because they said there was two.
Yeah, RW statement thing. I think they said that they should in the thing there. There's the photo of the gun line. So that should be released. Just to see if it looks exactly the same. That's all.
Oh, no, it is. It is a SIG. I saw the picture. It's customized.
Right. It was like bronze, wasn't it? The one I see. I think.
Customize. You can go to their site and customize when you purchase. It
The
was
only
like
customization is red dot, correct? Or are you
What's
talking
that?
about the handle?
Yeah.
Are you talking about
I
the material? in the handle?
think it had something on top of the barrels, which might have been a red dot thing, isn't it?
The
yeah.
slide is red dot.
Yeah. So
Alright.
did it have a red dot on it? That's one thing. The picture I remember in my head, it was different.
Yes, there's a picture of the gun with the one magazine on top of it. It's slid back and open and not armed.
Oh, was it loaded?
The barrel looks like it's turned up too.
That's because it's a short
slide
barrel.
back.
That
Good for
helps
you
you
to see
helps you
that.
appreciate just how inaccurate these things are.
Well,
It's like angled up. It's supposed to be
When
like that.
it's a very small barrel, so when the slide goes back
Yeah.
in action, that barrel does move up in the
Mm.
process and
Can
then
we
goes back
can
down.
we-
once,
Can you
once it's
see a
slid.
photo?
I can give you a quick grab.
Put it in the back, Chad, for Christ's sake.
Well, no, it's just for the people listening and stuff. They're
Look,
talking about it. We can actually see it.
I bet you Filecats heard. He has a
he
photo
wants
up.
he wants to see the image of the weapon in that link that I just shared from
Oh,
Salty Goat.
Fucking freezing out here, bros. Let me see.
Consider
It'll be more
we're
insulated when
talking
you
about
get 2
it.
feet of snow.
I got 9 degrees here.
Yikes! What's your
Nine.
weather meant to be there, Aphid? Are you meant to get ice where you're at?
We're getting snow. I got my driveway live feed up right now.
You beat me
can't-
by 1 degree, but that's because the ocean always adds a few degrees to us over here. So
It's we got about 5 inches right now, probably.
Is that Santa Claus? I can't really see.
yeah, but how
That's-
much?
It's
Aphid, yeah, but
bluff
how much
dog.
snow do you have?
5 inches.
Sorry, go ahead.
Mrs. Lip is like raising her hand right now. She's like, how does he know?
Raising her hand like a communist revolution. To be expected.
Should we talk about Iran at any point tonight?
I'm just kidding.
What,
Oh,
what information?
Yeah, we avoided it probably.
Sorry, can't. Sorry,
Well,
John.
it-
Can't do it here. I live in a state where they are banned here.
AR-15's not a real man's gun.
Oh, jeez.
No, they're banned. Banned. Can't have it.
Real man's gun. Yeah, imagine
Wait,
imagine
you
trying to do
go
that
for
in
33.
California.
Oh,
You know what we have? We have slingshots. we got some slingshots.
you're not even allowed to
And,
have BB guns.
You're only allowed to have slingshot if the BB's under 1 millimeter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, it's also a biblical reference too. So we can't even have that anymore.
Well, sling
Right.
is different than a slingshot.
Well,
Right. David
So,
had the
way,
thing
well,
that
Absolutely
you
a ban
spin,
out on
right?
the sling. Those are deadly.
like we're just gonna die.
I mean,
here.
Gavin Newsom doesn't consider himself a giant, does he?
Well, there's no gun violence in
Oh
California.
yeah, he does. Yeah,
That's why
there's
they're
no.
banned.
Yeah, there's no gun
Achilles
violence
heel
here at
fucker,
all.
buddy.
Gavin
Look, I live in
Newsom
the
got
best. I live in the best.
slaughtered
You know
at
what?
Davos.
I live in the best state ever. Look, the progressive state. Like, look, we have the highest.
Artist
GDP.
Oh.
And we got the best everything.
You
'Cause
got the
we're such a
largest
good
garlic
state.
harvest, I'm pretty sure, in the United States.
You got the best
Man.
homeless.
Yeah,
it's
we got
weird.
we got
He-
the we yeah. Well, it's a safe haven. It's a sanctuary state.
Yeah, for
Hey,
crackheads.
And you're much safer than the rest of the state because federally we pulled out of the WHO, right? But you guys, as a single state, signed back up by yourselves.
Yeah. Oh, did we do? Oh my fucking.
You sure
God.
did, man.
We
Now you're
absolutely
more
would.
safer.
We would do that. Fucking goddamn it, dude. You know what I say? I fucking say
Hey,
Gavin
roll
Newsom.
roll
Fuck
up
this
that
guy.
sleeve, buddy.
Well,
And that's
here in
not for a tattoo.
Massachusetts,
That's for a shot.
in
Oh my
Massachusetts,
God.
they've decided to follow the AMA and the American Academy of Pediatrics for guidance. So if you don't like those, then I guess I don't know.
Oh,
Whatever.
I got it. God, I don't know. I gotta ask WHO. We did leave that, right? You said RW.
The who?
Federally, we left it.
All right, but anyways, yeah, fucking Newsom, piece of shit. Didn't he get trash talked at Davos at the World
Oh,
Economic Forum?
terrible. Terrible.
What's he doing there?
really got
He's a
scolded.
state governor. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Who?
he shouldn't be there, but
He's
he
the next president. That's why.
it's because
president.
and he's also a puppet of Xi Jinping. He's a little fucking
Are
Yeah.
you talking about
WEF
Newsom?
puppet. Yeah, Newsom. Yeah.
Well, he's just extremely wealthy, so he's got a ticket, right?
Yeah, but he was trash talked massively publicly
Yeah,
at
he-
the World Economic Forum at Davos.
Trump did a real bad job on him, but this other guy done a real bad job on him. He really brutal job on him. He killed him like
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you guys have
See
seen
you
that.
later, bud. Have a nice week yourself, Lee. Take care.
I mean, if you can find the footage,
See
give
you,
it to RW.
Have a good
But
night.
you'll find it. It'll be on Twitter.
They didn't share the last thing. I
Slated it.
buddy.
What are we looking for, bud? Salty
I
goat.
think he said that Gavin Newsom
That's
as
one they wanted to see. Before that is the comment by whatever that mayor's name is,
Jacob
And-
Fry.
Jacob Fry.
All right, yeah, let's watch this. This I'm interested in.
Yeah.
So it starts at 2:30.
Back of the bus,
Well,
California.
this was the day, wasn't it? This is an old video, so this is the day's video.
Which one? The one of Fry. This is
Yeah.
of this morning.
Yeah, okay, great.
I'm not going to do you wrong, Welshie.
No, I know.
Okay, here we go.
Just wait for
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America.
Yeah, look at the chief behind him on the
Not
left.
in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government.
Commentary for free use. Blah,
I'm
blah, blah,
done
blah, blah.
being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again. To make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not
I'm
a
not sure how long
partisan
this goes
issue.
on, Steve, just so you know.
This is an American issue. This administration and everyone.
All right, good enough. We got the point, right?
Yeah, the 440 comment where it's basically saying, you know, what are you going to tell your kids that you did for this? I think people could take that different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking
guy
news, breaking news. Senate Democrats just threatened a partial government shutdown over DHS funding.
Oh, great.
If it was
That-
part of the funding bill.
I believe that is this Friday that would begin.
That's
coming up.
that's if they're continued to be funded under the bill that is being debated currently, correct?
Yes. Oh, I don't know.
So he never mentioned the gun, and obviously there was a gun seized as well. So that's the first thing. And like I said,
The point of that mayor's comment is the exact extreme opposite of Kristi Noem's comments.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you want to look at the extreme difference between party narratives, I would love to see one of the politicians from either side just get out there and say what he thinks. Or she. I'm not going to try to be bigoted here.
I don't know why
he's
he,
there, so we should respond now.
Interesting.
I don't know why the Trump government decided to elaborate it by saying that he came out with a gun and all that. I mean, you just said what happened.
Politicians don't care about the peeps. Yeah, when have they ever?
They never. Either
Yeah.
side.
It's disheartening that the administration appears to essentially, I guess they're not comfortable with the reality of what happened, even though they would probably get off, legally speaking, but that they have to inflate it and exaggerate and almost out and out lie about what specifically happened.
Without conviction.
Which then makes, like, you question the whole thing when we all look at it and say, geez, he had a gun, but it doesn't look good. Why don't they just describe it as it was?
As is,
and let the law go the way that it goes. Instead, they're saying what they say, which I think should be illegal, because this thing is supposed to be investigated. And
Isn't that libel? Is that not libel?
Well,
what do you mean libel? What do you mean by that?
It's the written form of slander. If they're saying that this man was this thing without proof of that, and they are not telling, if they don't have that as true knowledge, isn't that what that is?
Talk
Well,
about
you can't,
civil case.
you can't slander a dead guy anyways, but I
Right.
mean, on top of that, though, I don't think it's that. I think it's more like interference with, like the government should be speaking out about something that hasn't been investigated all the way yet. And it isn't even started to be investigated, but will be investigated. It's like,
It's like prejudging the outcome of an investigation.
Yep.
By claiming you know what happened when you don't.
and all it does is ends up pitting side against side and creating tension, which is completely
Fan in the flame.
ridiculous. And it's the same thing that mayor is doing too.
Right.
Yeah.
I think they
It's just
all
the other side, isn't it? Like RW said, it's just the other side of it.
they just
But I
need to
think
tamper
in this instance, even people on the right are upset at how what was approached, and it's going to make the people that would be a part of that side that would normally back it say, "Why the hell did you just do that?"
Yeah, and that goes back to my thought earlier, is that they're not very good. I think it was a bunch of panicked guys who gun or something got yelled, a gunshot went off, and shit, they ain't making that much money. I know I wouldn't want to get shot out there, and a hydroshock bullet to the gut or whatever.
Taking someone's life is a big deal, though.
It is, but you're also, if you think that he does have a gun, and you saw a flash of a gun, someone's yelling gun, we're talking milliseconds. We're talking, as you mentioned earlier,
He's facing down. He's facing down.
Adrenaline. I don't think these guys have the amount of training it would take to show some sort of restraint in this situation. It is not easy to have.
Let's
I have
separate.
no training, and I would be blasting away at gun. I wouldn't even know what the hell to do, you know?
Towards that point, let's say that the initial half of the shooting, the first few rounds that took the guy down, are considered legal. After that man was down and they're backing up and they decide to shoot however many more rounds that was, 5 to 7, into a man that's not even moving, I would hope that those individuals have some type of punishment or whatever the hell for that action. To me, that is so far outside of justified, it's disgusting.
I guess what some might say to you is once the shooting has started, then it's a risk has been assessed, and all the follow-up shots are to neutralize the risk.
That's
absolute. Yeah, and it's wrong, but it's legally justified. But I agree with RW. Like, get you, but like he will get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, how many clips do I see of Americans getting shot by the police? They don't fire 1 or 2 shots at the guy. They unload on the fucker every time. They unload. You know, if they fire one, they're firing fucking 10.
Okay.
That's how I always see it.
I'm going to do a quick call out of Eastwind because he right here and earlier he said, "Don't bring a gun to a riot." Bottle Cap says it wasn't a riot. And then he says, whatever you want to call it. Well, a riot, you can't get semantic. A riot is one thing. And this was
I think this was
this was not a riot, I think, Eastwind, in my opinion.
They would have had to been smashing shit.
Yeah. I didn't see any zoot suits. I don't know. It didn't seem like a riot.
I don't even know if it was it a protest at that time, or were they just following them around?
I haven't seen before that, so I can't honestly comment. I've seen afterwards all of the tear gas and everything that happened, but even then I don't believe they were rioting.
Yeah, but to be fair, most days there had been disorder following the ice around the city.
No problem either, buddy. You're fine.
All right,
call it a riot if you want. I really don't give two shits.
They didn't look like a riot. It looked like it looked like a lot of bullshit, to be honest.
It looked like what that mayor was calling for.
What was he calling for, Rafid?
The other day he was saying, like, you know, he wants people to be out there with their cameras and documenting this stuff.
Oh yeah, and the guy
that's
with the gun.
What they were doing.
He wanted that. That's what they were doing.
Huh?
So he wanted them all to be out there
on the road.
It sounded like because of his calling, that person got killed. Unfortunately, whether it was due to a lack of training.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it was exactly related to him or not. I mean, I can't know what that guy was.
But you had just mentioned that he was doing exactly what the mayor called to.
Yeah, that's what the mayor wants.
Okay, well then he should bear some responsibility to the deaths of the citizens that happened by ICE. It's unfortunate.
Your grandchildren will ask you, "What did you do?"
I disagree that he bears responsibility.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I said some responsibility, not all.
I disagree that he bears some responsibility.
Okay, sure. I disagree that he absolutely should share some.
Yeah, I don't think he does, because I don't think that he can be held responsible for the actions of every individual singular person when he's telling them to protest peacefully, and then
just like Trump
some
said.
shit goes down that on an individual level where a person ends up dead who did carry a firearm there, which probably not the smartest thing to do. I don't think the responsibility falls on the mayor specifically, but I get what you're saying. I'll tell you this, it's irresponsible for them not to try to add law enforcement to essentially stop this from happening. Like, maybe if they were regular cops, this guy wouldn't have died. Maybe it's because they're federal cops. They don't really know what the hell they're doing. They're going to
Yeah, but
grab
would this guy do
illegals.
this to a real cop? Would
It's-
this guy do it to a real cop? No, they
Then-
wouldn't.
See, then you're okay. Look, I understand the first point you made, which was fair enough, even though I simply disagree with it to a partial degree, like a partial degree. But then you mentioned like, okay, the federal cops don't know what they're doing. Now it's just like now you're speculation, right?
No, they're not really police officers, so they don't.
They're not. Well, then
Right.
then responsibility does go back to the local politicians who tell the local police not to engage and help in any way, shape, or form the ICE the ICE agency at all, or the federal government, or the Trump administration in general at all.
And
So there
and
does
we
have to
know
be
it
some
happens.
responsibility that there will be some casualties in this process because it is a chaotic. They choose to have it be chaotic.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. They deserve more responsibility for not having their cops there. That's a major point. I agree that a lot of this could be avoided with a major police presence in riot gear, just standing out there making themselves known. Like the other night, there was some protests and people kept lighting fires to stay warm. The local police would come by, put out the fires, and leave. And to me, that just seems silly. Like, fucking stay. Why? There's 7 police cars come. They walk into the protest. They put out the campfires, and they jump back in their cars, and then they drive away. I'm like, why don't they just fucking stay instead of coming back every 10 minutes? Is that their directive? They can't be present? Like,
Yeah.
it just
I have a
seems
question.
silly.
I have a
Silly.
question for I'll probably you, Steve, because you're usually pretty chill about things. So, just like, do you think that like ICE officers may feel also like they're on edge and being attacked? That they would be also on edge and unruly, like, and by the way, break laws by doing it, by being treated this way. Do you think it's like like what I'm saying is like a manufactured environment to make them act this way?
I mean, you could. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
I was just going to bring someone else in who hasn't spoken in a while. Last Dance.
Oh yeah, okay. Anyways, anybody that wants to answer that question.
Yeah.
In my opinion, before Last Dance goes, real quickly, you can argue that you can create an environment that would have officers more on edge, but in my opinion, officers are the ones that have to justify their actions, and if they're going to make the wrong action, I don't think it matters what environment they're in. I think it still comes down to that officer deciding to make that decision.
Okay.
Last Dance.
Last Dance looks like he's watching old episodes of Matlock.
He actually looks like Matlock himself. Sorry.
I think.
Damn. You gonna take that dance? You gonna take that?
What am I going to do about it? right?
Take the shoot up.
That was
Shoot
Andy,
up.
that was Andy Griffith. He
Andy
was-
Griffith was a handsome man until he died, and probably a few days after that too.
Oh, I used to love watching the Andy Griffith show with my dad. That was a great show.
Me too. Look, I think the standard it's the standard for use of force rules that will be applied here, and it's very hard to sort of convict officers of deadly shootings unless it's really egregious, and this doesn't seem to, based on what I know, which is not everything I need to know, this doesn't seem to qualify.
Can I quickly state what the standard use of force is?
Sure.
So based on Grok's summary, I asked if an officer is allowed to shoot someone that has been downed. It says, no, in general, a police officer is not legally allowed to continue shooting a person once they have been shot, are downed, and no longer pose an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. Once a suspect is downed, incapacitated, disarmed, or otherwise no longer capable of posing an immediate threat, continuing to shoot is likely to be deemed excessive force and potentially unconstitutional. My judgment on this is that after the first few shots were fired, that individual was clearly downed, was clearly incapacitated, and when they shot all of those extra bullets into that man, that was unconstitutional, excessive use of force.
No, Grok only goes as far as you ask it. That in general is not true. If a man is, if he's shot in 2 or 3 seconds in continuing action, then no, they're not. It's not judged.
When was the last bullet and the first bullet fired? How long was that duration? If it was like 3 seconds or something.
Right.
That's a lot of
We can judge the seconds between, but the seconds between, the man was clearly down and fucked.
Well, I don't know if it makes a difference, but did you say police officer? Because he's not a police officer.
Agents, federal agents.
That's
same,
what that's
same
what you guys
standard.
rock.
Well, dude, I believe, and some people think that local police officers would do no better, right, Soppel?
What's that? There's examples of it in the past. You can't say not.
Yeah, Bruce.
You can have examples of everything, right?
Exactly.
Bruce Springsteen wrote a song about it, right? What was it? 41 shots.
41 shots.
Because if we go back to the last shooting, how many years was that agent on the force for? 9 years. I saw something saying the guy that did the shooting. Now, I don't know if that's facts. He's been an ICE agent for 6 years. There's different trainings too. But we've seen things in the past where cops have discharged their weapons towards people and they weren't supposed to.
Oh, legal experts about the killing of Renee Good. Okay. Can you share this with us, Bottle Cap, by the way?
Eastwind, I don't see your comment, buddy.
Are
So
you
maybe you
talking
did
about
delete it.
Eagle douchebag, which never mind, sorry. the Eagle lawyer on YouTube, he is so biased with everything he does, and all lawyers eat him out live.
Eagle
Eat him out? Yikes.
Eagle, what is his damn name?
You know who's good? Ryan Mullaney, I think's his name on YouTube.
You got to be careful with these YouTuber legal people, right?
Yes.
Well, this guy's good. He debated
Look
like
out the law.
Pisco and some
Eagle.
other people. And
His name is Legal Eagle.
I don't know.
Legal Eagle. I've heard of the guy.
Yeah.
I've heard of him. Yeah. By the way, Legal Mindset, he seems okay. Bob.
Legal Mindset, he's okay, but he does show a bias. But he usually just really deals with like the stupid.
Don't they all?
The streaming
Exactly,
stuff.
as he should, because it's smart, because it's not crazy.
Very
It's not-
neutral.
It's
Yes.
very neutral. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, lawyers are in particular are no less prone to partisanship and bias than
No,
anybody
they're-
else.
No,
So-
in fact, they're worse. They're actually more scumbags than the average
Shall we
person.
get into a legal discussion about something like, say, I don't know, birthright citizenship?
Why are you going to go there?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. I don't
do you
like
have a-
birthright
do you have a
citizenship.
backing for
I
your-
think that's absolute bullshit.
Steve,
Well,
do you have a
we-
backing
we
for your
did-
question?
I feel like we've got to the point of nearly wearing out the Wisconsin shooting. Unless anybody has anything to cite in conclusion, I think I've said everything I have to.
I have said everything I can say about it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm
I'll
done
hang
too
my
with
hat.
that topic.
Well,
Well, hold on. I'm sorry. I
You wanna
apologize.
finish it off?
Yeah,
You
no,
got
I just
something?
want to say to RW, just like I do agree with your sentiment. I totally understand where you're absolutely infuriated by it. I get that, but I think that like from what it looks like legally, again, it will be the case that it's just like kind of a fuck around, find out kind of thing. It doesn't. This sounds awful for me to say.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I-
I'm not a legal guy. I agree with you.
I disagree in this instance, and I think we'll have next week to talk about it so we can revisit it.
Yeah.
can
No,
even
I
revisit
think that's good. Yeah, but I do get what your sentiment though. I do agree with like the emotional value of that. But like I'm on your side on that, honestly. But if what's being portrayed now is true, then yeah, it's. But yeah, the whole I get you. I'm just saying, like I do feel for your. I see you're super frustrated by it, and I do agree with that. Anyways, I'm not good at explaining it, so
You're good, man.
I get it. Like I do get that. Anyway, that's all.
All right, with birthright citizenship, the way that it's laid out is essentially, obviously, if you're passing through, you're here on vacation, there's certain cases where it doesn't count. There are other cases where it does count, which a person doesn't have to necessarily be here long term, and the birthright citizenship occurs for their born person that was born here. Now, this has happened with a fair amount of actually with Chinese nationals, and there's kind of a big question as to what's going to happen when they become of legal age, that they're back in China, but they have birthright citizenship here in the United States. I think they need to streamline the whole birthright citizenship thing to people who are here and established legally, to have it count as birthright citizenship. Not somebody who's here illegally, and not somebody's here who's here for, say, a 90-day or 6-month work visa, or something along those lines, or an overstay or whatever.
So we're talking about anchor babies.
Doesn't even mean that the parent gets to stay anymore. It just means that that kid has that citizenship now, even if they leave.
So I think that we had talked about this like a few months ago, and I really was like all for changing the whole birthright citizenship thing, because I don't think it should exist in the first place at this point in time.
Steve, sorry, I didn't understand if Steve's was for or against.
Oh.
In certain cases, I'm against it.
Okay,
So-
and Riddle, you're outright against.
Yes, at this point in time, yeah, I'm outright against it. Yes, absolutely.
Well, what about like somebody who gets a 90-day visa, Eastwind? Does that include them in your comment here? Who's not intending to stay here, but boom, all of a sudden, I had my kid 6 weeks early here in the United States. Now, bang, they're a citizen, even though we're going to go live back overseas, and that counts in perpetuity. Last dance, go.
It's not something that could be changed by law, because it's in the Constitution, and so you'd have to presumably pass a constitutional amendment to change the definition of citizen.
What is
to
the difference
include-
between to an amendment and passing a law? A higher scrutiny?
An amendment has to be passed by a certain number of states. Laws are passed by the House and the Senate.
Okay.
Amendments are very rare. There's only, how many have there been? 18 since the
Well, I was
initial
gonna say
10?
14. Yeah, there's more than 14 though. To Farm's point, I agree with his point of view in the sense that if an individual has went through the hoops to get vetted to at least come here for a visa, I am not against that. I mean, it sucks that they're still gonna come here on purpose to do that thing, but in my mind, they're at least still willing to follow the law to that degree. Individuals that come here illegally and have a baby, I'm not keen for that.
Yeah, see, ideally, I would like to see people whose heart is American, which is a completely subjective thing, but it's kind of my ideal. If someone whose heart is American, they can become citizens or just be citizens. But that would include things like the alien who serve. There's plenty of aliens that serve in the U.S. military. They're sort of, there's something to be said there.
They're all law-abiding in those scenarios.
I mean, you almost want to say, hey, if you're serving in the U.S. military, you're sort of, in a very big way, committing yourself to this country. That may alone be, you almost want to grant them immediate citizenship as part of their.
I think going into the military and serving a 6-year, term is way more legitimate for citizenship than being born there.
Exactly. And so this is that's not the only example of someone whose heart is in America. There are probably a lot of others. The person who comes here, they might even be illegal alien, and they set up a business. Might has to be under the table in some way. And maybe maybe their children. They've been here so long that their children are basically Americans. Some of these people that have been deported, these are American. These children, they don't even necessarily speak the language of the country they've been deported to, or not. I'm saying. I mean, it's to me, it's being a citizen is something of the heart, as much as it is something that's technical and has to do with where you were born and are you here legally or not. I want a citizen is someone who is has a commitment of some significant form to this country.
So you're promoting lie detector tests with truth serums, basically.
Absolutely, that would be the ideal for everything. That would make things. That would solve every problem.
Right, MVA, whatever we got.
75 years ago or so, according to the Dred Scott decision, if you were of a certain skin tone, none of that applied to you, regardless of how much you loved it, the country.
Right. That's right.
So times change,
times do change.
Essentially, what birthright citizenship says is the United States citizenship can be acquired by two situations: by virtue of the person's birth within the United States while under jurisdiction thereof, or because at least one of their parents was a U.S. citizen at the time of the person's birth. So that's the two ways. A parent is a citizen, or you're born under the jurisdiction thereof. Under the jurisdiction thereof means that if you are here as a tourist and a citizen of France, and both parents are here in the United States, and they're both French citizens, I believe that they are still under the jurisdiction of France. So if they accidentally had their baby here, and they were here visiting, that child would not get birthright citizenship. That's the way I read that. Is that correct?
Well, it's correct.
I think most people would consider that is not correct.
Interesting.
When they're here legally. They're under our jurisdiction. When they're in France, they're under France's jurisdiction.
Especially for tax purposes.
Now,
they do have some protection from, obviously, France and the French embassy.
Yeah, I mean,
French citizens.
The words themselves.
Are we going down the line here?
Really
are we fully discussing? Is anybody can anybody say anything? Are we going down the line here?
No, we are not.
Okay. All right. So we're fully discussing this. Open panel now.
No, I don't know. Last Dance was in the middle of saying something. So
yeah.
Oh, he still is. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah. I'm always talking. I'm sorry.
Man, you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the words themselves, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, it's not obvious what they mean. And we're not going to be able to decide for ourselves what they mean. And that is the Trump administration's argument about denying birthright citizenship for groups of people like children of illegals, is that they are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So it certainly is controversial as to what those words mean.
Right. Riddle, did you have a thought? Oh, sorry.
I am done. If someone's waiting for me to announce that.
About damn time. Jesus.
I know.
Well, I think it's technically RW's turn.
I already put in.
You put in, but it wasn't your turn.
Oh.
But now it's your turn.
Okay, well, I forego my turn as I already broke the rules.
All right, yeah, sure. I mean, all right.
Still got her pregnant.
Is it my turn? Still? Oh, Jesus. All right. Anyways, yeah. So, when it comes to birthright citizenship was different back in the day, right? Like my family on my mom's side came from Puerto Rico in the 50s, right? Now, this was a different time, right? So if it depends on any way you want to slice it, I suppose. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I guess the point is, it was more acceptable back then to have one person a citizen or a legal right to be there. Nowadays, it is definitely being taken advantage of for just the sake of having it used as a U.S. citizen. 2026 is not the same as the 1950s, where you could just have somebody, actually legitimately work and have a life here, whereas opposed people will just use it as a namesake or a title.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you said about your Puerto Rico. It used to be birthright citizenship was different, or your Puerto Rican ancestry.
Yes, on my mom's side, yes, the Puerto Rican ancestry was from there. Yes.
Well, if you were born in Puerto Rico, you are an American citizen.
I know that. Sure.
So
it wasn't like that at first, though, right?
No,
there was a reason why. And
it's
we
been
came over
like
there
for over 100 years, though.
Right. Okay. So the issue is basically you work and you develop you work for it. You don't just go over there and just to have to have a kid and you're just a namesake and now you're good, right?
But if it was by a marriage, like even my own self, I'm married to an Australian citizen. I don't think it's very frowned upon for myself to marry someone from another country and live here and have a family and so forth and so forth. I don't think that's frowned upon. But when it comes to people coming here and literally working that system in bad faith or whatever, I don't know what the right term is, and differently, I think that is frowned upon.
Yeah, and I think you're fine, to be honest, because you're an American citizen.
American citizen and went through all the hoops. Didn't fuck with it.
Yeah, you should be. I mean,
Well,
in my opinion,
Australia's not a whole country. Too.
Yeah, the whole birthright citizenship. My issue with the whole birthright citizenship is that there are people that come over here from other countries just for the sake of having a baby and they leave, or they just come here, I'm sorry. What?
For the medical care, if they're leaving, what was the purpose of coming here to have the child?
Just for the sake of them having, just for the birthright citizenship. That's it.
Okay.
It's simple as that. Like sometimes
that's common practice.
That is common. Yeah, that's common practice. Yes.
To leave
it's been known as a thing among Chinese.
Yeah, very
wealthy
heavily a Chinese thing. Yes, it's a heavily a Chinese thing specifically.
I don't know, but the question is how many people does that? I don't think it's that many people that come. It's just a well-known
that we know of
thing. Is they have they have like birthright citizenship vacations where they.
If commoners like us know that, then it's probably way worse than we actually know.
So this was all established in 1898 with an Asian named Wong Kim Ark. The Supreme Court affirmed birthright citizenship is a U.S. ruling that anyone born on American soil is a citizen regardless of their parents' race or immigration status. Basically, the only people that aren't are like diplomats, people who are here fighting a war for the enemy. I mean, there's like some random, but basically the principle that children of resident aliens are citizens. So, but that does beg the question because Trump brought in this amendment to what I guess that you could say is that children of illegals would not be granted that. And that's going to be debated this spring in the Supreme Court, which is definitely going to be interesting. I want to hear as much as I can about that when they do go over that. I have a feeling they're going to side with I think it's going to be a split court, and it's probably going to go 5-4, and like Roberts is probably going to side with the old decision. The remaining conservatives are going to side with the new one, and the 3 liberal justices are going to side with the same thing as Roberts, the traditional ruling from 1898.
When is this meant to happen?
This spring.
Okay.
That's only going to cover a narrow part of it, which is only going to be children of illegals. So that's still not going to cover if Chinese tourists or whatever people who might potentially be enemies of the United States come here legally to visit and have a baby, then leave, then that kid's a citizen. I mean, where's the echo? I think Based Welshman's done, right?
If you mute him and find out,
Yeah, we could mute him.
He's holding. He's holding.
You woke him up.
I'm awake.
You're awake. Okay. Sorry, bud.
do you guys want to see a helicopter crash? Walk away from?
He's at 2% battery.
So lively. Yeah, let's see a helicopter crash. That'll.
Oh, that'll cheer me up.
Oh yeah, let's watch more devastation.
It's
Oh,
I mean,
watch that
it's
lion
actually not
attack.
too bad.
It was survived, is what he's saying.
How about a
Everyone
helicopter crash followed by a
Wait,
lion
hold on.
attack?
Well, hold on. Before we do that, I want to know, like, okay, so Steve, you brought up the whole, birthright citizenship.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you think it should be changed or amended? Like, what do you think?
Yes.
Okay, and how should it be?
They should stop it in its current form, and they should have it so that established people who want to live here long term, like I feel like the heart of it was, even permanent resident aliens, children should be granted it. That's fine. People who are established and living here. I don't think people who are here on a short-term visit or anything like that should be granted it. No. And
All right, so
I don't
okay,
think.
but let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That covers what I need to say. Go ahead. Go.
I'm sorry. I'm just curious because, like, okay, so I'd rather have it like, okay, now, if at least one person is a citizen and they're having a child, then that child is obviously going to be a natural citizen, right? But now, if you're having two, that's fair, right?
Yeah, that's anywhere in the world. That's like,
Sure.
we're talking
here,
about.
but not here. You have two unnatural citizens that are, I'm sorry, just legally here, but they're not citizens. That child will be born as a citizen.
Mhm.
I don't agree with that at all. One person needs to be a citizen first, just one, whether it's the mother or the father. In my opinion, that's how it should be. But that's just my opinion. So
Well, that's not a bad idea.
yeah, it's not that hard of an idea.
Well, sometimes, let's say the parents are permanent resident aliens and they're on some sort of a path to gain citizenship. When they get citizenship, does that retroactively apply to the child, or does the child still have to go through what I just said?
I don't think they should retroactively do anything.
Okay,
like
fair.
it should be just passed now, and don't retroact anything that's happened before. Like there has to be some cutoff point, right? It would be very fucked up if they tried to retroactively change that and then deport those people for doing that.
Well, I mean
Now-
more in the individual case. Like, for example, if what you said, say there's two permanent resident aliens who give birth here, so they are legally here. What does that make the child? The same as them, a permanent resident alien?
Oh, like wait, both of the citizens are not like technically citizens.
Both of them live here legally. They're
Yeah.
both established and pay taxes.
Right.
And it's a long-term 5-year reset on the green
They're,
card.
are they a citizen?
No. Permanent
Then-
resident
then-
alien
Then no,
of legal status.
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
They need to be
So
born
then
in their
my-
country.
My question for you then is briefly, so that makes that, in your mind, that child would be a permanent resident alien.
A permanent resident alien?
That's what they're called. That's the technical term. for a long-term green card holder. They have to reset their green card every 5 years. It's a thing.
Yeah, I suppose so. They would have to absolutely go back to their home country to deal with their new baby. I don't know how I would yeah, I would say go back. I'm sorry if you have a bad baby here, go back. You should not be supported here by the financial obligations that we have or our offerings that we have. You're not allowed to have that.
But the thing is, a lot of, like, for example, some of these permanent resident aliens have jobs where the jobs provide insurance and they work for a salary and they pay taxes and they do everything essentially that an American citizen does. It's not as though they're
except for getting a citizenship. That's the difference. Now, the unfortunate thing is that these guys know that they can just get away with it, and it's never enforced. It never has been enforced until recently. It never has been, so they don't have to do anything about it.
All right, let's open it up to the panel. Anybody got anything to say here?
Sure.
Good night, chaps. Best of all.
Take care, base.
Hey, base. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Live long and prosper, brother. All right, what else? Last Dance, what are your thoughts on this?
I don't really have any.
Really?
On birthright citizenship in general?
That's
I mean, I've already kind of said what my thoughts are.
Yeah, this is like the second round through the panel, bro.
Well, I'm buzzed, so give me some.
Let's watch the helicopter go down.
Anyone else have anything to add? Before?
Yeah, I will. I got a statement. What I think about this. We've never needed them. We've never really asked anything of them. They say they sent troops to Afghanistan, and they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
What drugs are you on, Aphid?
What the fuck is that?
He's reading a direct line
from Trump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looked like he was reading something.
Trump can't read capitals though, so we missed some of the term.
Trump.
All right, so you have no actual input on this topic. Like as an adult, like you don't. Birthright citizenship.
No, I didn't get
have input. He's just MAGA, and he's telling us what Trump thinks.
That's right.
Which is his opinion.
I don't agree with fucking Trump with everything. Like,
no, I don't know. I mean, I don't really care, to be honest with you. But like, I don't know the whole, like, if they're here legally and doing their part, it shouldn't be like a negative if they have a kid. I mean, and the way you put it, kind of, it's like go back to your own country and deal with your kid. I
agree.
I mean, if we bring them, if they're here on a visa, we might need them here. There might be a reason why they're here.
Them kids.
Oh my god! There might be a reason. What's the reason? Do you know the reason? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
No, why would it be ridiculous? I mean, there could be a billion reasons. They could be good at some,
because you provided no reasons. That's why you said there could be a billion, but you provided zero. So,
well, if you would have shut up, I would have fucking said what I was gonna say. But you had to just jump in there.
Ouch!
I mean, they could be like a specialist. They could be a specialist in some field, like medical or industrial or anything for that matter. I mean, there could be a very good reason why. I mean, you think it's like not a thing that we bring people here to the United States to help us out for some reasons? I mean,
I didn't say bring. I said birthright citizenship.
I know, but I'm saying you're like, if they're here and they have a kid, they need to go back to their own country and deal with it. No, I mean, if they're here and they have a kid, I don't care if the kid's becomes a citizen or not, but if one of them becomes a citizen, I think if that kid's under 18, then boom, automatically he's.
So you don't care. But the whole issue is that you should care. So you don't care about birthright citizenship. You're okay with it.
I don't need to care about every single topic in the.
It's birthright citizenship. It's a very simple thing. Should he be legally?
So I need to care about it? It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't deal with it.
I mean,
why do I really care about it?
Well, if you're, if you're in your own personal bubble, that's fine. If you're not affected by real world
Sorry.
bullshit. That's fine. That's great. I applied. You know what?
Doesn't mean because I don't
that.
have interest on birthright citizenship does not carte blanche me saying I don't give a shit about anything else. I mean, it's ridiculous. It just doesn't mean I'm just not that interested in it. I mean, sue me.
Is it because you're gay?
You're into it. That's fine. I'm not like judging you because you're into it. It's just boring.
We don't talk about that.
I couldn't care less.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
What?
I mean, what do you want? Jesus Christ.
I say fuck them kids. Throw them out.
No,
I don't care.
I always say that. So
No.
Get them out.
Right.
Get them out.
We don't believe in that here.
I figure since you give me opposition, I would just do the same to you. So here we are.
You sound
what?
Topple just sounded like Snoop Dogg when the radio host asks him like, "Hey, do you feel bad about saying that about all those women, calling them bitches and hoes over all those years?" And he's
fuck
like,
them hoes.
Fuck them hoes.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Best lines of all time.
In other words, no.
I did when you did the Magrandi thing. That was hilarious.
Who?
Magrandi, when you made the little cover for it, I was like, you look like you're about to drop like a really good album about loss and recovery, and then you and then you did like an AI thing with like him, or I don't know what you did, but like you did something
rap.
Yeah, like a rap album. Yeah,
AI is so easy to use. Even I can use it. That's crazy.
Anyway.
But no, I didn't get to talk about this subject, and I really do feel that way. I don't care about them kids. Fuck them. Get rid of them.
Just how you say that, though, is not comfortable.
Oh, because I'm not Epstein in it. Don't worry.
Yeah, let's
Well, I think you have to. One thing to remember is that birthright citizenship came in with the 14th Amendment, which the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendments were basically ways to readmit slaves from the after the Civil War was won by the Union, to readmit slaves into the Union and guarantee their civil rights. So, the question is, did the people who the founding the people who put together the 14th Amendment, did they think much about illegal aliens giving birth? I suspect that they never gave it much of a thought. Immigration wasn't a big issue in 1865.
What happens to Steve?
Have a good night, Steve.
Sorry.
Oh, dang it.
Not that easy to get rid of.
We
were about to do all
for like
the-
2 seconds. Is that even an option here?
What, you lost power?
What are you doing? What's going on?
I'm trying to find something.
Dang.
I called into a public
Wait, what?
radio show the other day, and I'm trying to find the spot. It's like a 3-hour show, and I was going to play it here.
Oh,
I
What were you
honestly
talking
don't.
about?
I don't know if there's audio mute button
Is
here
this
on
sports?
StreamYard, which is
on
bizarre.
the tab, you can right click on the tab and mute the tab itself.
Yeah.
you could mute yourself. I don't know if you could mute everybody else.
You'd have to mute the whole tab.
Yeah, he's right. It's a mute tab. Good
So
old
just let us know
RW.
when you're doing that, so we can talk incredible volumes of shit about you without
All
hurting
right,
your
go.
feelings.
And now,
I don't trust you at all. You're totally in.
So he's listening to himself? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, he's playing with himself at the moment. He's trying to find exactly where this point is in the video that he wants to share with us.
Curious to see what he talked about.
The Patriots are going all the way.
You guys ever called into radio stations before?
Nah,
Never.
Back
Been on
99.1
the
HFS back in Maryland in like 2002.
Oh yeah, who did you get?
Man, I wish I could. He was the famous DJ. I can't remember his name.
Damien?
No, that doesn't sound right.
Damien Einstein? He's
No,
the one
not
who had
him.
severe speech impediment.
No, not him.
Not exactly ideal for a radio DJ.
No, he was the one that was the number one dude, and I totally sounded like so dumb.
Casey.
I'm glad that's lost to history.
No, never. No, radio, never. I don't. The only thing I would call into is sports, but
What's
I
funny
wouldn't.
is
You'd be online forever, though.
last week after we're done with the pub, I went on Steve Lookner's feed and I made some random comment, and Steve joins like 5 seconds later, and he's listening to Lookner reading out my comment. He's like, "Are you everywhere?"
Who's Lookner?
He's the Agenda Free TV guy. He covers a lot of current events. He might not be good at covering all types of things, but he's one of the few that is kind of on the ball most of the time. And he's not very biased, in my opinion. I don't consider him leaning.
No, really. You can't find that many people like that these days.
No.
Well, I got to take off. Y'all stay warm.
All right.
Good luck.
Good luck with your power.
What do you still around like getting a foot top?
I'm not even paying attention because it changes every hour, and I'm just like, when it comes, it comes.
So it hasn't started yet.
No, but we're supposedly getting sleet and rain at the end. So
it's gonna cut down.
Yeah,
the model just shifted massively, so you might want to check before you go to bed.
All right, but I'm not touching any snow tomorrow. That's gonna be the last thing, because why am I gonna shovel everything out? Well, snow blow everything out just for a layer of ice. So
good luck, man.
Everyone be safe though.
Hey, be safe, Topple.
I'll see you guys.
Take it easy, Top.
Be good.
You still at like a foot last dance?
We're down to 6 to 10 inches, which is much better. Than
Still
a
a
foot.
lot of snow.
It is.
I should probably go too. It's been good, guys. I appreciate you having me. And,
All right,
All right. Take it easy, Riddle.
Yeah.
I think we're somewhere 10 to 12. I think Smoke Steve's been get the worst.
Oh wow.
Well, the thing I'm worried about is we're
quick for me to go.
We're considered likely to get between a 1/4 inch and 1 inch of ice, which would be a real problem.
Is that what you just checked?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that you guys were originally supposed to get a bunch of snow, but because it's instead of going west to east with all of the freezing rain, it like once it hit Appalachian Mountains, it trajectory went straight north, and so we're stuck in the freezing rain for like 12 hours or more.
Oh shit! How much freezing rain are you supposed to get?
We were only supposed to get 0.25 to 0.5, but if this model is correct, I wouldn't be surprised if we're 0.5 to 1.0.
Like an inch?
Yeah. Like catastrophic.
Shit, yeah. We had one of those. I don't even know if it's that much. I mean, that sounds unbelievable.
We're prepped.
It was pretty bad here. This has got to be. It was before my son was born, I think. But you could hear the when you're outside, because I got these woods behind me, and if you're outside, you could hear like once every 30 seconds you would hear. First it would start cracking, and then boom, from the huge branches and trees falling back there. It was constant. It almost sounded like there was a giant like back there, like coming at you. My whole backyard was completely covered with broken branches. It was crazy, dude.
I took down the trees that were definitely compromised over the driveways. I did that last month, but I had no idea that we're about to have this event. So I'm sure we're gonna have the chainsaw out for quite a while once we can safely get there.
Dude, that ain't no joke. What? Riddle says I couldn't wait for him to leave. No.
Obviously you could wait.
Right. Him leaving had nothing to do with any of my actions, so yeah, but dude, that's I don't even know if I've ever heard of an inch of ice before.
There's somewhere else, I think it was Knoxville, somewhere in Tennessee, that was meant to be a Category 5, which is a historical event. So we're gonna see, and I don't think it was too far from Asheville. So like Asheville might be getting smashed again.
Is that where the floods went through?
That's where the flood's devastated. That for like,
how close are you to like that? Like far away or close?
I think
Kinda
I'm
close?
2 hours. 2 hours.
Okay.
Car.
So you didn't
car
have.
ride.
You didn't have.
I had too much elevation here.
Yeah.
So I'm at the other end of elevation. They're at the shitty end of flooding. I'm at the good end of flooding.
Gravity is in your favor.
But I'm also amongst a lot of forest. So the house isn't, but all the animals and fencing and some of the barns and stuff. So this is going to be
Yeah, you
interesting.
guys are
Some of
gonna
the
have a
trees are
lot
like
of work.
massive white oak. Massive.
We have
I
a lot
found
of
it.
work.
I found it. It took me
Oh,
fucking
okay.
forever, dude.
Let's do it.
Well, we got to hear it now.
Can you set it up? Like, what were we gonna hear?
This was the same show that had the governor on it some months ago, and I wanted to get on and ask, do you think that people who are in the country illegally should be deported with due process? Of course, they would never let me on to ask this governor that, but they did let me ask them that. This show gets between 300, 400,000 listeners. It's a really popular NPR regional show, and they're pretty, entertaining. Honestly, they're super liberal. I listen to them on occasion until they drive me nuts, but I don't really care about whatever liberal conservative. They're entertaining. So NPR is what it is. You take it for what it is. So that's kind of the lowdown here. I think I'll try to just share it, right? And if I get copyrighted, I don't really care. It's the end of the show. Who cares? They'll just delete the whole show and whatever.
You go back and watch all the shows.
Never.
Dude, that looks like the guy from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Mike?
That's Jim Browdy. And he just introduced.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, it's his cop brother or something.
I don't
Mike
know.
Ehrmantraut?
Are you talking about from Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike.
He was Mike.
Was he the cop brother?
No.
The character is named Mike Ehrmantraut.
Okay.
The actor is Jonathan Banks.
So they just introduced
this
me.
guy.
They just introduced me. So they're
Cool analogy.
basically, this is going to almost immediately start with me.
Welcome, Steve. Thank you for calling.
Hi there. Simple question. Do you believe that people who are in the country illegally should be removed?
Yeah, the worst of the worst is, to quote Trump, absolutely should be removed.
No, I don't believe people that. I
Hold
don't.
on. Not the worst of the worst. Anybody who's in the country illegally with some level of due process should be removed, whether or not they've committed a crime.
I think the answer is no.
No.
They're critical to our economy. They're
No.
critical to a lot of our neighborhoods. And by the
Let
way,
me ask you a question,
can I just
Steve.
finish one?
Let me just ask you a question, Steve. Do you think a child that came here is 2 years old with their family, knowing nothing about what was going on, they're called dreamers, and they're now 30 years old. This is where they've lived their lives. This is where they've gone to school and college. Do you think they should be thrown out of the country at 30 to go back to a place they don't even know? Do you think that should happen to them?
Why haven't they applied or attempted to become citizens in all of that 28 years that you just described?
Because, you want to
Many
answer
of them have,
you want
by
to
the
answer
way.
my question first? Many of them have. It takes a long time, but should you get rid of them? Should you get rid of the 19-year-old girl from Babson that was just taken by agents when she was trying to visit her
Look how
family in
angry.
Texas at Thanksgiving, and the administration, incredibly
Anxious more
enough,
than angry.
admitted that was a mistake? Should she be sent back to her home country? I think is it Ecuador or Honduras? The 19-year-old, I think it's Honduras. Should she be sent back to Honduras? Answer
Good,
that
Steve.
question, then I'll answer yours.
Oh, if she's here illegally, yes. I think she should have due process.
Well, she doesn't have due process. She didn't have any due process. She was picked up and she was sent home like within a couple of days. You want that to happen?
That is due
You think
process.
that's a good
I want
thing?
due process.
Well, there isn't due process, Steve.
I'm guessing
So
she's not going to
what
answer your
just
question.
happened to
because
her?
you
Do you
don't
think
know.
that's okay? It's a yes or it's a no?
Well, Marjorie, I just said I want due process.
Okay,
and if she
thank
didn't
you.
have it,
No, don't go
Thank
away,
you.
because I want to be clear, Steve, to make you more unhappy.
You didn't answer the question because
due
you were
process
bitch.
or not, if people have contributed in this country, and they are huge contributors to the economy, as you know, not to mention their own communities. There are a lot of big businesses that are big supporters of Trump, like the chicken farms that are screaming bloody murder because they don't have workers? The answer is no, they shouldn't be deported. As I'm sure you know, Steve, crossing the border is not a crime. It is a civil violation. And the final thing I'll say is, I assume you know, I'm sure you know, that Donald Trump didn't say, I'm going to snatch people who applied for asylum with 5-year-old children and deport them. He said rapists and murderers are going to be deported, with which we all agree. So the answer, Steve, is no, we don't agree. Steve, thanks for the call. 877-301.
Wait, here. But I got to say, I just want to emphasize, Steve did not answer the crucial question. He apparently thinks.
No, he did. He said, yes, if they get due process, get rid of them.
They don't get due process.
But he says they should, and then you dump them.
That's not what's happening.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter if it's what's happening. You answered your question. That's.
I mean, I don't know why you're. I don't even know why you would call in. It's just.
Did you see how angry she was getting? You know what's funny? Jim's a lawyer, and he was actually talking to me, and Marjorie was fuming from my answers, and I totally knew she was pissed. So, of course, I said yes, she should be deported. We can't have a discussion because they have they gave me 2 minutes for a radio show. That's like unbelievable amount of time. But the whole thing was like, my motivation was, I just got to ask this question. And in the end, he said, no, they should not be deported, which tells you a lot. They have a ton of listeners, and all of those people think that these people who are here illegally should not get deported. That's fucking information that's important. And that's why I called in Last Dance, because I knew my question was going to force them to answer it, and they answered it. And that's the information that everyone needs to know. People aren't.
You were very good. I'll have to say, you kept your composure, and it was you were very good.
I think he's so good at keeping his composure. I think he's very controlled.
She was
when it comes to typing or talking.
She was trying to fucking shut me off, and Jim was like, "Don't end the call. Don't end the call. I want to get this out."
I have to say, it is a real measure of how weak her arguments are that she has to pick out a handful of extreme cases to avoid answering the question.
Right. As well as straw man.
But he did a good job, though, because I kind of agree with him.
Who, the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he answered the question. No, I don't think they should be deported. They're valuable.
Right.
Very, very straightforward, understandable answer, and rational.
The response, just for my interpretation of her body language, I didn't see that as anger as much as anxiety because of entrapment. Like, not entrapment, but being trapped.
Well, you saw her hands flickering around like,
right. That to me was very nervous anxiety type.
I thought her thumb was going to pop off, and then
I'm thinking that she don't get very pushed like that. She has more people that agree with her. And
she's
stroke her ego,
right?
Post that call in and say, "Oh my gosh, everything you guys say is so wonderful."
Yeah,
and thank you. So I'm so privileged to be able to talk to you right now.
And
she's the one who said. She's the one who said the child who comes here at 2 years old and gets deported when they're 30. I'm like, okay, so for the 28 years that you
was great. That was great.
Come on, lady.
Yeah.
But I'll concede those 1,000 kids to you. Can we get rid of the other 9.997 million?
Oh, damn.
Smoke Steve, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for calling in there, and I think that it's very noble, your reasoning for doing it.
And all of this time,
cheers,
I was thinking,
cheers to Smoke Steve tonight.
Thanks, buddy. I was thinking to myself, I can't play it because at the beginning I say some dumb thing and then all I'm like, well, it actually doesn't describe anything. I didn't even really describe anything about anything, so
no,
it's pretty ambiguous, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like the 40-year-old virgin when he tells him to just keep asking them a question. He walks in and he just doesn't do anything, but it does so much.
The funny thing is, the only other guy that called in that day that disagreed with them was Steve from New Hampshire, and jokingly, the next time I call, I'm going to say it's another Steve here to disagree, like, or something,
Steve from Vermont.
But yeah, I'm going to make it a thing. I'm going to try to get in on their conversations once a week.
When I listen to that, I don't have a show like that that's a liberal show. There's no liberal call-in shows or anything like that. There's only conservative ones. But the Fox affiliate that we have here in St. Louis, I've been tempted to call in and just call them out on their. I get so frustrated listening to them, and I don't know why I put myself through it, but
I don't know why you do either. I would also get frustrated, and I don't listen to.
Are you hate watching and give them engagement cash? That's not good.
That's true.
Yeah, it's
mostly
funny,
it's like what. Mostly it's like what I told you guys. I replayed or I said what went on. Where they just go off on the other side, and then they do exactly what they accuse the other side of doing. And that's just so frustrating to me that and the people that are listening, they're like, yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so frustrating.
It is. And
you probably didn't, maybe there was one or two people that heard you and were like, oh, that's that were actually tuned in listening to that. But even if it was just one or two, that's still worth it.
Yeah, but most of them would have been pissed off, I think, because they're just like echo chamber central. Although to credit that show, when they do get people who disagree, they do put them on. I called in and was on within 30 seconds. So, and the funny thing is that no lie, the producer who answered the phone, I said, I want to ask him a simple question, which you guys know the question. And they said, I can tell you 100% that they do. And then Jim turned around and fucking said, no, we don't think that. Like, we want them to stay here because we need them to kill our chickens so we can all have fresh chicken breast, or whatever his example was, which in the end was somewhat demeaning. He was basically, wasn't that like the line that somebody used in a reality show where they were like, well, who's going to clean our toilets?
Right.
Who's going to rake my leaves?
But it's the truth. Who's going to do the meat processing plants? Who's going to,
RW in his backyard.
I hear that, and I shake my head whenever I hear
I know. Every time I bring it up, you disagree.
I mean, it just amazes me.
I mean, they will get replaced if they raise their wages and we have to pay more for our meat, but we don't want to pay more for our meat.
We already are.
That's true. I agree with that.
Especially beef. Beef has gotten ridiculous, bro. Not that you would know.
It's because ICE is clearing out the meat processing plants.
Damn.
That's one of the things I said was watch our meat prices. They're going to go up because nobody wants that fucking job. Nobody wants to be a drywaller. Nobody wants to be a asphalt dealer.
It's Kelly Osbourne, of course. Fucking dope. Who's gonna clean the toilets? And then on The View, they were all like, "No, don't say the toilet thing."
Dude, I don't know if you guys have seen her lately. Oh my god, dude.
No, I've never.
I'm not familiar with the reference.
You would have to be familiar with what she looked like before to see what she looks like now. Because
did she have like a purple streak in her hair? She was a little chubby.
Yeah, but that's not what she looks like now. She looks like an alien. She is
she modified her body or something.
Supposedly, I guess she's lost all kinds of weight, but she just looks. I don't know. I've never seen another human being look like what she looks like now. It's disturbing. Yeah, look on YouTube at her shorts, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
What about her bikini? Just her shorts?
Who's weirder looking, her?
No,
or
like her.
Elon Musk's mother.
I've never seen Elon, but I'll tell you who's weird looking is that guy that you posted in Random Goons thing. The guitar guy that I don't know what the fuck he's doing because it doesn't sound like a guitar. That dude is fucking weird looking.
Was I drunk? I don't remember.
No, Henson, something Henson, because Henson.
Oh, Tim Henson.
Yeah, because
Tim Henson. Yeah.
Because I Googled him to see. I'm like, because I couldn't really tell from that small video you had. I was like, I gotta get a better look at this fucking guy. But yeah, he's a weird looking guy.
He is.
Have you seen Andromeda?
The Andromeda Strain, the book.
Galaxy.
The Andromeda Galaxy, the sci-fi newer remake. Well,
No.
the Cylon, I think they're called Cylons. They're like cyborg humans. That's my closest mental reference to what she kind of looks like.
Oh,
She
you
looks
looked her up?
Yeah.
Doesn't she look fucking bizarre, dude? And when you see her talking, it's like
I don't know about her.
It's
talking,
almost
but
like, is this real? It almost seems like computer generated.
she looks like she's got a skin job and a cyborg set up. That's the best reference I got.
Just
I haven't seen her
weird,
short,
dude.
like what she sounds like or anything, but very different from the Ozzy Osbourne show. That's for sure.
Now I got to
Right,
look
right.
her up.
Yeah, dude.
She
I
looked-
mean, seriously.
She used to have
it's
a
fucking
face
weird,
like a
dude.
frying pan, kind of like big flat face, like a young, not a young.
Now
Ozzy.
you can like, you know how some people you can like after they die and maggots eat away all their skin and you see their skull structure.
Oh, man.
It doesn't take a lot of thought to realize what she's gonna look like after the maggots eat all her flesh.
No, her
Oh
skin,
my
her skin's
God.
directly on that skull.
share a screenshot or a video of it, would you, bud?
Oh, okay.
I'm
You're
telling
about
you,
to
dude,
lose some of your credit score
get
here.
ready to lose some sleep tonight because it's kind
Yeah.
of disturbing.
So, social credit score about to tank.
All right, you asked for it.
Oh yeah, cool, Mr. Kelsey1. I got a telescope app on my phone. It doesn't work.
Modern form.
Can I?
The video of her talking though is just bizarre.
I'd like her somewhere between wider face and skinny face, somewhere halfway between.
I'll
Did
go with
someone-
wider face. I'll take full left.
Yeah,
I don't really see. It's like it's a stranger. They're not. They don't. They barely look like they're related.
yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the angle of her left eye, it's angled like up. What did they do to
Yeah.
her face?
I don't know, dude.
Something.
And
I-
like the bridge of her nose is flat, and then over here it's goes down and hooks up on the skinny chick.
Well, she's turned a little to her right in this picture,
Yeah.
and maybe the hair
Why is
being
he-
over there
What do
makes
you
it
got a
look
black
like it's
cursor for? What's the black cursor all about?
so I can see
He's,
it.
he's pointing it out.
Once you go black cursor, you never go back.
Yeah, you never will.
You guys don't have cursor capabilities, right?
No,
Just
I got a
Magma.
small white cursor.
and it looks like she actually enhanced her butterfly tattoo because it's lighter here and darker here.
That's called being pale.
Or she's paler. I so pale. Did you ever see that news clip?
Oh, and her
No.
lips are fucked up too.
Yeah,
This-
dude.
This is a very nice smile here. I don't know what the hell. It's like a grimace. Probably because her
Isn't that
face
the-
is frozen.
You
Isn't
know,
that the purple guy from McDonald's?
Yeah.
you know who it looks like? It looks like that fucking guy from that tanked Bud Light for like $100 billion
Oh,
a year. That's
Mulaney?
Dylan Mulvaney or
yeah, holy shit. All right, let's kill it. Kill it. Kill it.
all right.
Oh. Congratulations, Aphid. You definitely took us
I
there
told
for a
you, dude.
while.
I told you. So I've been watching all night on my right hand screen over here the different skirmishes across the nation.
Live stream
With,
or reenact?
yeah, yeah.
recap?
Any good skirmish
streams.
going on?
Portland had something going off a little bit. I guess they're out front of the police station, I guess, and they were pulling plywood off, and finally the police came out and threw some tear gas, and now they're just still standing out front. And then everything else would look pretty lame. Los Angeles, not a big turnout. Louisiana, for some reason, not a big turnout. They keep going back to Portland.
I'm expecting Minnesota to. I mean, it's so freaking cold. Like those guys that
I know, dude. Yeah, probably fortunately, because the more time that could go between the event and it being comfortable enough to get large crowds out there, the better probably. But like we were saying earlier about Trump, he doesn't have to even quit what he's doing. But he could just say, look, everybody, this is what the majority of the population voted for. This is what the actions we put into place, but just come out and say how stupid and horrible. And, I don't know. I just wish that he knew of or was capable of handling things a little bit better. Because I feel like this is going to be, luckily it's winter time,
Yeah, exactly. If this continues, I don't know.
I can't see if they keep continuing with their normal operations. I can't, because it seemed like today, okay, like the first time with the chick that got killed, it looked like it was, it looked like it was just basically her, the two of them, and their little, and then today, you could hear whistles from blocks away. There was obviously more, unless it was because, maybe because they were mobile, and they were running them down. So maybe there wasn't that. And today it seemed like it was more of a urban situation where there was more people involved. But I'm just guessing after this, there's going to be even more people like interfering, because basically the mayor there is welcoming it, and it was almost like a call to arms. It seemed like that he was saying, like, get up off your ass and let's stop these atrocities and do more. So I don't know. I just can't see it calming down. And I don't see Trump pausing it or anything. If anything, like you guys were saying, I think that he'll call troops in to protect the agents from doing their work, and that's just going to make it even worse.
Right. It'll double down. This is not going to die back. It's just a matter of, is it really going to escalate until it gets warmer? Because if it does, that's when it's really going to start getting pretty epic.
And I don't know what that mayor's what he's thinking, but it just, to me, it seems like he's similar to Trump, where he's more interested in his legacy and how he's gonna, he's getting attention right now. So, almost like, he wants more of this to happen. So, he can make Trump look worse to the people that already agree with him or something. I don't know.
Do you think it's a personal pride thing or a party affiliation? So for Trump, I do believe he's like King Dingaling, right? He thinks about himself with saying that he's backing a party. But for the politicians at the state level, like Tim Walz and Fry, they really spit a lot of party rhetoric. Like they'll double down on their party no matter what.
Well, I mean, either side they're supposed to be for all of the people, not just who voted for them.
Right. I'm not getting too much of that from anybody. And I will definitely call out of respect if any politician or leadership figure says what they are thinking instead of just the freaking punchlines that they're supposed to put out, that they all say the same.
It's only the ones, and it seems first let me say it. It's only the ones that are in close states, like a red state and it's a blue, person that got elected or whatever. Those are the only ones that seem, and then you got to wonder, it's not just a coincidence that they're speaking like that. It's only because they're trying to cater to keep their power, but it doesn't seem like there's a real genuine person that speaks more to the middle or for everyone. It's only the people, it's only the people that know that they have a chance of losing the next election to the other side because they're in an area where it could go either way.
I can't believe that playing politics has lasted for so many hundreds of years. I am sick of it. I'm only 40 years old. Do you think that us at a certain point, the generations would be like, we're tired of the bullshit. We're just not interested in this anymore. We know it's bullshit.
I mean, even though that's how I feel, and I agree with you 100%, I still fear that if it wasn't that way, it's a proven system that works. So, you know, I almost don't want to fuck with it. I don't want. Well, like I consider myself at least more independent than the majority. I feel like I can comfortably say that. So, but I don't know if I want more people to think like me, because then there might be room for a third party, and I don't know if I want a third party, because I just feel like that could ruin the whole program.
Why are you so sure the system works? I mean, you could argue that it's
proven
system now, but
can you define what you mean by works?
It's just wishful thinking that if it was good yesterday, it'll be good today and just fine tomorrow.
Well, then I'm fine with it being good with it until it's not good.
Are you saying that it
might be too late?
I'm curious for the definition. Are you saying that it works in the definition of democracy, or it works in the definition of control?
I'm saying it works in the definition of the United States. And this system is a proven system that the yin and the yang, the positives and the negatives work themselves out somehow. And
I'll agree.
I don't know if that's the recipe for our success. You know, I know that, you know, geographically has probably the biggest reason on our success, but
all right, real quick, everyone survived.
Oof. I guess because it hit the trees.
Trees probably helped.
Because a lot of times I see those helicopter crashes and I'm like, how come nobody lived through that?
They hit the ground too fast.
They hit the ground hard. It doesn't look that way because they're big.
I know.
Oh, look at the thing there that holds the tail prop. What's that arm, that thing that sticks
tail
out?
Boom.
Tail boom. Watch it as he's spinning. It starts flopping around like a fucking fish.
Oh yeah.
That thing snapped somehow in midair. I guarantee that's why he went down.
I don't understand the argument that if we're based on democracy, that is freedom of speech, so that we can all communicate amongst each other, I don't understand why a third party or any change in parties would break that system if we're actually based on communication.
How so?
In other words, it's in response to Aphid's point, where it's like if we step away from the two-party system and there's a third party, I don't want to paraphrase too much, but it sounds like it'll break down. My challenge is, if we're based on communication, why would that break down?
I'll give you something even more than that. I think we'd be better off with a fucking no party system, and it was all a free for all. And people could just pick and choose their fucking that's how I do my politics. I might like a politician to be the same, you know?
Well,
you dabble a little here, free guns, free this, free that.
Before I don't think we had the capabilities of that, but now with, you know, internet and everything else, and
not free,
you know,
guns,
we might,
by the way.
because the power of the crowds is always picks the winning. You know, I don't know how to put this. You know, when everybody puts their vote against something, the average out without always comes up with the answer, like on, you know,
yes, I understand.
Like with the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you could have you could call your brilliant friend or whatever, or pull the crowd or get rid of half the answers. The thing that always won was the taking the poll of the crowd, because, you know, it averages out. It's just some mathematical wizardry that happens. So
it's collective knowledge,
right, is always better than singular.
But why I don't understand I just don't understand the argument of not being able to move away from this two-party system.
It's not that I don't think it could succeed or would be better. It's just that I have a fear. Why rock the boat? Why?
Because the boat's sinking.
Yeah, I think
in what way do you? What proof do you have, or why do you say that?
Because we're being separated into different herds to extremes.
Take it
And
easy, Mr. Kelso.
the ability to communicate, like this makes this pub so unique, is the ability to communicate. Most people are so extreme now, rocking back and forth, that I just feel like the boat would tip over at a certain point if we're keeping a run back and forth to different extremes to such a degree. It doesn't seem like that system can hold if we're going to continue to separate so much.
Fair.
I think that is a concern. But what I would say, David Lip, is that we have a $38 trillion debt. And in many ways, it's unprecedented. Not just the absolute number, which of course is unprecedented, but in terms of percent of GDP, in terms of relative measures, it's unprecedented. And both parties love it. They both want to make it continue and make it worse. So,
well, it's not just them that loves it. The rest of the planet that wants to fund that debt loves it too, because they know that we're worth banking on.
Yeah, it's true that they'll take our money for a while, but that doesn't mean that we will always be able to pay that money and maintain our standard of living.
I think you're living in a dream world. I don't think we pay shit, dude. I think it's all a fucking fallacy, to be honest with you.
Well, how much interest do you think we paid on the debt this year?
I think it's all a sham, and they don't care how much the debt becomes because to them it's irrelevant. I guess. I think it's nothing. I mean, what happens if we default?
Well, that's what will eventually happen, and maybe nothing happens, but it means we don't get to necessarily borrow any money the next year.
Well, then we won't be on the top anymore, though.
But maybe not borrowing money should be something to consider. And so
I think that's what he's saying.
I love that idea.
If all of our power is based on borrowed money, then is our power borrowed? Is our might borrowed? Is our dominance borrowed?
I mean, you can. It's like Aphid Lip says. You can normalize it is in the sense that if our GDP, if our gross national product or GDP is big enough, then maybe you should only be looking at the percentage of GDP that the debt is. In other words, we still sort of have a lot of value as a nation that we can sell or collect on or grow on, but the percent of GDP of these things is not staying stable, and even it would go up. Even if it was a fixed percentage of GDP, debt would go up. But this is going up way beyond the fixed percentage of GDP, and so is interest payments on the debt.
I mean, if you have a loan shark and he carries a knife, and you borrow $3,000 from him, and you buy a pump shotgun, a rifle, and a nice pistol. And then he wants his money back. And then you're like, well, I bought all these weapons and now I'm way more badass than you are. What are you going to do about it? And you're not getting your money back. What can he do? What can they do? We are only one world.
You literally asked my question in a very interesting way. What is the probability of the United States telling people to go fuck themselves when they call on the debt? Based on that power.
But they don't. We keep paying the debt. or they wouldn't keep giving it to us.
Are we?
Well, yeah. When the obligations are due, we pay. We give them money that they're due on their treasury notes or whatever instrument.
That's why they
have.
keep giving us more money.
Yeah, see, I think there's things here that are less obvious than what we're allowed to know is a one way that I'm looking at it. And
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
not
a
sure
feeling
where you're going with that, but
I just have a feeling the national debt thing is going to end up being a less of an issue than we think it might be.
Through a payout or through other means?
Through power and strength of country.
That's my understanding as well.
But in the long run, I think we have the means to pay it back, and we have the resources to live without it. And I think it's just a big scam to take other people's money and not pay it back, because I think we don't need it.
I can't say that it's moral, but if you're going to take everyone else's money and then tell them to go fuck themselves, that's going to cause a very interesting situation if you're extremely powerful.
that's called default. And
course.
default is always an option. It's been done by countries before, and they've survived. It's not very pleasant, but I think we're headed towards default. I think that there's no other possible outcome at this point.
Right.
And
So
then-
what I'm saying is maybe they're predisposed to accept default and have support nets, if you will, to work our way through it. I think we can weather the storm of default. I think we're self-sufficient, to be honest with you, and I think borrowing from other countries is a little bit ridiculous when we have what we have. Unnecessary. But I guess streamlining everything has always been your thought, Last Dance, is streamline spending, less borrowing, live on our own,
Yeah, I mean,
it's logical.
you have to. I think there's everybody knows this, but various government programs can't be funded, and the problem is that the U.S. voters in general can't understand this, and they will never accept any party cutting Social Security or anything like that. They'll never.
The
they'll never
Affordable
accept
Care
that.
Act.
Huh?
The Affordable Care Act is very, very expensive.
The Affordable Care Act, Medicare.
I think
So-
Social
Social
Security could survive because theoretically you pay into it like a 401k. If it was managed well and the people who pay more get more, it would make more sense. But unfortunately, it has a big sort of
People
everybody
are
gets a
living
little-
too long, unfortunately,
Right.
and
Or
what they
depending
paid
on who you
in.
are.
What they paid in is much less than they're getting out. So it's basically it's broken. It's not, someone's gonna have to pay more money than they're ever gonna get out, and those are people our children, our grandchildren, our great grandchildren. We're basically borrowing money from our great grandchildren and giving it to ourselves. Is really what it amounts to. That's not the way people think, but that's the net effect.
Well, and
I
then
think
tomorrow
we'll
we'll just borrow from our great grandchildren, and then
Yeah.
then we'll borrow from our great grandchildren, and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
Who did the dinks
that's
borrow
one
from?
theory is that you could keep doing that forever. But
Well, if you can,
I'll go with Topple's theory. Fuck them kids. Borrow away.
right. Fair. 11:39. What do you guys say? Anyone have another L topic?
I got tons of them. Whenever you guys
I
are
do
done.
like this group though, so it's a shame
Let's
it
keep
doesn't
going.
happen until 11:39.
Give them a run through some topics, RW. I gotta go inspect the snow. I'll be back, and then topic.
Okay, so one of the topics, if you're a car guy, there's a lawsuit of there's people fighting back against subscription-based services and some of the newer BMWs and Mercedes-Benz or Teslas, where you buy the car and you have to pay a monthly subscription to have access to how good it runs or the level of its self-driving systems or whatever they have for these different subs. And then there's arguments where people are coming across where they'll buy it, they'll pay for this upgrade digitally, and then when they sell the vehicle, the company wants to wipe that and give it to the next guy without that, so that they then have to pay for the upgrade as well. So there's a lot of stink happening with subscription-based upgrades to newer vehicles. That's one topic. Go ahead.
Talk about that. They should be able to do whatever the hell they want to do because it'll work out, and people won't buy those cars anymore if they don't
Exactly.
like it.
So I don't have to say anything. Aphid Lip speaks for me.
Yeah, that's fair. I think supply and demand is very fair. I don't think I would rather buy an old junker Ford truck than have a vehicle that I had to pay a monthly subscription for. I'm absolutely opposed to that bullshit.
Well, luckily there's plenty other car manufacturers out there for you then.
I mean, literally like
as soon as they lose 10% of their sales, they'll change their policies.
We'll see. I'm curious to see how many people are
But
willing.
if you think there should be some government intervention, then I disagree with that.
No, I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. One thing that I'm curious to see is if the younger generations are as opposed to subscription-based services as the older generations. I think in my lifetime, I've seen a ton of subscription-based services become a part of daily life, and there's some younger people that have quite a few monthly subscription setups. Xbox Live, all your streaming services, phone plan.
Hey, am I wrong in saying that auto leasing is just essentially a subscription service for the entire vehicle? Is what it amounts to?
Basically,
I can understand what you're saying. My mind doesn't want to put it in the same category because ownership of the vehicle and another cost for that vehicle to be able to perform as good as it could, I would rather just lease a vehicle that has that ability flat out.
I just saw one that was $3,000 down, $79 a month for 24 months. So that's 80 times 10 is 800 times 20 is 1,600, and then 80 times 4 would be 32. So you'd be looking at 1920 plus 3,000. So for just under $5,000 for 2 years, you get a new vehicle.
I'm going to trust your math on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah, it isn't bad.
If you got the money.
It's not bad. So if you break it down in months, that's 24 months into $5,000. So, 24 times 100 would be 2,400. So times 200 would be like 48. So what, $220, $210 or something like that?
But what do you think about a subscription service on top of that for that vehicle to be able to operate at its full capacity?
I don't know, but see, that type of lease probably has like a fucking 6,000 mile limit, and then for every additional mile, it's like $1.
I never even thought of that. That's fucked up even more.
Right. So this is for people who live in an urban area who want to drive 5 miles, 10, 20, 30 miles a week. I drive 60 a day. I know other people drive a lot more than that. So it's not going to work if you need to own a car and drive long distances. But
I would then go back to the Tesla model where they're going to have these automated vehicles that, like an Uber without a driver, that just shows up that you can then drive to wherever you need to go for that period of time, and then it goes on to the next person.
Waymo.
Oh yeah, but I guess at that point, would they treat the same as they treat Waymos? Waymos have a bad lifespan, man. Out there, and where you see them burning them and stomping them to the.
That was their best. That was their best commercial. Was when they got burned up in the fucking riots, and I was like, "Whoa, Waymo cars! I've never seen those before."
That's cool. Yeah.
Boy, they light up easy, don't they?
Yeah, right. I gotta make sure I can get out quickly. That's the only thing I want to.
Yeah, the guy that was paying for that fare probably wasn't enjoying that experience.
You
That's
got
all
a
you
great
can do.
story.
Yeah. Oh, the door doesn't open.
It's almost like the protesters. I can see the guy who's like, "Yeah, we'll give this a try." Holy shit! Look at that thing go up! Like I didn't expect that. I mean, what the hell did they do? They must have used some sort of a accelerant.
Oh, for sure.
Roncinol, some of
I
that
blow-
Roncinol to charge up their Zippos.
The snow's weighing my blow up dog over.
You have a blow
I was
up
trying
dog?
Yeah, I was trying to think of well, I got time lapse camera recording everything too, but I was trying to I put a football out there because that's like, what, 6 inches probably, and then I put a basketball. So when that get covered, it'd be, almost a foot or close to it or whatever.
What kind of camera is it?
Well, I got 2 out there. They're both phones.
Jesus, you got
one's
a lot
got
of time on your hands.
I know. Well, well, the one is doing just fine. The stop action, thankfully, because that's the one that is more important. But the one that's the live feed that I'm looking at right here, it kept getting. It was too cold, and the battery would lower quicker than the charger that was hooked up to it. So I had to tape a sock around it. And I figured that would keep it, internally, it would keep itself warm enough to stay going. And sure enough, it stayed. I can see the battery is still at 100%, so it's holding its charge now.
That's smart.
Well, I couldn't think of
check that sock in a couple hours just to make sure it's not working too good.
So what's up with that? Why do lithium batteries decharge so quickly in the cold?
I don't know. I'm not. Last Dance, maybe he's the brain of the
I don't know.
operation. Maybe he knows.
I have no idea.
I mean, like my drills don't, and they stay in my truck most of the time.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, absolutely right. Because my drills are the same way. They don't seem to lose charge sitting out in my truck.
But if you use them at that temperature, will they deplete faster?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I think they don't output the same amount of amps or watts or whatever it is at temperature. I'm not sure about their lifespans though.
Be a good test.
I had some long boys going into 2 2x4s. Yes, was it yesterday? Two days ago, and it was struggling.
What were you constructing?
A skid to hold a sign on a parking lot, because I can't put a sign on a. I can't dig holes in a parking lot. So what I usually do is go looking around. I used to build like these contraptions, and I'd put either cinder blocks on the legs of it, or a lot of times I would get concrete bags, because if you put sandbags on them, people steal in the hood. They steal the sandbags and throw them in the back of their,
Why would you steal a sandbag?
Concrete's worth more than that.
Because concrete bags of like 50-pound concrete, it's cheaper than a bag of 50-pound sand.
Wow.
And then once the rain hits it, it becomes a block of solid concrete. But the people steal the sandbags, I'm guessing, to throw in the back of their truck, maybe. I don't know. But the sandbags get stolen. The concrete, it's paper, and it just needs one good rain, and then it turns into a solid bag of solid concrete block. But anyway, I realized, I can't believe it took me this long too. But I realized that skids that people want to just throw away are the perfect thing to hold a sign in place. So instead of spending $20 in wood and a half an hour time constructing some kind of frame, I realized that I could just go steal a pallet from back of some building and put 2 2x4s going straight up with some cross.
Well, that's not really stealing, because You
No,
were
no, no,
just-
no. I'm not stealing. Yeah, because they put them out there for the one guy in my thing. He puts them out there, and you know, so
I
the
would call
pallet
that
guys will come get them.
repurposing,
Right.
because you were just 5 seconds ago talking about people stealing your sand. So don't segue right into you.
Yeah, that's
stealing
true. That's
pallets.
true. That's true. That's true. It
But
was just
you're-
easy. I guess it's just easier to say I'm stealing them, but you're right. You're right.
You're
I'm
not.
repurposing them.
You're not. You're repurposing. And
Yeah.
pallets are good. It's good wood. They burn well too. So
I use pallets for a lot of different things.
What's the wind rating on that bad boy? How many miles per hour to the thing sailing across the lot?
Then I mean, it takes, you know, the sign itself, you know, is I don't know, 50 pounds at least, and then you got at least another 50 pounds in the wood. A lot of times I don't even put weight on it.
That's like
depending
that's
on
like
how
10
big
miles
it
an
is.
hour. 10 miles
If
an
it's
hour.
a 4x8 or even a 8x8, I've made pallet signs for parking lots. Most of the time it's smaller than that though, so it takes a lot of wind.
I'm impressed with the power of wind since I've started living on this hill.
Yeah, but I used to do a lot of commercial real estate signage because it's easy. If you can price yourself into it, you know, it just depends on how hungry you are. And but I got one. I don't like dealing with commercial real estate because they order something and then the next day if it's not up, they're like, why the fuck isn't this sign up yet? You know, this is costing me money. Get this up.
Yep.
And then the other thing is digging holes in the you know, I used to dig, you know, a half a dozen post hole, you know, take a post hole digger and dig a 2-foot deep hole in the ground. You know, I do that, you know, a dozen times a week, you know.
That sounds fun.
I don't got that in me. I'm not that hungry.
Yeah, I was never
Keeps
hungry
me
for
in
postal
it
digging.
always kept me in shape though. When using those post hole diggers, dude, especially in the heat of the summer, I got a pinch. Steve probably knows what it is. I think it's called a pinch point. I think it's like a steel rod, and you basically just use it to break up the, you know, old concrete and shit that's in the ground when you're trying to dig a post hole
Hawaiians
digger.
call it an OO bar.
Those things are badass. I also have the post pounder, which it looks identical to the same things that the cops use to bust through people's front door.
yeah,
And-
so it's a hole in it, those, right? So it goes over
Yeah.
the posts. Yeah, those.
That's
are
right. Yeah.
Was it spring?
You got to
loaded?
be careful. Huh? No, there's nothing mechanical to it. It's just a pipe with weight at the top of it and 2 handles on it that you use.
They work really good. The ones that they put springs in it to send it back up so you can pound again, those things suck. They're counterproductive.
Huh.
Oh, I've never even seen that.
I didn't know they made that.
They're terrible.
But you got to be careful with those things because I've several times come, you know, because you don't really know. Once you use them, you know, you get familiar with them. But sometimes you can come up and you come up higher than the post is, and if it catches on it, it only wants to come down and smack you in the fucking head. So
I got a vision.
Yeah. Oh, it's twice happened to me. Once really bad, and you just nick. I mean, you can just barely nick your forehead, and it just gushes blood. So if you can imagine a 50-pound postal pounder punching you in the forehead, oh my god, dude, the amount of blood that came out of my head.
Jesus, did you get it on video?
No, but I was on the side of a
50
pretty
minutes.
busy road, and I thought it was sweat, you know, because it was hot, and I
Was
I
it like when
wiped it.
Chris Novoselic threw the base up in the air and it hit him in the
Yeah,
head?
exactly.
Did cars
And I
stop
wa-
to see if
and
you were okay?
I looked at my hand and it was just covered in blood, just absolutely covered in blood. One time I pulled a 4x4 out of the ground, and sometimes if they've been in there a long time, and the water's logged in there, it's like creates like a suction, and it's like you know, you really got to get around that thing to pull it out of the ground. And I did something to my back, and I couldn't stand up straight.
Jesus.
And I just was like, I couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on, and I'm just like bent over in that position and just like bad shape, and I always do everything by myself because I just
Works
don't,
well with others.
I don't work well with others. Well, Charlie, I got old boy Charlie that always helps.
I had an idea for a video to play, but I just totally just lost it because Incarnation was here and then he left.
Oh,
but I mean, he's maybe not up for this sort of conversation, which is fine.
I brought him in earlier for the original conversation because I wanted to bring as many people to the table as possible to get all the sides of the argument.
But he never came on.
He might not have got the message until when he showed up.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, and he was like, "What? This ain't
Postal diggers. Fuck that
ice.
shit."
This ain't ice talk."
Well, you can do it in this now.
I wanted some ice talk.
At this point, it's just whatever talk. What else do we got? Anything else for us?
We have the Kessler effect.
What is that?
Last Dance, would you like to explain to the group the Kessler effect?
Kessler.
Well, it's when you have they're SpaceX and Starlink are launching all these satellites, thousands and thousands and thousands, and the Kessler effect is as soon as one of these satellites breaks, it gives off maybe 2-3 pieces. And eventually there'll be so many satellites that there'll be a collision between two of them. And as soon as that collision happens, the orbits will become polluted with debris from those two satellites. That debris will then, like a chain reaction, it will start hitting other satellites, which will disintegrate, and there'll be an exponential collisions in space, and all satellites will be destroyed, at least in low Earth orbit. And that will basically poison low Earth orbit for generations.
So, yeah, basically you saturate the sky to the point where it can create this scenario where a cascade effect rips every last satellite out of the sky. I don't know what the probability of that is in my challenge based on how large the atmosphere is. Like, to get to that point seems so much in the future. But if it does happen, it would literally wipe all communications at that point, or the majority of them, and set us back. I don't even know what that would do at that point in time, considering how far in the future that would be.
Now, granted, this is a rough estimate of what it might look like at any given time for satellites.
Space debris or satellites?
Satellites.
Wow.
Space debris is way more. Like,
right.
Way fucking more.
Yeah, isn't it down to like 2 centimeters or something ridiculous that they track?
Yeah, but with actual larger stuff, it's still fairly spread out because you have to understand it's a huge, vast area. Two things might be visually close when you look at that picture. They might be 40 miles apart in reality, So I think space can handle more crap before we get to the Kessler effect. I think we haven't reached critical mass yet.
What's interesting also about these Starlink satellites, I'll see if I can go back to this conversation I had with Last Dance. These satellites are extremely intelligent, and they're making constant calculations if there's going to be any collision reported to them. And I think it's 1 in 30 million chance that it's going to have contact with something else. It'll course correct.
Yeah, I've heard of this recently. The ones that Elon's launching now have this smart technology to avoid collisions. Yeah. Pretty cool.
To that degree, though, like I almost don't believe that it's to that degree. That seems like science fiction.
I don't know. I don't, after seeing what that guy's been able to do, I think it's possible.
Well,
what people have, so there's a vitriol for him from the left, I guess, just because he sided up with Trump for a period of time, that he will be forever hated for that. But his contributions to technology are undeniable.
If people are hating him and commenting on X with a Starlink to hate on him, that's kind of funny.
I don't know if they're commenting on that, but it's just the impression that I get. I've seen a lot of Teslas with anti-Elon stickers and
Yeah, I have too.
on them.
Pre-Nazi, all kinds of different stuff.
Please don't burn my car stickers.
They're the only electric car that I think looks anything worth a nickel. You know, it's sharp looking ride.
I'm kind of worn out on them. It seems like they have had the same look for.
They
10,
have.
years
You're
now.
right. I said it 10 years ago. I would be wondering, where's the fucking coupe? He's got the numbers to go up against a fucking McLaren or a Bugatti. These fucking cars are so fast, yet he doesn't make a Roadster, a two-seater.
I
Why
think
not?
the argument would be for mass production at cost. If you're going to create a bunch of factories that only have one model, it's boring. But
I agree. It's his moneymaker. It's his cash cow. But he's willing to drop half a $500 billion on space stuff. Some of it completely fails. He could make a damn Roadster and just go fucking destroy Bugattis and McLarens just to
dear Elon,
just to promote his name as an advertisement. I mean, he has the numbers. His cars are fast as hell. I mean,
maybe he's waiting to see if he gets past the Nazi phase first before he commits.
He made a car that was faster than the what do they call it? The Plaid. He made like a super Plaid, and then he decided that's actually too fast. It's going to kill people. So,
do you guys follow him on Twitter? Is he still pretty political, or is he?
Oh
kind of
yeah,
far away from that? Is he?
He's very political.
He's a complete ass.
What was the last one that he was going after? I'd have to dig that up. I can't remember the topic. But yeah, every day or every couple days, he basically people are also weighing in on what he says before they form an opinion, which I'm not a big fan of. But are you guys familiar with Ryan Wedding?
Nope. Heard the name. He's the snowboarder.
Yeah, he's the one-time Olympian snowboarder that moved into a different type of snow.
Yeah, who doesn't dream about being an Olympic snowboarder and then an international Coke dealer? I mean, but he got caught.
They got him. That's right. That's something that happened this week on January 23rd. They got him with joint efforts with the Mexican authorities. So, congratulations, one of the top 10. That means, you know what that means? Someone else has moved up to the top 10. I don't know who that is.
Let's go.
NIH ends funding for fetal tissue research from elective abortions. So this is another push from the Trump administration, or you could say the Christian National Movement. I don't know if you guys care about the fetal tissue industry, but
I don't care about it.
If it motivates industry to promote abortion, if people are going to do this from their own volition, I think that's one thing, but to promote it for financial gains, that makes me pretty ill.
I don't think it promotes it.
You don't think Planned Parenthood promotes people's choices, or does it influence?
I don't think they promote abortion to collect money from fetal tissue research.
Do you think they benefit from the commodity?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, do you think it's problematic if they benefit from the commodity, if it does in fact
No,
happen?
I don't. No, I don't. I don't think it
He
is.
doesn't think it's problematic, RW. Get him.
No, I mean, to each their own. That's a very touchy subject.
I know it is for you, buddy. That's why I am not going to touch it.
All right, move on to.
But can we rewind? We went over that Ryan Wedding one real quick.
Okay,
So
I
let's
thought
put
you
it
guys
this
were not
way.
interested.
if you're 21 years old, right, and you're a damn good snowboarder, you're in a party town, you're in Canada, and you happen to, you like to do a little toot once in a while, that's cocaine. And all of a sudden you find out like you're hanging around with guys who are like connected and shit. And all of a sudden you work your way into this zone and like you could become a billionaire if you just keep working it. Would you do that?
I think this is a scenario. I personally wouldn't, but this sounds like a scenario where this is a guy that's kind of got high-end clientele, and he can become a middleman for that high-end clientele. So it's a very lucrative business.
That's how. I mean, he started in snowboarding, so I'm sure it all started in that with resorts. But he was not your standard like goofy snowboarder. He was sort of a. Doesn't matter. You guys don't need to know. Like a slalom snowboarder, carving, not air sort of thing.
He's good at quickly getting the product from A to B without many mistakes.
Right. I mean, at a young age, I probably would have been stupid enough to do that sort of thing. Obviously, in my age now, I wouldn't. But I was a snowboard instructor back in the day, and if like. They pay you like shit when you're doing those jobs. If that
I thought it wasn't about the money.
Of course it is. Oh no, the snowboarding isn't, but you still want money.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the ladies and the paraphernalia always seemed like it was a rather fun job.
Nah, there's ladies, man, not that. It's a fun job because you get to snowboard 120 days a year. They give you a season pass, all access to the mountain. That's what you're that's gold.
Gotcha.
Out there at 7 a.m. on a random Wednesday, catching freshies in the woods, dropping cliffs, nobody around. I'll never forget it. But if somebody had said like I could work my way into some sort of a deal at the time to get rich selling coke, a lot of guys would do it. A lot of girls would do it, and I'm guessing that's what happened with this guy.
I mean, how many people? What's the average lifespan out of prison for somebody who's a major cocaine kingpin?
What do you mean out of prison?
What does it mean to be a billionaire if the next year you're in jail for life or dead because you've been murdered for someone wants your business?
High risk, high reward, right, buddy?
It's not.
I'm also speaking of the idiot aspect of being young and making stupid decisions. Then all of a sudden you're in it. And the snowball is rolling along and money is coming in. And I'm sure you're doing some drugs. So your judgment is clouded. Did I say that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Cloudy. I'm just commenting on that aspect of it, but you're completely right. You think like, oh, all right, why wouldn't you just make like, let's say 60 million and then be like, well, done. Whoop, off to Florida. No, I think like once you're in, you're not fucking just like leaving. I think it's like you're in forever.
That's an interesting point.
Last Dance, is this snow in there? It looks like it is on the radar.
Oh yeah, it's after midnight today. Were they accurate?
I don't see anything.
Really?
It's got to get through the smog. It melts in the brown smog.
Nope, I don't see anything.
Let's check.
I just went out there and it was like I went out there to go pee, and it's like, there's like no place to hide. Like if my neighbors can see me. It's so bright.
Sweet.
It was a little uncomfortable, and like none of the trees.
Whip it out. Show them how it's done.
None of the trees have cover.
According to the radar, it's snowing, but I don't see any snow in the air.
If only you had honeysuckle bushes to protect your privacy.
Well, the neighbors will cut those down.
I know.
RW, you got snow?
I think we're in a slight break. It was kind of cross between sleet and frozen rain last time I went out to go to the bathroom, but I don't hear it hitting the window.
I told you guys that the honeysuckle cutter downer tried calling the fire department on my New Year's Eve party, didn't I?
Yeah. Any come of that?
No, I was gonna put no trespassing signs up, but I totally
like
haven't
20 by
haven't
40.
been motivated enough to make those signs and go put them up there.
Yeah,
It's hard. It's hard to accept from somebody whose job is making signs.
I know.
It's a write-off.
I mean, I have some ideas about that, but I would. Never I would never say them here.
Sounds dangerous.
Maybe I'd still like to hear those somehow.
Yes.
Oh, speaking of bricks, this is another one Last Dance sent me. You said an insane federal circuit court ruling where a drug courier is freed because 2 judges said the government failed to prove that he knew that the bricks he retrieved were an illegal controlled substance, as opposed to some other kind of legal item. The 3rd judge said the first 2 judges were crazy, and I agree with her. Hopefully the government will appeal.
Yeah, it was very disturbing to read. I actually read most of the majority opinion, and I just couldn't believe what I was reading.
What is it now? I don't really understand.
So this was a rather high-profile case. I think it was in New York, but an airplane from Jamaica landed, and the feds, they'll pick out a plane at random and do a search. And they did a search of this airplane. They went into like an avionics bay that's not accessible except from maintenance below the aircraft. And sure enough, they found 10 bricks of cocaine just taped up in the avionics bay, not in bags or anything. So they decided what they would do is take the 10 bricks of cocaine and replace them with their own bricks, 4, which was a mistake, and put a transmitter in one of them. They're fake bricks. And sure enough, they watch a guy come in, drives up, enters the avionics bay. Their transmitter goes off, saying that the brick has at least moved. But then the guy comes out and he doesn't have anything. So they fucked up. Their bricks didn't look like quite right. In fact, apparently the one with the transmitter had like wires sticking out of the brick.
That's good. It's quality.
So the guy didn't take it, but they arrested him anyways because and they found that he had jacket with holes cut in to stash presumably bricks.
So that would be conspiracy too.
So they charged him with being, conspiracy to traffic cocaine.
Sure.
And the jury convicted him after like 2 hours. And he appealed, claiming that the government proved that he was involved, that there was a cocaine trafficking conspiracy. They proved that. They proved that he was doing something that was probably illegal, and he knew it by getting onto the plane, but that they failed to prove that he knew he was retrieving an illegal substance, like cocaine. It was clear that he retrieved something illegal, but a critical part of the charge was that he had to know he was retrieving a legal substance, because that was what he was charged with: conspiracy
and
to traffic in illegal substances.
A good lawyer would also point out he never actually was in possession of an illegal substance.
The fact that he went in there and moved it was enough.
That's arguable, though.
He also lied when he said what he was doing in there, and that lie was used against him in court.
Still seems like a thin case, in my opinion.
Well, they basically didn't. Yeah, I guess it doesn't seem thin to me. You know,
There's no cocaine. He didn't actually.
I think that was a mistake, but I don't think you could argue that he didn't know what was in what bricks of an illegal substance means.
They would have had him for fucking 30 years if they just left the coke in there and let him
Exactly. Why not
his-
just leave it?
his ultra modified coke jacket with the fucking Michael Jackson zippers all over it.
Yeah.
to fucking put
Yeah,
coke
I know.
in. I mean, what the fuck?
They screwed that up, but the jury convicted him, but the 3-judge panel of the appeals court, 2 of the judges said, "Nah, not only, he's not the government didn't prove he knew it was an illegal substance as opposed to some other illegal activity." So they acquitted him. So the government, because he was convicted by jury, the government can appeal the circuit court, but they haven't not announced whether they're going to appeal it yet.
Sounds like he had a good lawyer arguing that.
He did, I think.
Well, without us seeing the whole entire case here, we only have what you're saying, so
Right, I might not be the greatest summarist.
it's okay. But it sounds like he had a good lawyer because the whole case sounds thin to me. The jacket, yeah, it's incriminating, but the lack of cocaine is problematic. It's not
A lot of people find a lack of cocaine problematic.
It didn't bother the jury, but I don't think juries should be deferred to 100%.
I've got 6 more that I'll quickly go through, and if you guys are interested in any of them, please share your thoughts. Quickly, 1, we seized another Venezuelan oil tanker. 2, Trump says a framework of a future deal regarding Greenland is reached. 3,
I don't believe him.
Their Navy carrier group, the strike group, I believe is very close or is at striking distance for Iran, the USS Abraham. 4, the U.S. Department of War admits that they have direct energy weapons and they're scaling them up. 5, last stand.
hold on. Number 4, what direct what energy weapons?
Directed energy weapons.
What is the proof? Do we have anything?
This is just a direct tweet from the Department of War CTO. It says, yes, the Department of War has direct energy weapons. Yes, we are scaling them. That's the whole tweet. And there's a little picture that says light speed lethality, direct energy dominant. So they're just like swinging their dick around with some higher tech weaponry.
They're hitting Last Dance with the yawn ray.
Yeah.
All right, this will wake them up. Apparently, Last Dance is trying to covertly get on board with a new W platform for liberals, and he's having trouble with that. I'm not familiar with the platform, but it sounds terrible, and I'll never touch it with a 10-foot pole. So
yeah, I want to see how bad it is.
It's basically blue sky. Sky isn't working out. So
well, it's the European Union's social media platform because they're tired of fighting the Americans, so they're going to make their own app and see how it goes.
Okay,
but it's going to have plenty of censorship built in.
Does it have built-in Arabic symbolism?
I don't know.
Characters.
Now, Last Dance, earlier when I had finished showing the call from the WGBH there, you said, I don't know why you would even call into that show or something along those lines. Why did you say that?
I got you.
I remembered you saying that.
Yeah, well, we did talk about it right afterward. But I don't know. It just seems like, yeah, the exchange kind of went exactly as I would have predicted it. Although I did think the guy had a more an unusually honest answer for someone, but the woman was just totally predictable. It was.
But that's not my question. The question to you is, why would you question why I would call in? because it's
Well,
obvious for entertainment, to
you say
disagree
you-
with them, to show them.
Well, you said why when I asked before, and I accepted it.
Do you agree?
Sure.
Well,
Sure,
why
that-
wouldn't
that's
you
your-
call in? I want you to call in there. Maybe you can call in
Dude,
next
he
week.
would get banned, just like he's gonna get banned on W within 5 minutes of his first post.
Well, they
probably.
want people who are free thinkers to call in, and then Marjorie
can
loses
shit on
her
them?
shit, and Jim fucking talks to them normally. It's kind of.
Do they want people like? Do they encourage people like you to call in?
Yeah,
Because it didn't seem like they welcomed you very much after they figured out what
the
you're up
producers
to.
let me on immediately, and they always let this other guy on. So
Yeah.
like, I'm just saying maybe we should like get a little crew here that we all try to go on. That would be fucking awesome.
You know,
Yeah, but
Mark.
we'd have to listen to them to find
For
out when to
hours.
call in.
Yeah. You know, Marjorie said she would answer your question after you answered hers. You answered hers, and she never answered yours.
Never answered.
Yeah, very accountable.
Yeah.
Seems like a good woman.
I think she.
You should call her out on that. Actually, I think that would be far more entertaining.
I don't think she'd accept it.
Remind her who you were, because I'm sure she didn't forget. And
I'm that guy that answered your question.
I mean, she would just do the same thing again. That's
yeah, she would.
She's not going to accidentally answer a question she doesn't want to answer.
Yeah, true. All right, thank you for indulging. Sorry to bring it back up. I want it to be clear. Anybody else left here?
I think he thought you were a puss. I think he thought you were a pussy, Steve. Why the fuck
me?
you calling into that shit? And he was calling you out. And no, I'm just
Shut up, Aphid.
No, you know that I called in. I called in to stir the pot. That's why.
Yeah, you did great, man. You did great. Seriously, you did perfect.
I don't want to hear that. Thank you, though. I
Later,
really do
just Steve-O.
No, I would like want to. If that was me and that was the call, and that was the intention, I would want to show it off and play it for my bros. I think it was awesome.
Well, it's not to show it off. It's more to show it off.
No, I know. If it was me, though, I would want to show it off.
But it was more just I want to encourage this amongst my people. I'm not showing it to say, look what I can do. I'm showing it to say, look what you can do. Look what we all can do.
I hope if you do it again, you record it and play it for all of us.
It was impressive that you got a question in that she didn't like, but these people aren't there to debate or discuss. They're there to
Narrate.
make their points and go with their narrative.
I give you credit, Steve, for doing that, and I appreciate it, enjoyed it. I think it made the show better. But I don't have the patience to deal with bullshit like that. I just don't. Ugh.
I do.
Yeah, that's why I'm more than happy to watch you do it, but not do it myself.
I hope every week you play us a new clip from some experience you've had with those two people during the week.
Become a thorn in their side for the rest of their show.
I imagine they take only a very small percentage of callers. So
maybe is that their whole deal? Is that their whole deal? They talk to regular people that are calling in. Is that what they want? Or is most of the thing them two talking to each other and debating different topics?
Well, they're on for 3 hours. They have a ton of guests. The thing that attracted me to the show first was honestly the guests. Sometimes they have cooking experts and like restaurant reviewers and shit like that, and and like people who make cocktails and innovators in the bar world or whatever. So obviously I like to drink and eat, so I stuck with it. And then you end up seeing that it's really a bigger show, that they do part that is based on their politics, which is obviously quite liberal, but there's more to it than just their liberal, politics. It's a big variety show. Actually,
it didn't
John
I'm sorry.
King from CBS. I'm sorry, CNN. CVS, yeah. CNN does like a weekly half hour, and I think he's pretty good. That's the guy's name, right? The election guy who does all the
Yeah,
map. shit?
John King. Yeah.
Yeah.
You hate him, Last Dance?
No, he's not as partisan as other CNN hosts.
That was very cordial, Last Dance. Well done.
Well, he doesn't do much opinion. He just, he'll say what polls are showing and what what's happening in each state. He's
They
not
also have
exactly-
Chuck
Is he
Todd.
good?
Chuck Todd, nonpartisan completely. He's good.
No.
Is John King the like Steve Kornacki of CNN? Like he does the boards when there's elections and
Yes.
Yeah. I'd say
okay,
so.
I know which guy you guys are talking about.
Silver
He always
hair.
seems real nervous. Like he's not nervous, but maybe he's more of a numbers guy and he's not as good of a public speaker and he's just not as comfortable as other people are.
That's right. And when they asked him during Kamala's election, and one of the hosts asked him, up till this point, right now, how many counties in the U.S. or how many districts in the U.S. is Kamala winning that Joe Biden was winning? And he opened up the whole country and said 0. And that was like a tell-all. And he was one of the early ones to show that she was not doing as well as Joe was in 2020. And it was obvious at that point that she was not going to win. Go ahead.
I don't think I've been less impressed or interested in an election in my lifetime as I was in that last election. I really had zero interest in who won. I mean, of course, I wished she would win because I didn't want Trump in there, but I was not there was not one part of me that was excited for her.
All right, Blue. Good to see Blue here.
Yeah. What I wanted to say about the your call-in show though is for organization that probably screamed for government funding, they seemed like they had a high production value of that show, like they weren't hurting for money on that set.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
The last numbers I was able to get were Jim and Marjorie made $350 a year each, and I think that's gone up since then. I'm sure it has.
Well, they most of the time when there's a video of because it's mostly a radio show that you called into, correct?
Yeah, but it's broadcast on YouTube and on their.
Well, my point is most radio shows that are broadcast to YouTube or other outlets like that are just a static camera of the whole studio for the most part. The higher end ones have one that's zoomed up in on each person talking and clicks back and forth because there's somebody that needs to sit there and click that button.
Yeah, there's a cameraman too.
So that's an extra person that they're paying for that set.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it goes even deeper because that show is live from the Boston Public Library, which is funded by the city of Boston, which is a public building, and they're allowed to broadcast from there. And yeah, so state money is literally spent on that show.
What's it like living in a city that is respected by more than 50% of the population?
What does that mean? I didn't follow that.
Well, I live in a big city, but it's universally known that this is just a complete shithole and you do not want to come here. Well, you live in Boston and it's like I would say a majority of the population of the United States respects Boston and thinks it's a top echelon city, So
Really?
what's it like? Oh yeah, for sure.
Huh. Yeah, people seem to have their shit together.
You don't think so, Last Dance? Oh, is that what you said?
I mean, it doesn't have It doesn't have the bad press of other cities.
Right.
I think that's true, but I think there's only two kinds of people. They hate a city because they think it's either too liberal or too much crime, or the city doesn't make the news and they don't think about it one way or the other.
Right. But my point is I think, New York would obviously be number one, and then probably Chicago next. But then where do you go after that? I think it's got to Boston's in the running for it.
Yeah, I think there's two Americas. There's cities and suburbs, and I think they're just people who live in the suburbs don't understand why anybody lives in a city. And
right.
People that live in the cities don't know why people want all the hassle of driving, an hour a day in their cars. So I just think they're just unreal. That's the real divide in terms of
what about rural?
Well, rural,
even more separate.
Yeah, there just aren't that many people.
Damn.
By nature, it's definition.
Minority.
It's just a tiny amount of people.
Most rural people seem like they think the same, and there's probably more of them than individual sections. But urban areas, are different in different cities. But rural people seem like they are kind of all on the same page. Like once you get outside the city,
rural people tend to. I feel like rural people tend to have to survive on their own, and city folk just fucking go along for the ride.
Yes and no, because community is also very important in a rural setting, because if shit really does hit the fan, people will take care of each other.
Sure, of course. I can see that.
As a standard, you want to be able to do everything yourself until you can't.
Yeah, the fact that there are fewer people, means that you tend to know a lot of people, know who they are at least, and maybe even know them personally.
Right. If you've had time to network in that area long enough, yes.
Right.
But then again, I don't know if that's true for the North, because I've only experienced Maryland and I haven't got a chance to do Maryland rural. But I feel like in the South, it's much more neighbor friendly. Yeah. I don't know if it's the same in rural Maryland. I would hope so.
I think it is.
Okay.
The little bit of rural Maryland that is still left.
Right. In between you and the Eastern Shore, basically, right?
Yeah. Well, there's, far northern. There's still farms. Parts of Maryland, but yeah.
Yes.
How far until it's rural for you, Aphid?
Well, if I go one direction, I can get pretty rural in less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
But, there's other directions it takes an hour or more, at least.
Right. The other side of a city.
But yeah, up north from me, there ain't shit.
Do you ever go out rural
there's
for
a penis. Oh, well, I haven't been everywhere around here.
Truly rural for me would be over 100 miles. Well over.
Yeah. Wow, no shit.
Yeah, dude. Towards Pennsylvania, right?
I'm not talking about going out to the fucking stupid apple picking farms where, they're big, but you go there in the spring. In the fall, and there's got to be 25,000 people on an apple picking farm, all from Boston to pick apples. We did it once, and it was hilarious. You get one apple, you take a bite, you throw it. You don't even give a shit. There's so many fucking apples.
They taste so much better off the tree, though. I don't even want to hear it.
Do.
How far? So that's 100. That's 100 miles away.
No, that's not rural. So that's maybe 25 miles away. But what I'm saying is, to really get to rural, that doesn't count. That's a commercial, like pay to farm apple farm in the middle of a suburban community, not rural. Truly rural in Massachusetts is what we call Western Mass, almost out in the Berkshires. And there's some great music written about it by James Taylor, by the way. Beautiful stuff. And that is far. That's 100+ miles away. Massachusetts is just not rural.
The apple picking farm can't be in the middle of a urban area.
Suburban.
It's got to be out in the country.
Suburban, bro.
But still, it just seems like it would, if it was in the suburbs, the property would be worth more than, farming.
Be worth more to developers.
Right.
Well, there's a famous one.
Pretty lucrative, man.
There's a famous one in Natick.
25,000 people. I mean, maybe this is like an acre. They're all piled in there.
No, it's bigger than that. You're right. You would think, but no. This family still own it, and it's still. But yeah,
so they're like a homestead. They're like a homestead holdout, where their family's established. They have enough money where they don't give a shit about.
The town's called Natick.
The,
I'm sure there's $1 million homes there, so I don't know why they wouldn't just subdivide it and build it and become 100 millionaires, because it would happen in a second. But
yeah, I mean, I think Aphid Lip has hit on it. They have enough money. The land is worth what it's worth. They can give it to their children, and if their children want to sell it, it's like giving them an inheritance that's worth a ton of money. And if they want to, they can work it and keep it. So
yeah,
it doesn't lose its value. It's not like you have to act now or it'll be.
No, you're right.
Oh fuck, that shit's a premium, dude. That shit's a premium. I'm sure. We got any place like that in St. Louis area is all related somehow to the Anheuser-Busch family. All of it. Every last bit of it. You see a large area with trees, within the 50-mile radius of St. Louis, and I guarantee you it's because the Anheuser-Busch family owns it.
And they're just sitting on it, or they have it as a historical site? Or?
Like their family seems like the ones that because they spawned off, where it's not the beer makers anymore. These are all the kids and kids and kids and stuff of the Anheuser-Busch family, but they all seem to be somewhat involved with preserving that land.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
No, I said fortunately.
Oh, okay.
We even have it's called the Grant's farm, because Grant's home is on the property, but it's really the Anheuser-Busch family bought it, and it's kind of in the middle of the city, and it's a huge area. You park and you have to take a tram, and then you take your tram. Yeah, you take your tram through this long country drive, and there's nothing but those bighorn things and deer and
probably
those big, they're huge, they're gigantic, and they have those big huge horns that
Texas Longhorns.
Yes, that's the ones. And then all shit like that, like water buffalo. I don't know what they are, big fucking things. And then they have there's this inner part that you get to, and it's got this cool, and it's all free, and it's got this cool place that you got to pay for parking. And then it is expensive, like $15, something like that. But you can have your whole family come in and go. And then they got this big.
That's nothing.
No, I didn't say it. The parking's expensive, but for St. Louis, Boston, I'm sure it's like $50 an hour, but here it's like, who's gonna fucking park their car? But anyway, all these, you can go feed the goats, and but you get the cool part is at the end they sell like bratwurst and sausage and shit like that, and because they're German, they got the Clydesdales there, so you can walk and see the Clydesdales. Those are huge ass fucking horses, and they give you two free beers. They give you like a solo cup, and they give you they got like 6 or 7 beers on tap, and you pick which one you want, and it's all the honor system, so you could probably get more than 2 free beers.
How many
it's just if they remember your ass. I only get one usually. Well, no, because sometimes we go straight there, get one, and then we go see the shit and just carry your beer around, and then you go back and get your second one on the way out. with your food.
Dude, one of those beers at a ball game is close to $15, isn't it?
Fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is.
Parking
Fenway
just got
Park.
real cheap.
Fenway
Yeah.
Park, they're like $14.
God, I was joking. I didn't realize it was that much.
Yeah,
I think
and you
last
see-
time I
you
went, they
see
were
the
like
guys-
$7 or $8.
You see the guys saying they're stacked in there so they can brag about how they overpaid, 90% on their beer.
Good for them.
What you want to do is you want to gauze or medical tape a bottle to your leg. It's the only way to do it.
Do what now?
Sneak in a bottle.
Sneak in a bottle
Yeah,
and then
yeah, I
buy
get
a
it.
couple of extra large Cokes, and you split the Coke with your best buddy. You each have a giant Coke. Drink a bunch out of it. Split the bottle. Drop it in the trash, and then you walk around with your Cokes full of booze, and then you can buy 1 or 2 beers after that, and you're buzzed. You don't have to buy 8. You got to do it on a budget. Nobody can drink like they want to in a stadium these days. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's way too expensive. What do you think, boys?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to say goodnight. Great show.
I think I'm the only one up still.
Last Dance was good talking to you, man. Just 2 things to close with. 2 things I think we'll be talking about next week, besides the Pretty shooting. Pretty, I don't know his name. I think that our tariff war with China might pop off, or not China, but Canada, because they're buddying up to China, and I think Trump and himself is going to actually go after Canada again with tariffs. And the other thing is, now that we are in striking distance in Iran, I wouldn't be surprised if something crazy happens in the next 7 days.
Do you mean an invasion?
I mean some type of military action. I would be very surprised if it's a boots on the ground movement. I think more probable is
Take it easy, guys.
Is airstrike. See you
All
last
right,
time.
fair.
All right. Have a great week.
See you, bud.
See you,
Ready to
man.
do-
It was good.
Thank you. All righty. Just me and y'all. And shall I play? Yes, I shall. I worked out a little bit of a riff earlier. I thought it sounded nice. I'll just show it to you guys and try not to listen to closely, because I'll probably make a few mistakes. Audio, echo cancellation, and reduce background noise. All right, let's see if you guys like it. I'll just show it, and this will help me remember it. Let me see if I can remember this. It's not coming right to me. I missed it. Sorry. I'm trying. I had an idea earlier. I'll find it again tomorrow, and I will share it. Everybody, thank you for being here. RW, Cup of Tea, Last Dance, Aphid Lip. You all been great. Blue, thanks for coming. Anyone else who was here? Cup of Tea, English Bottle Cap, Wife. You're all great. come back again. Brittle, everyone. Good night.